Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku and Aizawa Ran a Cafe? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. There's no way I'm going to stay awake tonight. He glanced at his phone, groaning when he saw it was just after midnight. He had only been patrolling for 2 hours, still had another 4 to go, and he felt like he was going to fall asleep any second. He sat back on his heels, surveying the city below him from his position on the roof of some business. He needed something to wake him up. The first day of class is always SED, and to make matters worse, Hizashi had cornered him after classes and wouldn't shut up for hours, preventing him from taking his usual nap. He had only been able to sleep for 2 hours before he was forced to leave for his patrol shift. He was silently plotting how he could murder his best friend without causing too much trouble for himself when movement below caught his eye. He shifted to see someone walking into a newly opened late-night coffee shop that was pouring light onto the dark street below him. Humming softly to himself, he slowly started making his way down the building and towards the coffee shop. Normally he could pull through his entire shift before going home and passing out, but today he knew he needed at least 2 cups of coffee to make it the next 4 hours. As he neared the shop, he scoffed at the name, images of employees wearing cat ears floating through his mind. Kitty Koffee. What a dumb name. He was about to open the door and go in when he got a good look at the person he had seen going in earlier. Isn't that Bakugo kid that was in my class? Wonder why he's out so late. He hadn't really liked the boy when he met him, noting the amount of pride and anger issues the boy seemed to have. He decided to wait for him to leave the shop before going in, not having the energy to deal with his sheet. Slinking back into the shadows between the 2 buildings, he couldn't have timed it better as the boy slammed the door open, making the window rattle when it bounced back, and stormed down the street away from him. Aizawa could feel the rage rolling off the boy from here, and wondered what the hell had happened in the shop to cause that. Deciding the blonde boy was far enough away by now, he pushed off the wall and headed into the shop. He saw that there was only one employee, a green-haired boy who looked about the same age as his students, who was busy muttering to himself and sweeping up broken glass on the floor. Stupid Kaken. I can take care of myself, I don't need him to protect me NM dash. Aizawa had to clear his throat to get the boy's attention, who had apparently not heard the door open due to the muttering, causing the boy to jump away and spin around so fast Aizawa thought he might fall right on his butt. But the boy stayed upright, now gripping the broom as if he was about to try to hit someone with it. Aizawa almost laughed at the thought of this kid trying to take him down with a broom. The boy stared at him for a moment before seeming to come to his senses. I'm so sorry I didn't hear you come in. Welcome to Kitty Koffee. Would you like to look over the menu or do you know what you'd like? Large black coffee. As strong as you can make it. The boy nodded at him enthusiastically. Yes, sir. Please give me just a moment to clean this up and I will have it right out to you. You can take a seat if you'd like. Aizawa glanced down at the broken glass again before turning away towards the tables, feeling a headache coming on from the tiredness he was feeling with the addition of the enthusiasm of the boy. Taking a seat in the chair closest to him, he looked around the shop again, this time noticing cats laying around the cafe that he hadn't seen when he first walked in. I guess that explains the name then, he thought, rolling his eyes. He let his eyes wander around the rest of the shop, appreciating the black brick along the walls, noting the simple brown hues that took up the counters and tables. Looking down at the floor, he was slightly surprised at the bold colors and how well they mixed with the black and browns. Blue and green would definitely not be my first pick for flooring, but hey, not my store. All in all, the place looked cozy. For such a small shop, the black walls made it seem rather large, and the bright flooring kept the blackness from feeling suffocating. He would definitely be coming back to this shop in the future. He could hear the boy shuffling around behind the counter, and when he heard the liquid spilling into the cup, Aizawa looked up, satisfied with how dark the coffee looked. He watched as the boy slowly came towards him, setting the coffee down on the table before quickly backing away. Just let me know if there's anything else you need. The coffee is free of charge. As soon as Aizawa opened his mouth to refuse the offer, the boy interrupted him. No need to refuse. All heroes get free coffee. Especially night patrols. House rules. With that, the boy turned around, walking back to the counter where he tied up a garbage bag that, from the gentle clinking sounds, Aizawa would guess contained the broken glass from earlier. Aizawa followed the boy with his eyes while he started drinking his coffee, a soft sigh escaping him when he took the first sip. It wasn't the best coffee he ever had, but it was still pretty damn good. And it was the perfect temperature, obviously hot from the steam escaping through the lid, but not hot enough that it burned him. He hated when he got a coffee and he had to take tiny sips, forced to wait until it had cooled down before he could just down the whole thing. But this wasn't like that, he thought to himself, glancing around the shop once more. This place was pretty damn nice. His eyes shifted back to the boy, something bothering him as if he had missed something. He scrutinized the boy, searching for the problem that his subconscious had figured out already. As if sensing his eyes on him, the boy's head whipped up, eyes immediately finding his. Neither one looked away while the pieces slowly started forming in his head. He thought back to the way his student had left the shop, remembering all the glass on the floor as the boy's mutterings finally caught up to him. "What's your name?" His voice apparently shocked the boy, as if he had been expecting them to just continue staring at either other in silence. "Midoriya Izuku." "How do you know that boy who was in here earlier?" "Why, you mean Kaken? We used to go to school together." "Was he the one who caused all the broken glass on the floor?" At this, Aizawa could practically feel the boy's nervousness spike from here, looking down to the boy's hands as they started shaking slightly. Aizawa's eyes followed the boy's, looking down at the kid's hands, becoming suspicious because of the sleeves that covered the boy's forearms. He was definitely too young to have any tattoos, so what was under the fabric? When the boy started talking again, Aizawa could barely understand him due to the amount of stuttering. Was he afraid of that Bakugo kid? Or was this fear coming from something else? What the hell happened to this kid? No, he didn't do that. I promise it isn't what it looked like. It really was an accident. Aizawa watched the boy as he spoke, narrowing his eyes as he noted the dread that seemed to be clouding around him. Humming softly to himself, he decided that was enough for now, turning back to his coffee as he heard the boy sigh in relief. But he decided he had one more question. "How did you know I was a hero?" This apparently was a good topic for the boy, as he immediately started getting enthusiastic as he replied. "Are you kidding? I know all about you. You're an awesome underground hero who mainly works at nights and your quirk prevents other people from using their quirks. I think you're an awesome hero because you can't just rely on your quirk when working. You could be a hero without your quirk, since you are the one that does all of the work and your quirk is just an additional help to level the playing field, so you've always been one of dash." Aizawa stared with humor at the boy as he cut off, seeing the blush run across his face. "I've always been one of what?" He had never been the type of hero who was in the spotlight, so to have this boy not only know who he was, but also how he worked slightly intrigued him. He wanted to know what else the boy seemed to know about him. The boy looked down at his hands, seeming to try to rush to get the words out without thinking about them. "You've always been one of my favorite heroes." Aizawa was slightly taken aback. Favorite hero? He never thought anyone would view him like that. He wondered why this boy seemed to favor him over other heroes. "Oh, and why would that be? And while you're answering, can I get another coffee?" The boy seemed to perk up with the thought of actually having something to do, immediately jumping to prepare another cup. "Yes, of course. And to answer your question, well, I guess it's because you're different than most heroes. You don't have a flashy quirk that can take down an opponent or anything like that. You never relied on your quirk to get where you are. To me, it was almost like you were fighting without a quirk at all. By taking away an opponent's quirk in a one-on-one match, it basically just turned into a physical match between two people without using quirks. For someone like me, I could really look up to you as a hero. Watching you as a hero gave me hope when I had nothing else." Aizawa was speechless as the boy finished his answer and set a new cup of coffee in front of him, giving him a small smile as he took the empty cup away. "Someone like him, huh? From the way he's talking, he probably was born without a quirk, or has one that doesn't really do much." Aizawa lifted the new cup of coffee, inhaling the steam in an effort to wake himself up more. Already he was feeling better than earlier thanks to that first cup. The boy started to turn away when Aizawa stopped him with a short, "Hey, The boy stopped mid-step, looking back at him with curiosity in his eyes. "Want to sit for a bit? I want to hear more about how you know so much about me." Drawing of the shop chapter text. Izuku's eyes went wide as he immediately plopped down into the seat across from his favorite pro hero. This has to be a dream. There's no way this is real. He couldn't figure out where he was supposed to look, eyes darting everywhere before landing on the empty cup he still held. He really should have taken care of that before sitting down. "My name is Aizawa, by the way." Izuku's eyes flew up to meet the hero's. "Since you told me your name, and you seem to know everything else about me anyway." Izuku's mouth twitched at the obvious sarcasm in the man's words. He tested the name slowly. "Aizawa, huh?" he smirked. "Would that be the same Aizawa that teaches at UA?" Aizawa looked a bit surprised before he snorted. "Demon kid, you're pretty quick. I'm guessing your friend has complained about me to you already?" Izuku laughed. "I wouldn't say complaining, since everything that comes out of Kaken's mouth sounds like a complaint. But he has mentioned you." Aizawa scoffed. "I'm sure he has." The two talked until Aizawa had finished his coffee and had to return to his patrol shift. "Thanks for the coffee, kid. And the conversation. See you around." Aizawa stood up and was heading towards the door when Midoriya's mom entered the shop. Midoriya's entire body immediately tensed up, which of course did not go unnoticed by the hero. "Hi, Mom." Inko glared at him for a second before putting on what he liked to call her fake mom voice, which matched perfectly with the smile now plastered on her face. "Oh, Izuku, what are you doing, honey? You shouldn't be bothering the customers while they're trying to enjoy their coffee. Come on, kiddo, let's get you up and behind the counter where you should be." Izuku stood up quickly, clearing the table and heading behind the counter. "Oh no, miss, he was no bother. I invited him to sit with me because I needed to have a conversation so I wouldn't fall asleep. I hope he isn't in trouble because of me." Izuku glanced at his mom, who was looking at the hero with surprise. "Oh no, of course he's not in trouble. I just wanted to make sure he isn't being overly friendly with customers." Aizawa seemed to accept that answer, nodding to Midoriya's mom before sending a glance to Midoriya, who just couldn't seem to get his muscles to relax. Aizawa sent one last concerned glance to Midoriya before walking out of the store and disappearing down the street. Izuku stayed frozen in place as his mom slowly pivoted to face him, the grin slipping off her face and turning into a look of pure loathing. Slowly coming towards him, she started talking in a voice that haunted his dreams every night. "You DMN brat. I come here to check on the store, and you're sitting down, chatting it up with some guy. What the hell do you think you're doing sitting with customers? I don't let you work here so you can chat with anyone that comes in here. You are here to make coffee and nothing more. Making coffee is the only thing you're good for." At this point, she was close enough to him to grab him, holding onto his forearm where his wounds were still healing. He hissed in pain as his mother continued her rant, not caring that she was hurting her only son. "Never forget why you're here, boy. You're a useless, quirkless kid whose only redeeming factor is the fact that you can make good coffee. If you weren't pulling in the money then I'd have thrown you out a long time ago." She gripped his arm even tighter, making him drop the paper cup he was holding, spilling coffee on his shoes and the floor around them. "You're lucky I even let you go to school during the day. If you can't keep making the money I require from you, I'll pull you out of school and you'll work here from open to close." She finally dropped his arm, blood seeping through his sleeves and staining the fabric. He held his arm close to his side, trying to keep it out of sight as his mother began heading toward the front door. "Clean up this mess and get your sheet together, Izuku. Remember your place in this world." She glared coldly at him one last time before heading out of the store, likely going to return home to the comfort of her bed, leaving her son to take care of the store until it closed at 4 a.m. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief as the door closed behind his mother. He got off easy tonight. He looked down at his now blood-soaked cover sleeve. He took a deep breath before slowly pulling the cover off, wincing when it clung to the wounds on his arms. He threw the old cover in a plastic bag, making a mental note to make sure to wash it later. He grabbed his first aid kit from under the counter, quickly replacing old wrappings with new ones, putting burn cream on where it was needed and making sure to disinfect the cuts that had opened back up. When he finished, he quickly grabbed a new sleeve covering from his backpack and slipped it over his arm. He had bought quite a few pairs of the sleeves and always made sure to carry them around just in case, and now he was grateful for that. He was also grateful for the fact that he had been able to find a brand that made some that matched his skin color almost perfectly. Unless you were really looking for them, you could hardly tell he was wearing them. He had pulled out one of his notebooks and flipped to the page for Eraserhead, jotting down the new information he had learned from their conversation, when the door opened again. He glanced up, expecting his mom to have come back, when he saw two of his best friends walking in, grins plastered on their faces, talking at the same time. "Hey kiddo, how's business going?" "Izu. We missed you." Izuku laughed at them. "Hey guys, it's going good, and I missed you too." He left his notebook, going around the counter to hug his friends. Izuku knew that from an outsider's point of view, they probably looked like very unlikely friends. Dabi was way taller than him and a couple years older, and honestly he didn't look like he had or cared about having friends. Toga, on the other hand, was a little more believable. They were the same age, and she definitely looked way more friendly than Dabi, albeit a bit crazier. But the three of them had been friends for years. They had met outside the coffee shop when Izuku was first learning how to run it by himself. They immediately felt drawn to each other for reasons they couldn't really identify. It wasn't until a few years later that Izuku realized that they had probably sensed the anguish coming from each other. Some subconscious part of them had known that the other two were suffering and they had bonded over that. Even though Dabi never really talked about his parents, Izuku had an idea of who they were and what had happened. And Toga didn't really have parents. She had been a street kid for as long as she could remember, never having anyone in her life until she met Dabi. Then the two of them had found Izuku and adopted him into their little group too. Izuku looked at his friends with a happiness that was so rare for Izuku to find. These two knew everything about Izuku, they knew about his mom, and about his lack of a quirk, and they stayed with him anyway. He loved these guys so much and was so grateful to both of them. They fell into easy conversation. Izuku filled them in on his meeting with Eraserhead and everything that happened with his mom, and Dabi teased the younger boy about finally meeting his idol. They continued talking until Izuku had forgotten about the confrontation with his mother and he was filled with happy thoughts, laughing the night away with his friends and taking care of the few customers who had come in. When it finally came time to close the shop, Dabi and Toga helped him, like they always did whenever they came by, until it was finally time to leave and Izuku headed home to get a few hours of sleep before school started. Smiling to himself on the walk home, his mind recounted his conversations with his friends, and his meeting with Aizawa. He was pleased at how easily the conversation had flown between the two, how natural it had felt. And as he finally made it home and collapsed into bed, he wondered when he would see the underground hero again. F was the only word Aizawa could think as he ran through the streets, doing his best to hold the blood inside his body where it belonged, trying to find some way to lose the villains chasing after him. He was constantly checking his surroundings, his mind frantically trying to think of a way to lose his followers when he turned around a building and recognized the street. The last thing he wanted to do was bring anyone else into this mess, but considering the fact that he was starting to slow down and his mind was shutting off, it looked like he didn't have much choice. He ignored the voice inside his head telling him do not go in there and burst into the small coffee shop where that boy Midoriya, he reminded himself, worked. Thank God the place was empty except for him, as he slammed the door shut behind him and, sparing a frantic look at Midoriya behind the counter, ran into the back room, being careful not to get blood anywhere in the store. Dash? He could hear Midoriya start to question what was happening when the sound off the front door opening interrupted him. Jesus and Christ, please help us, he thought to himself, not making a sound. He was doing his best to draw up the last of his strength, listening for the right moment to burst out and finish off those villains, when Midoriya's frantic voice rang out through the store. Oh my God! Are you guys heroes? I just saw this guy dressed in all black and covered in blood run past my store. He went that way. Thank God you guys are here. I was so scared. You have to go catch him. Aizawa held his breath. It sounded like the kid was crying. He sounded believable, but would it be enough? He listened as the villains left the store, finally taking a breath and sinking down the wall until he was sitting on the ground. It was a few minutes until Midoriya came through the back door. I locked the front door and turned off the lights so it looks like the store is closed, and I called the police. They are sending more pro heroes this way and an ambulance to pick you up. Now come lay on these boxes and I'll look at your wounds. He reached down and helped Aizawa up, shifting him until he was leaning against the boxes, slowly guiding him back until he was fully laying down. Looking up from his new position, Aizawa was shocked to see actual tears in the boy's eyes. So he was actually crying. No wonder they believed it. He groaned in pain as the boy lifted his shirt to look at his side. His vision was starting to blur, and he barely registered the boy leaving his side, telling him not to fall onto the floor. His eyes slowly started to close when they flew open at the boy's sharp voice. Aizawa, don't you dare fall asleep on me. You only have to stay awake for a little while longer until help arrives, then you can rest, okay? Tell me what happened. Aizawa turned his head to give the boy the best glare he could muster through the throbbing ache in his side, but the boy just smiled at him while putting on a pair of gloves and laying out the supplies he needed on the box next to him. Villains. They were trying to assault someone in an alleyway, using their quirks to keep her from running and to stay quiet. I thought there were only two. A third came up behind me and he had a knife. I was able to get them to chase me and leave the Gerdash, he interrupted himself, hissing in pain as Midoriya quickly disinfected his wound, then immediately pulling the skin back together, attaching zip stitches. Aizawa thought he was going to pass out right then. He had gotten hurt plenty as a pro hero, but usually when he was being treated he was passed out, or at least had some painkillers in his system. Sorry, I know it hurts like hell. I'm over halfway done already. Just a few more seconds and we'll be all done. Just keep breathing. Aizawa fought the urge to slap the boy away from him, to move away from his hands. He had to grit his teeth together to keep from yelling every curse word he knew at the boy. He focused on the green head of hair above him, noticing the sweat that lined the boy's brow, the way his curls moved ever so slightly with every breath. Done. It's not perfect because I only had zip stitches and you will definitely still need to go to the hospital, but at least your guts are still inside now. Cheeky brat. Aizawa laid there for a while longer, catching his breath as the pain started to subside now that he wasn't being touched, Midoriya cleaning up all of his supplies while he waited. After a few more minutes, he attempted to sit up, causing the boy to jump in and help slowly maneuver him. Usually, Aizawa loathed being touched by others and accepting help, but right now, well, he didn't think he could sit all the way up himself. He was so dizzy and lightheaded from all the blood he had lost, and that caused him to lean against the boy as he made his way to his feet. Being mindful of his injury, the boy slipped an arm around him, saying, "Come on, we can walk up front and sit you in a chair while we wait for help to arrive." Putting most of his weight against Midoriya, the two slowly made their way to the front of the store where Aizawa collapsed in the same chair he sat at every time he came to the shop, panting from the effort of the 15-foot walk. Midoriya grabbed other chairs, situating them around Aizawa in a strange way, in case I fall over. He wants to make sure I won't fall all the way to the floor. After deciding the hero probably wouldn't die as soon as he walked away, Midoriya ran to the counter, filling a large cup with water and grabbing a straw, quickly heading back to the man. Relieved to see him not sprawled on the floor, Midoriya placed the straw up to the man's face saying, "Drink. You need to replenish your fluids and keep hydrated." Aizawa glared at him but complied, drinking the whole cup of water and half of the refill before he noticed flashes of red lighting up the night outside. Midoriya made sure it was help before gently helping Aizawa up and outside, making sure to lock the store behind him as an ambulance pulled up in front of the shop, two paramedics rushing out of the truck with a stretcher between them. Midoriya stayed out of their way as much as he could while still trying to stay close to the hero, informing the paramedics what had happened to the man and what steps he took to make sure he didn't die. Without asking for permission or an invitation, he hopped into the ambulance before it could speed off, settling into a seat near the pro's head. Aizawa hated the feeling of being in the cramped ambulance, surrounded by people he didn't know, even though he knew they were there to help him. His eyes started to drift shut again as the paramedics rushed around him, checking his vitals and making sure he didn't die. The fatigue from everything that had happened really started to catch up to him, no longer having the distraction of the talking Midoriya to keep him awake. The last thing he remembered was the feeling of a hand running through his hair, but he was so far out of it at that point, he didn't even give it a thought. Midoriya sighed quietly, watching as Aizawa drifted off to sleep, trusting the paramedics enough to make sure he would wake back up. Sweeping Aizawa's hair off his face, Midoriya leaned back in his chair and pulled out his phone, sending a text to Dabi, hoping he would still be awake. 1:05 a.m. Hey, you up? 1:08 a.m. D. Now I am. What do you want? 1:09 a.m. I had to leave the store in a rush and wasn't able to turn everything off. Is there any way you could just swing by and make sure the place doesn't burn down? 1:10 a.m. D. Damn it, Izu. You owe me for this. 1:10 a.m. You're the best, Dabs. Thank you. 1:12 a.m. D. Yeah, whatever. Why'd you have to leave anyway? 1:12 a.m. I'll fill you in on everything later, promise, smiley face. Sighing, Midoriya debated sending a text to his. She'd be said either way. I'll just leave that for later. He put his phone back in his pocket as the ambulance pulled up to the hospital, making sure to jump out of the vehicle so he wouldn't be in the way of the paramedics. He followed them into the hospital as far as he could before being forced to stay in the waiting room. He stayed standing for a while longer, hoping that Aizawa would be okay, before finally looking down at himself. Geez, that's a lot of blood. He walked up to the nurse sitting behind the desk, praying silently as he asked, Hi, I'm sorry to bother you, but do you have anywhere I could clean myself off? As you can see, my clothes got a good amount of blood on them from trying to take care of the guy I came in with. The lady behind the desk looked him up and down, taking note of his soiled apron and pointed to a door across the hallway. Bathrooms are through that door. You can probably try to wash the apron off in the sink. Try not to make a huge mess, please. Izuku bowed his head to the woman before heading into the bathroom. After getting the majority of the blood out of his uniform and drying it out the best he could, Izuku headed back out into the waiting room, content with the idea of taking a quick nap until Aizawa was out of surgery. He sent a grateful smile to the nurse before he noticed the police officers and heroes that had gathered in the waiting room. One of the officers started walking toward him until he stopped in front of him. Hello, Midoriya, right? You're the one who called the police. After a quick nod confirming that yes, that was him, the officer continued, Can you please tell us exactly what happened? Izuku didn't hesitate to tell his side of the story, recounting how the hero had burst into his shop and hid from the villains, and how he had gotten rid of the villains by pretending to think they were heroes. He made sure to go into as much detail as he could when describing the villains, telling him what Aizawa had told him about why the hero got involved in the first place, giving the officer time to write everything down in his notepad before continuing the story of how he tended to Aizawa before help arrived. When he finally finished his story, the officer looked up at him. Thank you for helping. If you hadn't helped Eraser, he would have died from his injuries. We were able to capture the villains shortly after your phone call, and with your statement of what happened combined with Eraser's when he wakes up, we will have enough to put them away for a long time. My name is Tsukachi, by the way. I am leading one of the head detectives for the person's crime unit. I deal with criminals whose actions harm other people. I am curious, you seem to know Eraser. Have you met before this? Izuku glanced up at the officer tiredly. Yes, he's come into my coffee shop a handful of times in the past month during his patrol shifts. The officer nodded. I see. Well, you seem pretty tired. Why don't you head home and get some sleep? Izuku immediately started shaking his head before he even finished talking. No way. I want to stay and make sure he's all right. He's become a friend to me and I will stay until he wakes up. Tsukachi nodded to the chairs behind him. All right then, kid. Why don't you make yourself comfortable over there then? It will probably be a while until he wakes up. You can take a nap until then. We'll make sure someone wakes you up when you can see him, okay? Izuku nodded slowly before heading over to the chairs, glancing around at the heroes and other police who had heard his story. It seemed like everyone was trying not to stare at him, but Izuku shrugged it off, making a pillow out of his damp and bloody apron before finally passing out. Irritation. That was the first emotion Aizawa felt as he slowly started regaining consciousness. Everything hurt. Aizawa kept his eyes closed, squinting them tightly, trying to figure out everything that was happening. He could already tell that the light that waited beyond his eyelids would be blinding for him, so he was trying to avoid that for a while longer. He felt dull pain in his side, and as he focused on that pain more, his memories came rushing back to him. Midoriya, his eyes flew open and he sat straight up, making the nurse that had just been about to walk in the door freeze and drop her clipboard, and making him violently reconsider his actions, hand immediately going to grip his side as pain shot through him at the sudden motion. "And Mr. Aizawa, you shouldn't move around so fast." The nurse quickly got over her sudden fright, grabbing her fallen clipboard and moving the bed so the man could rest against it while still sitting up partway. "The boy. I came here with someone. And the villi dash." The nurse interrupted him before he could get himself worked up anymore. "Everything is okay. The villains were apprehended, and the boy that came with you is fine. He's still out in the waiting room along with everyone else that came to make sure you were okay. But you should probably thank that boy. From what I heard, if it weren't for his quick thinking and first aid skills, you would have died either from the villains catching up to you or from your injuries. That boy saved your life." Aizawa didn't say anything else for a while, letting the nurse check his vitals and removing the 4 from his hand. "I could have died." He had been a hero for 6 years already, had already been injured more than he could count, but this is the closest he had ever come to actually dying. "When can I have visitors?" He glanced up at the nurse, who in turn gave him a small smile. "I can bring them in right now. Who would you like to see?" "No way, dude. Look at this kid. This has to be the kid Shoyuta was telling us about. The really smart one that can analyze people?" "Yeah, I think he is." Shoyuta never said how cute the kid was though. Izuku could faintly hear 2 people whispering about him as he started waking up. He decided to wake up slowly, letting out a groan as he made it seem like he was just starting to wake up. He heard the whispering stop as he moved around, shifting to face the direction of where the voices had been coming from. He noticed 2 people across the room from him who were staring at him. In his groggy state, it took him a few seconds to recognize them as the heroes Midnight and Present Mike. "Hey, you guys are Aizawa's friends, right? I remember him mentioning you." Midnight squealed. "Our little Shoyuta talks about us to people? What did he tell you? Did he tell you how?" Soaking the floors. The poor boy who had begged for help had been violently torn to pieces. The father had taken all of his angers and frustrations out on the boy, that was obvious. What was left of the boy's body was covered in bruises and cuts, and he had died from blunt force trauma, after his father had stomped down on his head with the heel of his boot. Scene over. No one would ever shake those images, and the 3 heroes sat in a hospital room, tears glistening in their eyes as they remembered it. A tear slipped down Aizawa's cheek as his mind replaced the boy's face with Midoriya's. Nemuri saw the tear and reached for his hand. "It won't be like that, Shoyuta. We won't let anyone suffer like that again. We just need to be smart about this. You know Midoriya. Your friends. Try to find a way to talk to him. Get him to open up to you. Let him know that he has options other than what's happening and that we're all here for him." Yamada nodded along with her words, grabbing Aizawa's other hand. "We'll figure this out, man. Nemuri and I will do anything to help. It's going to be okay." Aizawa stared between his 2 friends, thinking about how much he needed to believe their words. He couldn't explain it, but he had to save this boy. Not because Midoriya had saved him, or because Aizawa felt sorry for him or anything, but I don't know why. But I just know I have to help him. Aizawa nodded. "I'll talk to him as soon as I see him next. If he doesn't visit while I'm still locked up here, I'll go to the coffee shop as soon as I get out. I'll talk to him. I just hope he'll listen and accept our help." Still holding his friend's hands, Aizawa glared at the ceiling before shutting his eyes, thinking about Midoriya. He hadn't known him for very long, but in that short time, the boy had managed to worm his way into Aizawa's life. They really had become actual friends. Aizawa thought back to the boy's sense of humor that was just as dry as his own. Aizawa thought of the way the boy's eyes lit up when they were talking about heroes or quirks, how fast he would speak as he rambled about everything he knew. Aizawa was always so struck by Midoriya's keen eyes and observational skills. Just by watching videos on the internet or studying fights, Midoriya could learn more about a hero, their quirk, and their fighting style than Aizawa ever could learn without asking the heroes themselves. Midoriya had skills that was for sure. He could analyze everything in an instant, could sense a change in mood or behavior before anyone else. His instincts were on par with some of the pro heroes Aizawa knew, and Midoriya didn't even have any training. He just had raw abilities. And then there was everything else. The way the boy let himself laugh, how he seemed so free from everything for a few moments before his eyes went dull again. How he would twitch if someone moved too suddenly or made a loud noise. How, whenever the door to the shop opened, his eyes would fill with fear before relaxing when it was just a customer. Aizawa remembered how that fear didn't leave his eyes when it was his mother that had walked through the door. Gritting his teeth together, Aizawa thought back through that memory, analyzing every second he could remember, searching for something, anything, that could be classified as evidence. He thought of every inflection in Midoriya's mother's voice, every glance, every movement, but he couldn't think of anything. Aizawa's mind went over the memory, over and over, until he finally fell back asleep. Nemuri and Yamada both felt Aizawa's grip lessen, and looked up at him as he slowly passed out. They released his hands and stood up, Nemuri reaching out to hit the button to call a nurse in, and gestured for Yamada to follow her as she led the way into the hallway. A nurse met them outside the doorway, and Nemuri kept her voice low so she wouldn't wake Aizawa. "He fell back asleep and we're going to take our leave now. If he gets discharged before we come back to visit, will you make sure we're notified? We left our numbers with the desk up front earlier." The nurse nodded, smiling at both of them before heading into her patient's room. Nemuri immediately began stalking off down the hallway. "Yo Kaya, wait up. Where are you heading in such a hurry?" Yamada quickly caught up to her, catching her wrist and slowing her down enough to look at him, immediately flinching back after seeing the rage and mischief in her eyes. "I was thinking we could go change into our normal clothes and get some coffee zashi. It'll be fun, let's go on a date." Yamada sighed quietly, trying to fight off the beginnings of a headache as he walked hand in hand with Nemuri. He really didn't think it was a good idea to go to the coffee shop to try to discreetly meet Midoriya's mom, even if Nemuri had promised that she would make sure the kid wasn't mentioned and that they would just be going to get some coffee and try to get a read on the mother. Yamada knew how fired up she could get and how much the situation was really affecting her, but he knew there was no stopping her. He also knew that she was unbelievably smart, and with the memory of that past hero's failure fresh in her mind, she was extremely unlikely to do anything rash. After only meeting Midoriya once, Yamada knew she already had a soft spot for him and would do anything to protect him, even if that meant letting him get hurt a little longer while they figured out a way to get him away. He glanced up from Nemuri, catching sight of the two of them in one of the shop's windows. It was smart to change clothes beforehand. Usually they didn't really care about going out in their hero costumes for small things, like grabbing a coffee or running to the store on their way home, but for something like this, well, it was definitely better if people didn't recognize them as heroes. It could save Midoriya from getting hurt if Aizawa's suspicions proved true. With Nemuri in normal clothes, and Yamada's hair in its natural state around his shoulders and both of them without their support gear, no one would see them as anything more than just a couple going out for a cup of coffee. Very few people would be able to recognize a hero without the things that make that hero. If you take away the costume and the gear, you usually can leave behind a pretty normal-looking person, unless someone had a mutation-type quirk. Yamada wasn't really listening to Nemuri as she talked about all of the shops they were passing, knowing that she wasn't really listening to herself either. Both were too lost in thought, preparing themselves to enter the coffee shop that was now only a few blocks away. He's doing a good job of acting interested. She's really laying down our cover for anyone that could be watching. I better amp it up, too. He made sure that he was smiling, nodding along with his girlfriend's ramblings and commenting when he needed to as they walked into the coffee shop. He held the door open for her as they laughed together over a joke neither of them would remember. Looking around the shop, it was actually pretty nice. Nemuri seemed to be having the same thought, eyes wide and muttering too low for anyone else to hear, "I can see why he likes this place." He nodded, eyes wandering over the various cats that had strewn themselves throughout the shop before grabbing Nemuri's hand and leading them both toward the counter where a slightly plump-looking woman with black hair was waiting. The woman smiled at them as they approached. "Hello. Welcome to Kitty Coffee. What can I get started for you two today?" Nemuri quickly looked over the menu, ordering something for both of them and letting him pay. They stepped to the side a bit as the woman made their drinks. Namuri glanced at him and squeezed his hand slightly, taking a deep breath before starting what they came here for, putting on her happy voice. "Oh my God, miss. This place is just too cute. Are you the owner?" The woman looked a little startled by the excitement radiating from her, but said with a small smile, "Yes, I am. And thank you very much, I have put a lot of effort into this place." Namuri nodded. "Of course. You can tell that this place has a lot of love. Did you come up with the idea by yourself? You guys are pretty new still, right?" "Yes, that's right. We opened up about 2 months ago, and no, it wasn't just me." The woman's smile dropped slightly before she continued. "My son did help a bit to pick out the name and design for the shop." Namuri glanced back at Yamada. The woman was almost finished with their drinks. There wasn't much more time left for questions. "That's so amazing, ma'am. Your son must be very smart to be able to help you out. You must be so proud of him." The woman's smile seemed very forced now as she responded, "Yes, of course, every mother is proud of their child's accomplishments. It is good that he is so willing to help his mother out, working late shifts so I can get some rest. I work most of the day, you know. Almost always 10-hour shifts." At this, Namuri gave the woman a sympathetic look and a small smile, which was returned as their drinks were set down on the counter. "Well, here you folks go. Feel free to have a seat anywhere you'd like, or if you would like to take it to go I can get you some lids." They thanked the woman and took their drinks, heading to one of the booths further away from the woman, but not far enough to make it look like they were trying to seclude themselves. They drank their drink, enjoying the flavors and the cats that came near, keeping their conversations limited to things like the weather, the news, and other neutral topics. They weren't stupid enough to talk about everything right here where the woman could easily overhear them. Yamada had sat with his back to the counter, allowing Namuri to keep her eyes on the woman since she was the most observant between the two of them. They lingered a little while after their drinks were gone, and to an outsider, they would just look like two people enjoying each other's company. But they were waiting for something. The subtle changes in the woman when Midoriya was mentioned weren't enough for them. They needed something more, something solid. Then the door opened. Yamada looked around Namuri to see a blonde woman with spiky hair walking in. Yamada looked back to Namuri as the woman right straight up to the counter. "Hey Inko, how are you? It's been a while. Your son's still giving you grief?" Yamada heard a slight huff coming from behind him, assuming it was part of the woman's reply. His ears were straining as he attempted to listen in on their conversation without making it obvious. "They're talking about Midoriya. This might be what we've been waiting for." He pulled out his phone, opening his recording all and painting it to Namuri as if he was showing her something cool. He watched as she took his phone and hit the record button, laying it down on the table. "Ugh, don't even get me started, Mitsuki. He's been such a pain lately. I came in here about a month ago to check on him during his shift, and he was sitting down with a customer. And he's just been acting so weird lately. I thought he had given up with all that hero nonsense, but I found a bunch of notebooks that he had written in. He's been taking notes about all these different heroes, Mitsuki. And he titled the book's Hero Analysis for the Future. Can you believe that?" Yamada heard a low laugh. "Oh, come on, Inko, you know he's never really going to give that up. You'd have to beat it out of him." Another laugh. "Oh, don't think I haven't tried." The sentence was layered with good nature and humor, but Yamada caught Namuri's eye, who had become frozen while listening to the conversation. Yamada grabbed her hand, murmuring softly without actually saying anything, trying to distract Namuri and make it seem like they were talking quietly to each other and not actually listening in. "Ha! You know, when Izuku used to come over when he was younger, I used to think it was my little Katsuki that was leaving all those little burns and bruises on him, but now I know the truth, you little devil you." The two women continued to laugh and tease each other, seeming to not notice the way the couple sat in the booth, frozen and staring at each other with horror in their eyes. "This is it, we got what we needed. Now we need to make sure we don't mess this up." He kept thinking that over and over as he stared into Namuri's eyes, praying that she understood. Yamada watched as she closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them back up, the horror was replaced with determination, and he knew she got it. She grabbed his phone and stopped the recording, sliding it back to him as they both tried to settle themselves. The couple sat for a few more minutes, trying to time things just right. As the two women started talking about more mundane things, allowing their voices to rise to a normal level, the two heroes stood up and grabbed their empty cups. As they tossed the cups, Nemuri glanced back at Midoriya's mother, Inko. Remembered, and put on her happy voice again, "Thank you so much for the drinks. They were delicious. I'm so glad we found this place. It was everything we were looking for." As they left the store, they held hands again, relying on the physical touch as a sort of support. They stayed silent for a long time, until they had walked at least a mile from the shop. At the same time, they each seemed to pull the other in, embracing one another in a way that others would just see as a couple saying goodbye. But it was so much more than that. They were each an anchor, holding the other person together for the moment, making sure they stayed calm until their mission was over. Nemuri glanced up at him from where she was pressed into his chest. "We have to go tell Shoyuta." Yamada just nodded, and they broke apart, staying connected by only their hands. And they quickly walked to the hospital. Aizawa was staring down at his phone. He had a few missed calls and messages from Nedzu and some other teachers at UA asking about his absence. He had ignored all of the teachers in favor of calling Nedzu back and updating him with his situation. His boss had been very understating and immediately granted him the time off he needed to heal, telling Aizawa that he would get everything worked out for finding a replacement to teach for him until he was better. As he was finishing the call, he saw Nemuri and Yamada walking down the hallway, raising an eyebrow at them as they came into his room. Nemuri glanced at him, listening to his conversation for a bit before mouthing, "Nedzu?" Aizawa nodded at her and watched as she shared a glance with Yamada. "Put him on speakerphone, Shoyuta. He needs to get updated on the Midoriya situation. We're going to need his help." Aizawa glanced up at them, a little shocked, but quickly told Nedzu and put him on speaker. Nemuri gave him a "well, get on with it" gesture, and Aizawa was quick to explain the situation with Midoriya, not leaving anything out as he recounted his memories and concerns. Nedzu was silent on the other line, listening and processing what was being said. Before he could speak up again, Nemuri jumped in. "And there's more." Aizawa looked up, not even trying to hide his surprise and confusion this time, and Yamada pulled out his phone. Nemuri quickly talked about where they had gone and what they had witnessed, eventually playing the recording for everyone to hear. Aizawa sat back, eyes shutting as horror and rage filled him at the woman's words. She just admitted to abusing her own son, and there was another woman that admitted to knowing about it happening. When the recording finished, Yamada slipped his phone back into his pocket and spoke for the first time since entering. "We need to make sure we do this right, Nedzu. We need to help this kid." A soft hum of agreement came through the phone. "Have you talked to the boy yet?" This time it was Aizawa that spoke up. "Not yet. The hospital is planning on discharging me tomorrow. As soon as I leave, then I will find him and talk to him." "All right, we can't do very much until we talk to him. You focus on what you're going to say to him, try to get him on board with us helping him. In the meantime, I will see what I can do about finding out more about his situation. Keep me updated." And with that the line went dead. Aizawa set his phone down on his lap, silently glaring at his friends. Now Shoyuta. Don't get all pissy with us now. We're sorry we didn't talk to you beforehand, but you passed out, and we were smart about this. No one has any clue it was us in the shop, and Midoriya's mom didn't know we could hear them talking. Save your anger for later, bro. We need to work on a plan right now. I hate it when Yamada is right. I have to focus on Midoriya right now. He nodded, and they spent the rest of the day coming up with a plan. To say that Izuku was nervous would be an understatement. After receiving that text from his mom earlier, he was terrified. 12:06 a.m. Mom, I got a call from your school today. When you get off work tonight, we can have a little chat about why you skipped classes. His shift was almost over, and Izuku knew that he was in big trouble. It really didn't help that it was a weekend and he didn't have school in a couple hours. Weekends were always the worst. Usually when he had school, the interaction time he had with his mother was very limited, maybe a couple minutes before he went to school and then a few more minutes when he came in for work and she left to go home. But on weekends, there was a lot more time to be spared. His mom didn't start work until 10, so that left them with the morning together. He was expected to wake up at 7 o'clock no matter what, Even if he usually didn't get home until 4:30 or since the shop opened up, it had been getting harder and harder to hide his tiredness. He had to go to the mall to buy some concealer for the dark circles that were now a constant presence under his eyes. With shaky hands, he finished closing down the store, locking the door behind him as he headed home. He knew that his mom would have set an alarm so he would be awake when he got home. There was no avoiding it. It wasn't like he could just not go home. As much as he wished he could, he knew his mom would find him. And there was really nowhere for him to go anyway. He would never burden his friends like that, and really, that was the only other option. So he trudged home in silence, not even bothering to keep his eyes on the streets around him. What was the point? Even if someone tried to hurt him, it wasn't like there was much he could do anyway. It wasn't like anything they did would be any different than his normal routine. He stopped in front of his house, staring up at it solemnly, preparing himself for what was about to happen. He willed his body into autopilot, shutting off his emotions until he was just an empty shell, knowing that this was the best way to get through the rest of the night. His mother hated his emotions. The more robotic he could be with his answers, the better. He willed himself to begin the walk up the pathway, unlocking the door and letting himself in. He placed his shoes and backpack by the door, taking of his sleeve covers and placing them in his bag. He knew that wearing them around his mother just made her mad, and he didn't want to get them ruined anyway. He would just end up having to buy new ones to replace them. I'm home. His body moved itself into the kitchen, knowing where it would need to be for what was coming. His mother was already there, and he could feel the hostility coming off her in waves, although he didn't show any reaction to it. Hello, child. Tell me, why did you not go to school yesterday? Warning. Abuse scene. No emotions. You already know which lie to tell. I slept through my alarm. I'm sorry, mother, it won't happen again. He bowed deeply to her, and even though he knew what would happen now, it didn't help prepare him for the aching feeling he got when his mother grabbed his hair and yanked. Pulled off balance, he fell to the ground before her, his head being pulled back so his mother could get right in his face. You demon brat. What do you mean you slept through your alarm? I give you the luxury of being able to go to school, let you live under my roof and work in my shop, and this is how you repay me. He couldn't stop himself from flinching away as he felt the heat from her words, saw the sparks jumping around her mouth as she screamed in his face. He tried to hide it, but of course she saw it. She saw everything. She was smaller than him, not by much but still smaller. But it didn't really matter. Izuku couldn't fight back. She held all of the power. His heart clenched with fear as she threw him to the ground and pinned him down. No emotions. He tried so hard not to let an expression on his face as tears began sliding down his cheeks. You worthless boy. No quirk. No respect. No responsibility. Did I teach you nothing? How can you be so good for nothing? No emotions. He screamed. He felt the fire liking his arm. His mother had been practicing on him for so many years, she had developed a trick where, by shaping her mouth a certain way, she could make the fire as thin as a needle, tattooing words into his flesh with fire. No emotions. He couldn't stop screaming, couldn't stop begging for her to stop. People, please stop, Mom. It hurts. She smacked him across the face, and Izuku was stunned into silence by the power from the blow. He could already feel the bruise that would form on his cheek. Shut up. You're worthless. Quirkless. You'll never amount to anything. You'll never be anything. You're no son to me. Learn your effing place in this world. Now just shut up. She grabbed his hair again, lifting his head as high as she could while still keeping him pinned, and then slamming it back into the floor, immediately knocking him out. Izuku laid there, passed out on the floor while his mother hovered above him, finishing her work, every fire-filled breath fueled by her rage and hatred for her son. When she finally started feeling tired, she stood up to admire her work. She gazed down at her son with disgust, kicking him in the side as she walked by, content with getting a few more hours of sleep before her shift started. And just like that, it was over. She walked away as her only child lay bleeding and battered on the kitchen floor. End of the scene. That was the only thing his mind could register. The thing that had woken him up. He kept his eyes closed for a moment, listening to everything around him, ears straining to find any sign that his mother was around. When he heard nothing, he let himself open his eyes, inspecting the damage to his body. He was surprised that only his right arm didn't seem to be too badly hurt today. Just some minor burns and bruises where his mother had grabbed him too tightly. His left arm though. He felt tears pricking at his eyes as he read the words she had left there. Worthless. That was the longest word she had left. Usually she would just leave small things like stupid, ugly, or dumb. Or she would just carve little lines into his arm, like tally marks of every time he made her mad. He stared down at the word. It took up the majority of his forearm, covering the other words and lines, making his arm look like a really mean 3-year-old had drawn on it. It was a mess. It was hideous. He let the tears run down his face as he felt the headache start to catch up to him, sitting up as he wondered if she had also broken some of his ribs. His hand moved to the back of his head, coming back stained with blood. He checked the time on the microwave, relieved to see that his mom had already left for work and he still had about 5 hours before his shift would start. Okay, let's take care of the arm first. Then we'll shower. He slowly stood up, grabbing some paper towels and quickly wiping up all the blood on the floor before moving to get his first aid kit. He hissed as he wiped some burn cream on his wound, letting it sit for a while before heading to the shower. He made quick work of getting all the blood out of his hair, trying to avoid getting any shampoo into the wound. It was harder than usual since he could really only use his right arm, but he had become pretty good at one-handed showers over the past few years. Practice makes perfect, he muttered to himself sadly, finishing his shower and quickly getting changed. He put on his work pants and a shirt. He would change into his work shirt before he went to work, before going to properly wrap his arms. He was heading toward his room to finally get some sleep when he passed his bag. He thought back to the night before, and the bloody apron that was still stuffed in there. He quickly removed the apron and put it in the washing machine. He could put it in the dryer before he left and just use his backup apron for today. Content with his plan, Izuku finally headed into his bedroom, not even acknowledging the light coming in the window as he plugged his phone in, carefully laid down on his bed, and closed his eyes. He felt a few more tears slip from his eyes and a weak sob escaped from his chest as he finally fell asleep, wondering if this would really be his life. Aizawa glanced into the shop before entering, spotting Midoriya behind the counter and another customer sitting at a table, but other than that the place seemed empty. He took a deep breath as he walked in. Hello, welcome to Aizawa. You're out of the hospital. But what are you doing here? Midoriya seemed shocked to see him, but still pleased, which helped Aizawa calm down. He seems to like me at least a little, maybe that will help make this easier. Maybe he can trust me at least a bit. A bit is all I need right now. Hey kid. Yeah, I got released about an hour or two ago. And I'm here to get some coffee, duh. Aizawa strolled up to the counter pretending to look over the menu as he spoke again, keeping his voice low enough that the other patron wouldn't be able to hear. And I need to talk to you about something. Midoriya seemed to understand, glancing at the other customer and nodding. Okay, I'll have your coffee ready in just a bit. If you'd like to take a seat, I will bring it out to you. Aizawa nodded back, eyes narrowing as he noticed makeup on the boy's face. Midoriya noticed his scrutinizing and quickly turned away, busying himself with making the drink. Over the past month, he had learned how Aizawa preferred his coffee and made it perfectly every time. Black coffee was good, and it definitely helped to wake the older man up fast, but it wasn't his preference. He liked a little bit of sweetness in it too. Aizawa took a seat, watching as the boy made his coffee, noticing that he was moving slower than normal and how much his left arm stayed at his side. Aizawa's eyes shut tight at the possible reasons for the boy's change, pushing away his emotions right now. He opened his eyes and saw Midoriya coming towards him with his coffee, smile plastered on his face. When he leaned down to set the coffee on the table, Aizawa couldn't help but whisper, "Are you okay?" Midoriya's smile dropped slightly, and he watched as pain quickly flickered through his eyes. Of course. Enjoy your coffee. Midoriya quickly retreated back behind the counter, not being very subtle as he continued glancing back at the other man. He must be nervous because I said I wanted to talk to him. The two continued swapping glances, Aizawa trying to keep himself projecting calmness so as not to freak Midoriya out. It lasted for another 5 or so minutes until the other customer finally got up to leaving, thanking Midoriya for the coffee and getting a bow in return. As the door clicked shut behind the man, Aizawa watched as Midoriya tensed slightly. Now we don't want that. Thanks again, Midoriya. For saving my life. I meant what I said before, you know. Aizawa watched as the boy seemed to relax a bit, the small smile returning to his face. Aizawa continued, not giving the boy a chance to speak. I want you to listen to something, okay? I have to tell you something and I need you to listen to everything before you respond. Can you do that for me? Aizawa watched as the boy nodded, apprehension returning to the boy's gaze. Aizawa pulled out his phone and opened the recording that Yamada had sent to him. Don't run out on me, just listen. Aizawa kept his gaze with Midoriya as he hit play, watching as confusion took over the boy's face for a moment, seeing the exact moment where that confusion froze and the realization of what was happening took its place. Midoriya looked terrified as the recording finished, and Aizawa did his best to calm him down as he rushed into the longest speech he had probably ever given. You promised to listen to what I have to say, right? A small nod. Okay then. I'm not upset. I want to help you. I owe you my life, kid. The way you saved me was better than some of the actual heroes I know. You were quick on your feet and not only got rid of the villains without getting anyone else hurt, but your skills saved my life. I would have died if I hadn't met you. I've gotten to know you and I can see how much potential you really have. You're able to analyze a situation and people in seconds, and you have incredible instincts. From what I've gathered, you probably don't have a quirk, but I hope you aren't letting that slow you down. It's not impossible to become a hero without a quirk. Do you remember what you said to me when we first met? Another nod. You said that when you watched me fight, it was like I was just leveling the playing ground, just turning the fight into a battle between two people instead of two quirks. There are ways that you can do that too. You have options, Midoriya, but you can't stay trapped in the life you're in now. You have people on your side willing to help you. The principal of UA wants to meet with you to discuss your future. I told him a bit about you and he seems to be very interested in your abilities. You can become a hero, Midoriya. But you need to take the right steps to do that. Let us help you. Midoriya was floored, tears rushing down his face now, and he didn't even bother to try to wipe them away. He just stared at Aizawa as he spoke, not willing to let himself really believe what was happening. He couldn't say anything for a while, the man's words still rushing around his head. Aizawa just sat there, giving him the time he needed to sort through everything. Midoriya just couldn't believe this was really happening, and he finally spoke, his voice so soft and shaky he wouldn't have been surprised if Aizawa couldn't understand it, and not while worthless. Midoriya watched as the man suddenly stood up, and he was surprised at himself for not flinching. Normally that action would have terrified him, but as the man started walking closer, he realized the reason why. I'm not afraid of him. I trust him enough not to hurt me. That realization alone startled Midoriya so much that he took a step back, causing Aizawa to freeze. You're not worthless, Midoriya. You have so much potential to grow and become great, it's just locked up deep inside of you. But you are far from worthless. Midoriya's hand had drifted to his injured arm, hovering over the words he knew were there as he listened to Aizawa talk, eyes widening as he watched the older man open his arms slightly. It was a gesture that Izuku had seen many times before. In the coffee shop, on the streets, in movies. But it had never been offered to him before. With a violent sob, Izuku launched himself into the man's arms, grasping onto anything he could hold onto, not even caring that he was ruining Aizawa's shirt as he cried into his shoulder. And when Aizawa softly wrapped his arms around Izuku, he cried even harder at the tenderness the man showed him, the care that he had never had before. He cried for all the love he had missed out on, all the times he had been hurt. He cried for the injustice he felt, for the times he felt that society would swallow him whole with its hatred for him. He cried for the friends that had been the only kindness he had known. He cried at the words Aizawa was whispering to him, the promises that everything would be okay. And he cried for the happiness that he felt, the safety that came from being wrapped in the man's arms. They stayed like that for a while, until Izuku felt like he had no more tears left to cry. When they finally broke apart, Izuku looked guiltily at Aizawa, sorry about your shirt. Aizawa rolled his eyes at the boy, Don't worry about it, kid, it's not. Like it can't be washed. Izuku giggled softly, feeling very tired due to his long night and all the crying, but he also felt very determined. He was done living this way. I will accept your help. What do you need me to do? Aizawa looked over to where Midoriya had passed out on one of the booths. The boy had closed the shop a few hours early after talking to Aizawa and wandered over to a booth in the back corner of the store while he called Yamada and Nomuri. Aizawa had asked Midoriya if there was anyone he wanted to get involved, and although he looked down at his phone for a moment, contemplating, he said he didn't want to cause anyone else trouble, although Aizawa did see him send a few text messages before he fell asleep. And now they just had to wait. A small part of Aizawa felt bad for waking Nomuri and Yamada, but he knew they didn't really mind. Everyone wanted to get this resolved as soon as possible. The three of them wanted to talk about what they wanted to happen, and see what other information they could get from Midoriya, and when the day came, they would visit with Nezu and go over all the information that had been gathered. Aizawa stood by the doorway, watching out the windows to the dark street. They had decided to shut off the lights, not only so that Midoriya could get some sleep, but to also ward off any potential customers that might be wandering around at this godforsaken hour. There was a little light that entered the shop from the street lights outside, so it wasn't that hard to see. They didn't need any prying eyes today. Aizawa thought back to a few days ago when he got injured. Having the lights off was reminding him of that night, and he placed a hand against his side as his brain shifted through the memories. He hadn't lied to the boy earlier. He was very grateful, and the kid had the potential to become a hero. But Aizawa had left out just how difficult it would be. He knew Midoriya didn't need to hear that. He had heard enough in his past to know that the path in front of him would not be an easy one. He's a smart kid. He'll figure out what he needs to do. Aizawa was pulled out of his thoughts by movement down the street, and a quick glance out the window confirmed that it was Yamada and Nomuri. He quickly went to unlock the door to let them into the store, nodding them to the direction where Midoriya was still asleep. They both looked over to the kid before heading towards the counter with Aizawa behind them. Yamada looked at him and made sure his voice was low enough to not wake the boy. What happened, Shoyuta? Will he let us help him? Aizawa nodded to him and quickly started going over the conversation he had had with Midoriya, catching them up to where he was now. Izuku slowly started to regain consciousness when he heard soft voices. He laid there for a moment, willing himself to fully wake up. It took a few moments, but eventually he sat up, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes and yawning as he looked towards the direction of the voices. He was only slightly shocked to see Yamada and Nomuri standing with Aizawa. Aizawa did say he was going to call them. I don't know why I didn't expect them to show up. Hey Yamada-san, Nomuri-san. Izuku couldn't help but be nervous when he greeted them. He knew the reason they were here after all. The three heroes glanced up, not noticing that he had woken up until he spoke. Hey there, kiddo. It's good to see you again. Sorry if we woke you up. It's all right, Yamada-san. I would have woken up soon anyway. The heroes made their way over to where he was sitting, Yamada and Nomuri sliding into the booth across from him as Aizawa grabbed a chair and sat at the end of the table, sending him a look that let him know it was just so he wouldn't feel crowded or trapped. Izuku's heart clenched when he understood what Aizawa was doing, and for a moment he was overwhelmed with the emotions that followed, sending Aizawa a grateful look. Izuku rearranged himself to occupy the additional space, shifting so he was parallel to the table, placing his back against the wall, putting his feet up on the booth and hugging his knees, glancing between the heroes, unsure of what was going to happen now. Sue? Nomuri leaned forward, giving him a small smile. I guess I'll start. First things first, I want to say that I'm so sorry for what has happened to you, Midoriya, and I think you're really brave to let us help you take control back of your life. I know that Shoyuta told you that we're here to help and support you, and I really hope you believe that we're here for you. Izuku didn't react for a moment, glancing at Aizawa then giving a small nod when he remembered the conversation they had. Okay, good. We're going to meet with Principal Nezu tomorrow, or I guess later today. When the sun comes up. He's the principal for UA High School. I know Aizawa told you about him too. He's going to help us come up with a plan. But for right now, we wanted to talk to you to see if we can get any more information that might be able to help us. Can you tell us what your mom has done to you in the past? Izuku flinched when his mom was mentioned, but he quickly calmed himself down. Dummy, why are you flinching? She's the whole reason this is happening. Of course we have to talk about her. About what she's done. Izuku glanced up at the heroes, deciding to start off small to gauge their reactions. Aizawa? Can you please get me a wet paper towel? There should be a roll on the counter. Aizawa didn't reply, just standing up and doing what he was asked, coming back to give the wet towel to Izuku, who held it still for a few moments, taking some deep breaths as he prepared himself. Without letting himself overthink, he quickly rubbed the makeup of his cheek, wincing as he rubbed a bit too hard, revealing the beginnings of a dark bruise. It was hard to see with the only light coming in from outside the shop, but the dark shape was unmistakable given the circumstances. Before the heroes could react, he also removed the makeup from under his eyes, letting them see the dark circles that could rival Aizawa's. He heard the two sitting across from him gasp softly, and looked up to see concern and anger in their eyes. He quickly looked away, afraid of the anger they saw there. Midoriya, he glanced up to meet Aizawa's eyes. He didn't see very much emotion behind them. They aren't angry at you. They're angry at the person who did that to you. He looked back to the other heroes, who nodded feverishly, which helped him calm down a bit, then looked back at Aizawa as the man started talking again. Now, it's okay if you aren't comfortable with it right now, but is there anything else you want to show us? The more we know, the better we can help you. Izuku winced slightly as he saw Aizawa give a pointed glance to his covered arms. Dim his keen observations. Izuku straightened himself in the booth, sitting normally now with his arms under the table. He slowly started to remove the coverings and the bandages beneath them as he talked softly to the heroes. It's not pretty. He never has shown anyone before. I'm putting a lot of trust in you guys. Please, don't leave me now. He took a shuddering breath as he slowly lifted his arms above the table, scrunching his eyes shut. I can't watch their reactions. I can't believe I'm actually showing them. Mom is going to kill me. It was deadly silent. Izuku had heard the term "you could hear a pin drop" before, but had never experienced it before. He could tell that no one was breathing, himself included. He wanted to see how they were reacting, but he couldn't bear to open his eyes. He could feel the tears start to build up behind his eyelids, threatening to spill the moment he opened them. He was terrified. Terrified that this would all be for nothing. That the system would turn its back on him like it always did. That his calls for help would be ignored once again. He should have known better. His eyes flew open as the silence was broken by Aizawa's chair sliding back. Izuku was surprised as he saw the man's quirk had activated, his eyes glowing red in the darkness and his hair floating around him. Izuku saw the pure fury in the man's eyes, but surprisingly didn't feel afraid of the man. He was a little hurt, though, when Aizawa stood and turned away from him, his back now facing the table. Izuku removed his arms from the table, feeling less vulnerable when they were out of sight once again. Izuku turned to the other heroes who still sat shocked, hurt evident in his eyes, and looking for an explanation for the man's behavior. Nemuri was obviously too upset to speak, as tears slowly made their way down her cheeks. Yamada was the one who spoke up, using a voice so low that Izuku didn't know was possible for the loud hero. Give him a minute, kid. Seeing your injuries probably cut a little close for him. Izuku's head tilted, showing his obvious confusion. Too close to home? Did it remind him of someone he worked with as a hero? Someone in his personal life? Izuku's mind raced over all of the possibilities, trying to figure out the reason behind the hero's response as he waited for Aizawa to come back. They stayed in silence for a few more minutes and watched as Aizawa slowly started to calm himself down. His hair had fallen back around his shoulders, and he was slowly clenching his hands into fists. Izuku could hear the man's deep breaths as he tried to calm down, and he matched his own breathing with the rhythm, waiting. When Aizawa slowly turned back around and moved to sit in his chair again, his gaze wasn't as hard as before. Now it was filled with regret and sadness, but the rage was still present. I'm very sorry for my reaction, Midoriya. As Yamada said, seeing your injuries was hard for me. Izuku watched as the man started to roll up his own sleeve, his curiosity turning into horror as his arm became visible. I didn't have an easy time growing up either. Everyone has their reasons for wanting to help you. Mine just happened to come from personal experience. Izuku stared at the man's arm before his gaze shifted up to his eyes, tears spilling down his cheeks and staining his apron. Even though he had looked away from his arm, he could still see the word that had been carved into his skin. It was an old scar, that much had been obvious, but it was so much like Izuku's, except it had been carved instead of burned. Villain. The word swam before Izuku's eyes as he stared at the older man, who looked back with understanding and care in his gaze. His gaze was pulled away when Namuri spoke up. Midoriya? When did she do this to you? His answer was soft as he struggled to speak through the tears that were still flowing. Last night, when I got off work. He watched as all of the heroes shut their eyes, knowing the reaction they were probably having to his words. Please. Don't blame yourselves. Why, you didn't know it would happen. I don't blame you guys at all, because when you did figure it out, you tried to help me, and that's what matters to me. It was Aizawa that responded this time. I'm so sorry, Midoriya. Even if you don't blame us, I suspected what was happening and I should have done what I could to stop it. You saved my life, and I let you get injured in return. Izuku was shaking his head before the man had even finished talking. Don't start this, Aizawa. You know that if you had tried to help me then I wouldn't have accepted it. You wouldn't have been able to stop me from leaving that hospital. I knew what was going to happen when I left. I don't believe in fate, but if you had approached me before tonight, then I wouldn't have accepted to burden you with my problems. Any of you. These injuries will heal with time, and watching you pity yourself isn't going to help anything. Aizawa let out a gruff laugh as he finished his little speech. Namuri and Yamada shocked once again by the boy. Demon kid, all right, calm down. No need to get all worked up and yell at us. But you're right, we aren't here to feel sorry for ourselves, or for you. We're here to set things in motion and change what's been happening. Aizawa reached over and ruffled the boy's hair, and Izuku was shocked but couldn't help but feel overjoyed by the affectionate touch, letting out a small giggle. If accepting help meant that touches wouldn't be filled with anger and violence, I wish I had done this a lot sooner. It feels good to feel like this. Aizawa smiled at him softly. Come on, kid, let's get this place closed up. Tell us what to do so we can help out. We can all crash at my place tonight so you don't have to go home. We can get some sleep then visit with Nedzu when we wake up. Izuku smiled at that plan, and as they all slid out of the booth to make quick work of closing the store, Izuku relished in the feelings inside of him. Most of them were still foreign to him, but he would try to hold on to them for as long as he could, making a note to ask one of the heroes about them later so he could put a name to them. They finished just after 4, which was lucky, because that meant his mother would see that he closed the store at the normal time and wouldn't think much of it. The 3 heroes waited on the sidewalk as Izuku locked the door behind them, and then they headed down the street to where Yamada had parked his car. Aizawa slipped into the back with Izuku as Yamada drove away, and Izuku took that time to pull out his phone. Opening his group chat, he saw that he had a few new messages from his friends, responses from his cryptic message he had sent to all of them earlier. To the friend squad. 2:07 a.m. I'm getting help. I'm getting out of my situation with my mom. I'll fill you guys in later. 2:14 a.m. D. What are you talking about? What can we do to help? 2:20 a.m. T. Let me help. I want to make her pay for what she's done to you. 2:22 a.m. K. Good. It's about time. Izuku smiled down at his friends' responses, not even caring that his message to them had probably woken them all up. He was glad to have friends like them in his life, and he let his happiness show in his response to them. 4:38 a.m. I love you guys. I'm going to get some sleep right now. I will call you all tomorrow and explain everything. Don't worry, I'm going to need you guys around to support me. Thank you guys for being my friends. What are you smiling about, kid? Aizawa leaned over and nudged him with his shoulder, making sure the boy knew he was just messing with him. Izuku glanced up at the man, smiling softly at him. It's nice to really realize that I have people supporting me and friends that care about me. It's not something that I'm used to feeling. I'm feeling a lot of things right now. Some that I've never felt before and I can't put a name to, but I know that they're all good things. As much as I'm afraid of what's going to happen, and I don't like not knowing how things will turn out, I know that no matter what, I was able to do something right. I was able to continue following the dream I had given up on, Even if it doesn't work out, I'll be at peace with the fact that I tried. Izuku saw Nomuri smiling up front and caught Yamada's smile in the mirror. But it was Aizawa's smile that brought tears to his eyes. Aizawa was the reason things were changing after all, the reason he was able to smile and feel the things he was feeling. Izuku couldn't help the overwhelming gratitude that surged through him as he smiled back. Aizawa reached over and ruffled his hair again, causing the boy to let out another laugh that made everyone's smiles widen. Izuku finally felt at peace for once in his life, and as he felt the tiredness start to creep up on him, he felt himself smiling as his eyes closed, finally letting himself drift off to sleep. Aizawa watched as Midoriya slowly started falling asleep, catching his head as he started to fall forward and carefully leaning him back against the seat. He glanced down at the boy's arms again, feeling that fury tried to take over his body again but managing to push it down for the time being. Aizawa had made the boy leave his arms uncovered, insisting that burn wounds needed to be exposed to open air to heal properly, and that he wouldn't be judged for leaving them exposed. Aizawa knew that it was pointless, but he couldn't help feel the guilt that was trying to eat him away, feeling his chest tighten as he looked over the boy's wounds. He was so young. No one deserves to be treated like this, especially not you, kid. Aizawa's eyes left the boy in favor of glaring out the window, watching the buildings pass by outside, recognizing that they would be at his apartment in about 5 minutes as memories took over his head, reminding him of his own childhood, his own tormentors. He continued glaring out the window as his memories assaulted his mind, finding himself falling into the darkness he could never fully keep at bay. He always had trouble with his memories, his childhood would always be something that haunted him, and as he was remembering the day when he got the mark on his arm, he felt something bump into his shoulder as the car made a turn. Looking down, he smiled when he saw Midoriya snoring softly against him, having fallen into his side when the car turned. Aizawa pushed his memories back for right now, refusing to let them overtake him at a time like this. He needed to stay strong, at least until everything was alright for the kid. He needed to show him that he would be alright, that his future wasn't hopeless. When they pulled up to his apartment, Aizawa gently grabbed Midoriya and lifted him into his arms, not wanting to wake the boy. By the looks of those circles and considering how fast he fell asleep, he needs more sleep than I do, and that's saying something. Plus he'll need his energy for tomorrow. They were all very careful not to make too much noise, no one wanting to wake the sleeping boy, and Aizawa was careful to not hit his head against any door frames as Yamada held open the doors. When they entered the apartment, Yamada and Nomuri immediately headed to the guest bedroom, trusting Aizawa to take care of Midoriya. Aizawa gently set him down on his bed, removing his shoes and making sure he was covered before leaving to sleep on the couch, grabbing his sleeping bag as he went. Aizawa knew that tomorrow would be a very long day, and was reluctant to force himself to wake up, but he set an alarm for 10 a.m. anyway, figuring that everyone could at least get a few hours of sleep before they were forced to meet with Nezu and get everything sorted out. He sighed as he settled down into the couch, hoping one last time that everything really would turn out okay before he finally passed out. Izuku was confused when he woke up. He didn't recognize his surroundings, and there was a smell that lingered around him that he couldn't place. He glanced around the room, looking for some sign of where he was as he tried to remember how he ended up here. He thought back to last night, and calmed down when he remembered that he was going to stay at Aizawa's with everyone else for the night. He glanced around the room again with less fear this time, knowing that he was in a safe place and there was no one he would pass up a chance to learn more about his favorite hero. He really wasn't that surprised at the lack of decorations around the room, but found that surprise when he noticed how clean the place really was. From an outsider's viewpoint, Aizawa was a pretty haggard-looking guy, and seemed very tired all the time, if not a little lazy. Izuku had learned that the man was not lazy by any means, but the tiredness was definitely there. If he has enough time to clean, why doesn't he get enough sleep? He laughed to himself as his gaze moved to the open closet where there was mostly black with very few variations. See, that's not very surprising. Izuku was slightly startled when he heard the sound of an alarm coming from outside the room before moving to investigate. He went to move the covers off of himself when he froze, catching sight of his bare arms. He stared at them for a few minutes, his curiosity at war with his fear of vulnerability. His curiosity won, his mind anxious to see what the rest of the apartment looked like. He was also able to calm his fear by reminding himself that it was just going to be Aizawa, Nemuri, and Yamada. They had already seen his arms, even if it had been in low lighting, but he was starting to trust them. He had seen the way that Yamada smiled at his friends, how Nemuri had looked at them all with such a loving gaze, had known Aizawa enough to recognize the love he felt. These are nice people. They aren't like Mom or the other people who hurt me. They are good to me. Izuku stood, stretching his back and realizing that he felt much more rested than he usually did. He wondered how much sleep he had actually gotten, smiling softly as he poked his head out of the bedroom door. The sight that greeted him made him laugh loudly. Aizawa was wrapped up in a bright yellow sleeping bag so that only his face and a few strands of hair could be seen, and the zipper had apparently gotten stuck on something, because he had stuck one arm out of the bag in order to grab both ends of the zipper. He was grumbling to himself as his alarm kept ringing from the phone on the floor. Izuku had guessed that Aizawa had tried to shut off the alarm while he was still partially asleep and had accidentally knocked his phone off the coffee table, and when he had tried to undo his bag to reach for his alarm, had discovered that the zipper was stuck. The sight of Aizawa struggling with such a mundane thing was hilarious to Midoriya, and he found himself wincing as he laughed enough for his injured rib to register the movement. His laughter caught the attention of Aizawa, who glared at the boy from his position, which just made Izuku laugh even more, clutching his side as he tried to gain control over himself. "Hey brat, when you're done laughing at me, wanna give me a hand? At least shut off that DMN alarm." He quickly pulled out his phone, taking a picture which earned him a sharp, "Hey." As the laughter finally died down, Izuku walked over to grab the phone from the ground, still chuckling as he shut off the alarm, surprised when he saw what time it was. Had I really slept for almost 6 hours? That's insane. He set the phone back on the coffee table as Aizawa continued to glare up at him, his arm now stuck poking out of the sleeping bag, almost causing him to fall into another laughing fit. He quickly reached over to free the man from the bag, who huffed at him before escaping from the yellow prison. He rolled his eyes at the older man, sending him a smirk and extremely glad that he had taken a picture before stepping in to help. "Delete that picture right now, kid." Aizawa was trying his best to intimidate him, but Izuku just stuck out his tongue. "No way. At least not until I get to show Nemuri and Yamada." Aizawa huffed again, rolling his eyes as he moved away. "Brat." Izuku followed after Aizawa, still curious to see the rest of the apartment, and they ended up in the kitchen, where Aizawa was reaching into a cupboard to grab some coffee grounds. Without an invitation or being asked, Izuku decided he wanted to help, to try to show his appreciation somehow, and wordlessly grabbed the empty coffee pot and started filling it with water. Aizawa seemed shocked at his actions, and Izuku sent him a small smirk as he took the grounds from his hands, making quick work of the coffee maker. "Lucky it's really similar to the one at work. I would have looked pretty stupid if I didn't know how to work it." The smell of coffee quickly started to fill the air, the aroma alone enough to start waking the pair up. A few minutes later, Izuku heard noises coming from the other side of the apartment, and as a door opened and he saw Yamada and Nemuri walk out, he could assume that the smell had wafted into their room as well. Soon they were all huddled in the kitchen, a mug of hot coffee in each of their hands. Izuku could tell that the others were enjoying their coffee, and that made him smile into his mug. He could also tell that they were all trying not to stare at his arms, knowing that they had wanted to observe the markings in a better light, and as awkward as it made him feel, he didn't feel the fear. Aizawa spoke up, making his attention drift from his thoughts. "Nedzu will be coming by in about an hour to meet with you. I think you'll like him though, so you don't need to worry about him." Izuku nodded but didn't offer any other response, just enjoying the rest of his coffee before remembering what had happened when he woke up. With a grin on his face, he quickly pulled out his phone, causing Aizawa to groan into his coffee, making Yamada and Nemuri glance between them in confusion until Izuku pulled up the picture and turned his phone to face them. The reaction was almost immediate, Nemuri bursting out laughing and Yamada grabbing his phone to get a better look. "Oh my god, show you to look at you. I'm going to send this to myself and Nemuri, okay Midoriya? Then you'll be able to have our numbers saved too, just in case anything ever happens." Midoriya was chuckling as he watched the reactions of the heroes. Aizawa had put his head down onto the table, ignoring all of them as the other three swapped numbers. When they were finished and had started talking about something random, Aizawa grunted to Izuku and held his hand out. Immediately realizing what the hero wanted, Izuku laughed again as he handed over his phone to receive a new contact. The three laughed as Aizawa grumpily typed in his information, then passed the phone back, all of them beginning to tease each other until before they knew it, an hour had passed. Everyone froze as he heard knocking on the door, and Izuku took a deep breath to prepare himself for the conversation that was about to happen. Aizawa stood from the table, leaving his coffee mug behind as he headed toward the front door, the other three following closely behind him. "Take a seat in the living room, I'll answer the door." Aizawa really wasn't that surprised to see another man who looked slightly familiar standing next to Nezu when he opened the door. He had learned a long time ago to not be surprised by anything when it came to his boss. Without saying anything or asking who that man was, Aizawa stepped aside to let them into his apartment, gesturing for them to enter into the living room. When the other three already sat, Izuku peeked over the back of the couch to watch the new people come in. Aizawa almost snorted at the way the boy looked, kneeling backwards on the couch and making himself smaller so that only his eyes and messy hair were visible. Aizawa noticed the way the other three had sat, Namuri on one side of Midoriya and Yamada sitting on the arm of the couch by her, leaving him the space on the other side of the kid and the two chairs open. Midoriya watched with wonder and curiosity in his eyes at the small animal in front of him now, looking like he wanted to reach out and touch him, as if he wasn't really real. Midoriya followed the man-like creature with his eyes and watched as he and the other man moved around the couch to sit in the open chairs, forcing Midoriya to turn back around on the couch. Aizawa took the spot next to him as Midoriya put his feet on the couch and wrapped his arms around them just like last night. Normally Aizawa wouldn't be very lenient about feet on his furniture, but being in this position seemed to help the kid stay calm, and Aizawa wanted this to be as easy as possible for him. At least he's wearing socks. "Hello. You must be the young Midoriya I've heard so much about. Allow me to introduce Detective Tsukachi. I believe you have already met." Aizawa watched as Midoriya nodded slightly, sending a small smile to the detective, and Aizawa suddenly remembered this man from the hospital. That's right, he was the one who took my statement about what happened with the villains. No wonder I recognized him, that was just a few days ago. Alright then, great. Now, you already know why we are here. Before we get started, do you have any questions for us before we begin? Izuku shifted his head slightly, still seemingly entranced by the creature in front of him. "Why? If you don't mind me asking." Principal Nezu smiled at the boy and said, "What do you think I am?" Midoriya's eyes seemed to light up as his eyes roamed over every detail of the animal, taking in the white fur, the paws, the scar covering his eye. Most of the physical characteristics pointed to that of a rat or a bear, maybe even a bit of dog. The tail and face were more similar to that of a rat, the paws akin to a dog, while the overall body shape looked like a small bear. He started to talk softly, stuttering quite a bit, but Aizawa noticed that as Midoriya continued talking, his stuttering lessened and he picked up speed. If I had to guess just by looking at you, I would say that you would be what's considered a sea chimera, or an animal that contains more than one type of G gene. Looking at your physical characteristics, I would say that your DNA might contain a mixture of rat, bear, and dog, although that doesn't really explain how you are able to talk. Usually if you have a mutant-type quirk, the mutation would only come from one type of animal, like how one of Aizawa's students has a frog quirk. She can do things a frog can do. So I don't think that this is really the making of a quirk, but maybe a side effect of your genetics, or testing that has been done. If you had started out as one of the things I had mentioned, and then was injected with different DNA of the other animals, that could help explain the physical characteristics. Assuming that it was only the 3 DNA types, the rat and the bear would cancel each other out in size, assuming it was a large bear, leaving you about the size of a dog, which fits. It would also explain the other characteristics that don't seem to belong to just one animal. Although, that still wouldn't explain the talking. Unless you were a human to start with and were injected with all 3 of the DNA. Aizawa watched as the boy's gaze seemed to drift until he wasn't really looking at anything, beginning to mumble softly to himself, talking too softly for anyone to hear. Everyone sat in silence, shocked by the boy's perception, everyone except Nezu, who sat looking very pleased with the boy. Aizawa tried to listen to Midoriya's mumbling, finding himself wanting to hear more, but finding the boy talking much too fast and too low for his mind to process it. Nezu was the one to bring the boy back from his distractions, with a simple, "I like you. We're going to get along, I can tell." Midoriya's eyes snapped back into focus and his face immediately turned bright red. "I'm sorry. I'll let myself get carried away." Before the boy could continue to apologize or feel guilty, Nezu spoke up once again. "No worries, dear boy. I asked a question and you gave me an answer. While it was more detailed than I expected from someone so young and who had just met me, I am impressed by what your mind is able to comprehend in just a few moments. When everything is taken care of and your safety is guaranteed, I would like to meet with you again to further discuss your abilities and options for your future. Now, shall we begin?" Nezu looked around as everyone nodded, the officer taking out a notepad and Midoriya taking deep breaths, grasping his legs tightly. Aizawa started, doing his best to keep his voice monotone and not let emotions seep into his words. "You already know most of what we know, you heard my suspicions and the recording that confirmed them. Tsukachi, I will send you a copy of that recording later. To briefly summarize, we know that Midoriya's mother has been abusing him for most of his life. Midoriya mentioned to us that things started when it was discovered that he didn't have a quirk. Since then, he has been bullied at school and abused at home." Aizawa saw Namuri wrap an arm around Midoriya, who had started to shake softly. He paused for a moment before continuing, knowing he needed to get this over with as soon as he could. Not only does his mother physically harm him with her quirk, she doesn't allow him to sleep for more than 2 to 3 hours every night, and we know that has been going on for about 2 months. He works at her coffee shop at night and attends school during the day. His mother's quirk is fire breathing. She has been using it against him for years with the intent to harm him. Aizawa softly nudged Midoriya, who slowly extended his arms for the other two to see. Aizawa watched as Nezu's face became unreadable, one of the only signs to let you know that he was upset, and the detective's face showed absolute horror. With a shaky voice, Tsukachi spoke for the first time. "Midoriya, I need to take a picture of your arms and face for evidence. Is that all right with you?" Aizawa watched as Midoriya nodded, closing his eyes as Tsukachi took the pictures, not opening them again until Namuri whispered that it was over. With a heavy sigh, Midoriya leaned into Namuri's arms, folding his own against his chest to hide them again. Aizawa gave the officer another moment to compose himself before addressing him. "Tsukachi, what are our options to ensure his safety?" "We can gather a team to arrest his mother today. With this evidence and his statement, we have enough for an arrest and he probably wouldn't even need to testify against her. After that, we will have a team look into the other people who have been causing Midoriya harm in his past or who have stood by and let it happen. Do you have any other family members, Midoriya? Someone who can take you in?" Aizawa watched as Midoriya shook his head, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. "Okay, that will need to be figured out as well. Since you're still underage, you need to have some type of legal guardian." Aizawa hadn't even thought of that, and he thought about the different possibilities before Namuri's voice broke him out of his thoughts. He looked up to find her staring at Yamada. "We can do it. Yamada and we would be willing to take Midoriya in. If that's all right with you, kid. It's your choice." Midoriya stared up at them, his eyes moving back and forth between them, looking for any signs of deceit but not finding any. "Why you wanted me?" Namuri hugged him tightly. "We would love to have you, kid. I know we don't know each other very well yet, so you don't have to decide right now, but Yamada and I have actually been looking around at different adoption agencies for a while now." Aizawa was a little shocked. He didn't know they were looking to adopt. He heard Midoriya start to cry into Namuri's shoulder, Yamada reaching over to gently pet his hair. Everyone waited in silence for a moment, the air feeling a little heavy, before Midoriya slowly nodded his head against her shoulder. Aizawa smiled softly, happy for his friends and for Midoriya. They'll be good for each other. Tsukachi clapped his hands together, making Midoriya jump slightly. "Whoops, sorry kid. Anyway, that's great, I'll have the paperwork printed out and we can work on getting it all filled out tonight after we have his mother in custody. I'm going to go now and get everything ready. I will be in contact with you shortly so you know the plan. If you're up for it, Midoriya, you're welcome to be there for the arrest. Eraserhead's quirk will be very useful, and we'll probably try to get her at the coffee shop where she will be less suspecting, so if you would like to come and make sure everything is order, the coffee shop will likely be passed down to you by a judge after she's convicted since you have no other family. Midoriya was silent for a moment before he replied, "See, can I bring my friends?" The detective smiled softly at the boy. "Of course. You can take whatever measures you need to feel comfortable." With that, the detective made to leave, Aizawa walking him out before returning to the couch. He leaned over to ruffle the kid's hair, enjoying the smile that the boy gave in response. "Hey kid, why don't you go and call your friends and have them come here? It shouldn't take Tsukachi more than an hour or two to get everything ready, so then they can be here when it's time to go if you want them there. You can go into the bedroom to call them, then you can sleep for a bit longer until they get here if you want." Aizawa got a piece of paper and wrote his address on it, giving it to Midoriya as the boy got up from the couch and heading into the bedroom, leaving the heroes alone. The four heroes sat in silence for a few minutes, thinking about everything that had learned and about what was going to come. It was still hard for Aizawa to wrap his head around the thought of his two best friends becoming actual parents. He fully supported them, and he was very happy for them and for Midoriya. It just seemed like everything was happening very fast. He couldn't imagine how Midoriya was handling everything. His entire life was being flipped around, and nothing would ever really be the same for him. He was still thinking about ways to help Midoriya cope with all the changes when Nezu spoke up. "I am considering offering young Midoriya a spot at UA considering his capabilities and his sense of right and wrong. He is very mature for his age, and Aizawa, you said yourself that you thought he had what it would take to become a hero. There is a 5th additional scholarship spot where a student can get into the hero course under special circumstances. Most people don't know about this. Aizawa, if you're serious about what you said and are willing to take responsibility for the boy, I would be willing to accept him into my school. Even though he doesn't have a quirk, he could work with someone from the support class to help him to level the playing field a bit." Aizawa was floored. Could this really be happening? Sure, he had heard rumors about another spot, but he didn't think they were true. He had never heard of anyone getting into the hero course late. "Of course I'll take responsibility for him. I meant what I said. I will help him to become a hero if that's what he wants." Nezu nodded to him, settling deeper into the chair. "Great, well then that's settled. Now how about some coffee? Or tea if you have it? Then we can continue talking about the capture of Midoriya Inko." Izuku laid in the best, staring at the ceiling. He had just gotten off the group call with his friends. He had done his best to explain everything that was happening to them, ending the call by practically begging them to come with him to what would likely end up being a confrontation with his mother. He was relieved when he didn't even need to convince them. They all immediately said that they would drop everything and come to him, ending the call as soon as Izuku read them the address Aizawa had given him. He was dreading seeing his mother again, given the circumstances that would surround the meeting. Even if he wasn't being expected to talk to her, Izuku knew that his mother would start screaming at him as soon as she laid eyes on him, and Izuku just hoped that he would be strong enough to withstand her fury. "It will be okay. I'm not alone anymore." His heart filled with warmth when he remembered the people that were trying their best to help him, hearing muffled voices from the living room and remembering what Namuri had offered to him. A part of him regretted accepting her offer. She was right, they didn't really know each other, and Izuku knew that he came with a lot of baggage. He had way too many problems. But he would try his best to not be a burden for her or Yamada. A small part of him wanted to go back and take back his answer, but the rest of him was thrilled at the thought. Not only would he have two heroes as his parents, but they were also two people he felt like he could trust. Izuku knew that he was an easy truster, but he also knew that growing up the way he did, he developed pretty good instincts. After being hurt by so many people, it became easy to see similarities in them all, to notice the subtle aura from strangers, that feeling that something was just off about them. He learned to spot the signs of danger, to know when people would hurt him. But he didn't get any of those feelings from Yamada and Namuri. And then there was Aizawa. Izuku trusted him more than anyone else in his life. He had shown the man the injuries that had never been revealed to other people. Izuku didn't know how, but he knew that he could trust Aizawa, and Aizawa trusted both Namuri and Yamada. And for now, that was enough. He would just have to try to be the bet he could be for them, to make everything as easy as possible. He smiled softly to himself as he left his eyes shut, still tired from the night before. He was able to sleep for about 45 minutes before he was shaken slightly. "Hey kid, wake up. Your friends are here, and I don't want you all piled in my bedroom, so come out in the living room." He groaned, stretching slightly as he opened his eyes to see Aizawa hovering above him. "Okay, give me a sec to wake up and dash," he yawned. "I'll be right there." He saw Aizawa roll his eyes at him before leaving the room. Izuku rubbed the sleep from his eyes as he sat up, preparing himself for what would soon be happening. At least he got to take a nap. He definitely needed it. He felt more refreshed than he could ever remember feeling as he stood up, leaving the comfort of the warm bed to go and greet his friends. Looking around, he saw the heroes in the kitchen and his friends huddled by the front door, looking extremely awkward. Toga was looking around with some curiosity though. "Look at Kaken. I wish I could take a picture of his face right now." It was understandable, of course. Aizawa was Kaken's teacher after all, and now the boy was in his apartment. "Hey guys. Thanks for coming so fast." All three of them looked up at his voice and immediately rushed over to him, leaving their awkwardness by the door. Izuku braced himself as he was engulfed in between three different bodies, arms tangling together until no one could tell who started where. Izuku sniffed as he was cradled in his friend's warmth, feeling so much happier than he ever had. He just felt so at peace right now. He knew it was just the calm before the storm, but after getting a good amount of sleep in a place he felt safe in, and being around so many people who cared about him and wanted to help him, well, it was just a completely different experience. The four teens finally broke apart and moved to the empty couch, draping over each other, craving each other's company. None of them had had the best upbringing, and they had never really felt the love of another person until they met each other. Now, after finally having an opportunity to feel the care of someone else, every time they were together they made sure to show their love for each other. They were all very touch-deprived and ached for physical attention as well as emotional. None of them cared what anyone else thought of them when they walked down the street, hand in hand, or when they leaned against each other on the bus. It didn't matter what people thought of them, because they all knew what they were to each other. Izuku settled down into the comfort of the couch and his friends, smiling with them as they tried to adjust themselves and each other, moving elbows and knees out of the way. The mood became less cheerful when Dabi noticed Izuku's arms, reaching out for them carefully. The three stared at his arms with a scrutiny that would have made Izuku squirm if it were anyone else, but he didn't shy away from his friends. He looked up at them, meeting each of their eyes, wiping the tears away from Toga's cheek. "It's going to be okay. After today, I'm going to be free." He smiled as he felt each of his friends reach out for him, feeling the softness of their touches and appreciating them all. He started talking to them again, filling them in on everything that he hadn't been able to say over the phone, telling them about his observations about the principal, his talk with the detective, the offer by Namuri. The air was light and happy as they conversed for a while, before it suddenly dropped when Aizawa came from the kitchen. Tsukachi called. "It's time to go. You all can come with me in my car. Namuri and Nedzu will go in Yamada's car and meet us there. Make sure you have your keys, kid. We'll stop by your house on the way back here so you can grab everything you need. You can continue staying here until everything is figured out." Izuku tensed, but he wasn't afraid anymore. He had his friends, and his soon-to-be new family would be there too. They all followed Aizawa out to the car, Izuku immediately running to take the front seat before anyone else had a chance, causing the other teens to roll their eyes at him. Izuku leaned his chair all the way back once they were driving away, content to spend the drive just being as close to his friends as possible. He wasn't afraid, but he wasn't really okay either. The drive was spent mostly in silence, Toga playing with his hair, making small braids before unraveling them. Izuku had laid his arm against Dabi's legs, reaching across the car to hold Kaken's hand. Dabi turned his head toward the roof of the car, closing his eyes and tracing small patterns into Izuku's elbow with his fingertips. Izuku hummed a song that was constantly stuck in his head, murmuring a few of the words without really thinking about it. It was from Enchanted, one of the few Disney movies that he would never get sick of. His voice was almost too quiet for the others to hear, but as he sang the chorus the others could faintly make out the words. So close to reaching. That famous happy end. Almost believing. This one's not pretend. And now you're beside me. And look how far we've come. So far we are so close. Izuku closed his eyes as he finished humming the rest of the song, missing the soft smiles that had appeared on everyone's faces as they listened to the boy sing. Not long after he finished the song, Aizawa spoke up, warning them that they were getting close to the shop. Izuku kept his eyes shut for a little while longer before sitting up in his chair, looking around to see that they were indeed close. Aizawa parked the car across the street and down the road a bit, and as Izuku left the car, he saw Yamada pulling up behind them. He sent them a small smile as he grabbed Dabi and Toga's hands, leaving Kaken to grab Dabi's other hand, sticking his tongue out at Toga, who returned the gesture. The group was quickly joined by the 4 pro heroes, who led the way across the street and toward the shop. Izuku saw police officers coming from the other direction towards them, until they stopped just outside of the shop's window line. Aizawa turned back slightly to speak to them. "You all stay over here out of the way. I will go in with the police to make sure nothing gets out of control." They all nodded, and the heroes and officers began to converge on the shop, letting Aizawa enter first. Izuku watched as Nedzu told Kaken to set him on his shoulder, watched as Yamada and Namuri placed themselves shoulder to shoulder in front of him. Izuku watched as the people around him formed a tight box with him in the center, shielding him from everything. Izuku watched as Aizawa stepped into the store, hands on his capture weapon. Listened as he heard the police call out for his mother's cooperation and list the charges against her. He heard screaming, definitely from his mom, and what sounded like breaking glass before the sounds were abruptly cut off. Dabi sent him a reassuring squeeze, tightening his grip on Izuku's hand, and he remembered his mother's quirk and feared for the officers, for his friend. They're all going to be okay. Aizawa is there. No one is going to get hurt because of me. Izuku watched with apprehension as his mother was brought out of the shop, wrapped tightly in Aizawa's capture weapon, seeing the quirk-repressing HNDCFFS locked around her wrists. His apprehension turned to fear as her fury-filled gaze found him in the crowd, flinching back while he waited for the pain that always accompanied that look. But it never came. Izuku felt 2 more hands join, Yamada reaching back to hold on to his and Dabi's, and Namuri reaching to hold his and Toga's. He felt 2 hands on his shoulders and a paw on top of his head. And he remembered that he wasn't alone anymore. That his mother couldn't hurt him anymore. The fear left his gaze and he stared back at his mother, fueled by the support of the people around him. Oh boy, did that pisses her off. If she hadn't been wearing those HNFS, Izuku suspected she would have burned down the entire street as she started screaming at him. "UF brat. Ungrateful child. How could you do this to me after everything I've done for you? I hurt you for your own good. It's not my fault you ended up quirkless. I was just preparing you for the real world. It's your fault that you kept making me so mad. You should have just jumped off to dash." Her harsh words were cut off as Aizawa's weapon wrapped around her mouth as he pulled her back into the police van where she was locked into the back. The van drove away and it was over. Just like that. The whole experience probably only lasted about 30 seconds, but for Izuku, it would last forever, those memories trapped in his mind. Aizawa came back to the group after talking to some of the officers for a bit, and everyone turned to stare at Izuku, who immediately broke down into tears as he gave individual hugs to everyone surrounding him repeatedly, not even thinking but just so grateful and emotional in the moment. When he gave Dabi another hug, he felt the older boy reach into his pocket and take his keys. Dabi gently shifted him so he was now gripping onto Aizawa. "Take care of him. The 3 of us will close up the shop and check up on him later. Hey Aizu." Dabi waited until Izuku looked up at him before continuing, ruffling his hair. "Remember what you said to us earlier, okay? Everything is going to be okay now. We're going to go for a bit, but we'll meet up again soon, okay? Listen to these guys. I can tell they care about you." Izuku watched as his 3 closest friends walked away, but felt peace knowing they would return to him. He felt very tired very suddenly, and it was only Aizawa's support that kept him from kissing the sidewalk. The man huffed at him. "Come on kid, let's run to your house, then we can all go back to my place and rest. We've still got stuff to do." Izuku nodded as he felt Yamada come up beside them, taking one of Izuku's arms and wrapping it around his shoulders, Aizawa copying the motion and all but dragging him back to his car. They let him settle into the front seat, where he immediately passed out, emotionally exhausted. When Aizawa woke him back up, he was surprised to see his house. He glanced at Aizawa, who shrugged, "I just asked your friends for your address." Izuku nodded, unbuckling his seat belt but pausing before he exited the car, turning back to Aizawa. "See, can you come with me? I don't want to go in alone." Izuku watched as the man's gaze softened, nodding to him before undoing his own belt and accompanying him to gather his things. He was lucky that they kept a spare key outside, since Dabi had taken his keys from him earlier. He made quick work of getting everything he wanted, blushing as he hurriedly shoved the few pieces of Eraserhead merchandise he owned into his backpack before Aizawa could see it. "Put everything you won't need for a bit into garbage bags. We can just leave them in my car until you have your own place to stay, that way we won't have to lug everything around." He finished quickly, not really having that much to begin with. He glanced around his room one last time before heading outside, where Aizawa was finishing putting his one garbage bag full of clothes into the trunk of his car. What's going to happen to the house? He finished locking the front door, slipping his spare key into his pocket before heading to the car. "I honestly have no idea. You could ask Tsukachi tonight when we see him, or Nedzu. Either of them would probably know." Humming softly in response, Izuku climbed back into the car, not letting himself fall asleep this time, watching the surroundings fly by the car as they drove away from his childhood home. He was exhausted. After everything that had happened today, Izuku knew that no one would blame him for reacting like this, but he still felt so guilty that all he wanted to do as soon as they got to Aizawa's apartment was to fall into bed and sleep for as long as he could. Watching his mother get arrested had taken a lot out of him, no matter how much safer and peaceful he felt now that he wasn't constantly worrying about whether he would do something to make her mad. Izuku remembered how she had looked, angry and furious, and said he didn't really care about that. But as his brain recounted the hint of sadness she had radiated, he felt his heart clench. No matter what she had done to him, he never wanted to hurt her or anyone else. He never wanted to end up like all those people he had learned to fear. "Hey kid, I don't know what you're thinking about right now, but I hope you know that you did the right thing. Now stop making yourself depressed. I know you're probably really tired right now, but we still have stuff to do when we get back, so you need to stay awake for that and to eat something, then you can sleep, okay?" Izuku watched Aizawa as he spoke, nodding when he finished, but the man never turned his eyes away from the street. Izuku sighed, making himself as comfortable as he could in the chair without falling asleep. He thought about what was likely to be waiting for them when they got back to the apartment. He thought back to what Nedzu had said to him earlier. He said he wanted to meet with me to discuss my future, and Aizawa said we would see him tonight. I wonder what that will be about? What kind of options could someone like me even have? He remembered what Namuri and Yamada had offered him. I wonder if they've changed their minds. After seeing the whole scene with Mom, well, I wouldn't blame them. He was abruptly shook from his thoughts when he felt a sharp flick against his forehead. He blinked up in confusion at Aizawa, who was frowning as he turned his attention back to the street. "Didn't I say to stop making yourself depressed? What are you thinking about anyway?" Normally, Izuku would lie. Make up an excuse. Avoid the question. But this was different. This was Aizawa, the first person who had ever reached out and really done something to change his life for the better. He sighed again, staring out the window as he answered. "You'll think it's stupid, but I was thinking about what Nedzu wanted to talk to me about, since I can't really think of a lot of options I can have for the future besides just working at the shop. I was thinking about Namuri and Yamada. I just can't really believe that they're serious. It all seems so rushed, they barely even know me, and they made the decision too fast to think about. After they saw everything with my mom, and now that they've had more time to think about it and talk to each other, I feel like I'm just waiting for them to tell me that they don't really want me. I just can't let myself hope and pine over a decision that was made in a couple of seconds." Aizawa was quiet long enough that Izuku looked back at him. He had a thoughtful expression on his face. "You're right. I do think that's stupid." Izuku laughed. "But I don't think you have to worry. About the Nedzu thing, I know what he's going to offer you and I think you'll like it. And about Namuri and Yamada, Well, I've known those two for a really long time. I admit that the decision was made very quickly, but I wouldn't say they didn't get to talk about it. You heard Namuri, they had been looking around to adopt. Sure, they didn't really get a chance to talk about adopting you, but their minds were set before they met you. I really don't believe in fate or anything like that, but I do think that the three of you will be very good for each other. I think that they will help you overcome your past and heal, and I think you'll help them fill a place that had been empty for them. And anyway, worrying about stuff like that is stupid. What good will it do for you, kid? Izuku smiled as Aizawa slowly started to ease his worries. The older man was actually really good at making people feel better. No matter how much he wanted people to believe that he didn't care, Izuku knew better. Even though he was still nervous about everything, he was sure that everything would work out, one way or another. I don't need to be afraid anymore. At least, not in the same way I always have been. Izuku settled back into the chair again, poking Aizawa in the side with his fingers, smirking. Thanks, Aizawa. I always knew you were just a big softy, even when you act all mean and distant to everyone. Shut up, kid. Izuku was laughing now at the way the man was glaring at the road. Don't worry, I won't spill your secret to anyone. No, but really, Izuku watched as Aizawa glanced over with concern at how quickly his tone became serious. I really appreciate it. You've been a good friend to me and I'll never forget everything you've done for me. Aizawa rolled his eyes and took one hand off the steering wheel to rustle Izuku's hair, making the teen smile. Don't worry about it, kid. Izuku continued smiling at the man, even though he was turned away. When he finally turned away, he felt a lot better. I really like it when he rubs my hair like that. It feels nice, not having to be afraid. To not flinch away when someone reaches out. Izuku started humming again, relieved that this day was close to coming to an end. He couldn't wait to see what his future would look like now. When they finally got back to the apartment, Izuku found both Yamada and Namuri waiting for them inside. His nervousness from before started creeping up on him, and he startled when Aizawa flicked his forehead again. Knock it off, kid. Remember what we talked about. He left it at that, not responding to the other heroes' confused faces as he brushed by them, going further into the apartment. Izuku smiled a little, remembering their conversation, and he did end up feeling a bit better. Namuri returned his smile when she saw it, reaching out for him and pulling him into a quick hug. Hey kiddo, sorry about everything that happened today. It probably feels like your whole life got flipped upside down in just a few hours. Your mom got arrested, 2 practical strangers offered to adopt you, you're getting offered SP-. He doesn't know about that yet, so shut it. Wait for Nedzu to get here. Namuri looked towards the kitchen as Aizawa's voice cut her off, rolling her eyes. Whatever, fine, you big grump. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is that, with how fast everything happened, Yamada and I just wanted to tell you. Izuku closed his eyes. This is it, they decided they don't want me, that it's okay if you need more time to think about this whole adoption thing. We understand how hard everything must be for you, and if you decide that you don't want us to adopt you anymore, then we'll understand and we won't blame you. Izuku's eyes flew open. He saw Aizawa poking his head out of the kitchen, smirking at him. Saw Namuri and Yamada both staring at him with understanding and hopeful gazes. He couldn't believe it. Why you still wanted me? Why you didn't decide that I would be too much work? Izuku started crying. I thought that after you saw everything today, then. Izuku broke off, fully sobbing now as Namuri and Yamada both reached for him, hugging him tightly. Even Aizawa came over, wrapping around all of them. Namuri was quick to reassure him, trying to get him to calm down a bit. No. Hey, it's okay, don't cry, Izuku. It's not like that at all, we have no doubts about taking you in. Even though we haven't known you for very long, we love having you around. We thought that you might have been having second thoughts. Izuku laughed through his tears, hiccuping slightly as he hugged everyone as tightly as he could. They want me. I can start over. I can have a new mom. Listen, Izuku, he looked up to Namuri, if you really are okay with it, then we got the paperwork from Tsukachi earlier. We could start filling it out right now if you want. Izuku continued staring at her, tears streaming down his face as disbelief filled his eyes. After a few moments, he was finally able to force out a response. Yes, Nemuri squealed, letting go of Izuku and dragging Yamada off to the couch, leaving Izuku and Aizawa standing near the door. Izuku saw Nemuri grab a stack of papers off the coffee table, and he smiled to himself, swaying slightly. Aizawa caught him, tapping his forehead to wake him up a bit. "Come on kid, just a bit longer. Nedzu should be here in just a bit. Wanna help me make some food?" Izuku just nodded, too drained to really respond, and followed Aizawa to the kitchen, where they got to work preparing some white rice and vegetable stir-fry. The smell of the food helped Izuku perk up a bit, as did the coffee that Aizawa pressed into his hand. It was leftover from this morning, so it wasn't that great, but it definitely helped, so he wasn't going to complain. When it was finished, Izuku took 2 plates into the other room and handed them to Nemuri and Yamada, smiling at them before going back into the kitchen. He prepared Aizawa's plate and laid it on the table before preparing his own, sitting across from him. The two ate in silence, both enjoying the food and trying not to fall asleep on each other. They had barely finished eating when they heard a knock on the door. Aizawa looked up. That's probably Nedzu. Go let him in and I'll clean up the food." Izuku nodded as he lifted himself from the chair, heading toward the door. When he opened it, he stepped aside as Nedzu quickly bounded into the room. "Why hello young Midoriya, you look dead on your feet. Let's chat quickly so you can get some sleep." Izuku nodded, his mind enamored with the thought of sleeping. He followed the small animal into the living room, both of them taking the open seats, and Aizawa came in a few moments later to occupy the open spot on the couch next to Yamada. Nemuri and Yamada both smiled in greeting at Nedzu before returning to their stack of paperwork. Nedzu turned to Izuku with a knowing look in his eyes, smiling at the boy. "Well then, shall we start?" Izuku quickly nodded, wanting to know what he wanted to talk about but also really wanting to get this over with so he could sleep. "I would like to know how you got so good at analyzing people. The way you were able to figure out so much about me immediately after meeting me, and how well you knew about Aizawa's quirk is impressive." Izuku twitched slightly, not really wanting to answer this question but knowing he had to. He was very glad for Aizawa's presence in that moment. The older man helped keep him calm just by being there. Izuku noticed that he didn't really stutter much when he was about. He stared at the wall about Aizawa's head as he replied, not wanting to look at anyone but also wanting the comfort of knowing the man was there. "Well, I never developed a quirk, so I started studying other people's. I had always wanted to be a hero, and at first, I thought that maybe it could help me, that maybe if I understood them more, then I would develop a quirk. But it soon became more about survival. After things started going bad with my mom, I started studying people's quirks so they couldn't be used against me. I would find weaknesses and see how their power worked. If I knew their weaknesses, I had the advantage because I could exploit that. I also taught myself to observe people. As dangerous as quirks were, I learned that if I could gauge a person, then I could stop myself from getting hurt before they even used their quirk. A quirk is like a muscle. When someone is about to throw a punch, there are certain things you can look for in advance in order to see it coming. Their breathing might increase, they might start pumping their fists, and their stance will change. In most circumstances, the same thing can be applied to a quirk. Since it isn't a subconscious thing, you have to think in order to use it, and there are usually signs that point to that happening. I was never very good at fighting, but I was able to learn to spot the signs of someone using their quirk and could get away before I got hurt. I taught myself to read a person's personality. I could sense when a person was nice, or when a person held violence in their hearts, and I could stay away from those people. To answer your question, I guess it was just from years of practice. I started learning how to read quirks and people when I learned that I was quirkless, so I've really been doing it non-stop for the past 11 years. Izuku looked back at the group of people around him, noticing that Nemuri and Yamada had stopped filling out their paperwork and were currently staring at him, as was Aizawa and Nedzu, the latter of whom spoke up before Izuku could get uncomfortable. "Midoriya, your observation skills are exceptional, and based on your story, you seem to have very good instincts. I believe that with the right training, you would excel beyond belief. Which is why I would like to offer you a place at UA. In the hero course. Aizawa has vouched for you, And we keep a 5th scholarship spot open for special cases like this where a student can only enter based on a teacher's recommendation. Should you choose to accept, you will be able to move into the student dorms and attend your first day starting tomorrow. Izuku's brain just turned off, and he must have been making some kind of face because Namuri and Yamada snorted at him, Aizawa smiling softly as Nedzu waited for his answer. I could be a hero? I could go to UA? In Aizawa's class? But how? I don't even have a quirk. Aizawa was the one to speak up this time, rolling his eyes. So what? Do you remember what you told me that first time we met? Izuku nodded. You said that when I fight villains, all I really do is even the playing field. So it's a quirkless battle. You don't need to have a quirk to become a hero, you just need to be able to level the playing field. You've been teaching yourself how to do that since you were a toddler, and then if you take into account the support gear you could get, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be harder for you than it will be for anyone else, but I believe that you can do it, and so do these 3. Izuku looked around as Yamada nodded to him, Namuri giving him a small smile. He turned back to Nedzu who was still waiting. I really could enter UA? I wouldn't have offered you the spot if it wasn't available for you. Izuku was silent for a while after that. He stared down at his hands, fiddling with his fingers for a bit before his attention shifted to his arms. He held them out, not caring that the others could see them. He stared at the lines that had been carved into his skin, the words that he had been branded with. Stupid. Dumb. Worthless. He stroked the last one, feeling the raised letters and hissing slightly at the pain it caused. It was still so fresh and it burned when the air hit it wrong. He thought about the reason his arm was covered with these words. I could be something in this world. I can be more than what they thought I was. He stared back up at Nedzu, determined now, standing up and bowing deeply to him. I accept. Thank you for the opportunity. Izuku stared up at the giant door in front of him, preparing himself to meet the class Aizawa had told him so much about. He thought about how he had gotten here, shuddering as the memory filled him with the happiness he had felt last night. He had never dreamed that he would make it here. He really hadn't even considered this as an option for himself, even when he dreamed of being a hero. But here was about to be introduced to the top students at the school. He heard Aizawa talking to the class inside. We have a new student today. He got in through recommendations. Midoriya Izuku. He took a deep breath and entered the room, cowering slightly as 19 pairs of eyes settled on him. He tried his best to give them all a smile as Aizawa spoke up again. You can have the open seat behind Bakugo. No one else really wanted it. The rest of the class seemed to shift uneasily, and Izuku could tell that they thought Aizawa was being cruel to put the new kid next to Kaken, but Izuku sent Aizawa an appreciative glance before heading over to his new seat. As he neared Kaken, his smile grew more genuine. Kaken was a bit surprised, but equally happy as he held a hand out for the passing boy. Hey nerd, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Izuku grasped Kaken's open hand, holding it for a few seconds before releasing it and sitting down behind him. Didn't want to ruin the surprise, Kaken. We both know how much of a loudmouth you can be. Izuku didn't even have to see his face to know that he was rolling his eyes, and he smiled as Kaken leaned his head back, practically laying on his desk as he looked at Izuku and smiled. Glad you made it. When Kaken lifted his head back up to stare at the teacher, the entire class seemed to erupt. Holy shit, did you see that dash? Who is this kid dash? How did Bakugo not kill him dash? It took Aizawa about 5 seconds to get control of the class again, activating his quirk to scare them into settling down. That's enough. Kirishima, detention for swearing. You will have plenty of time later to interrogate the new kid. Don't do it on my time. Izuku allowed himself a small smile as Aizawa started teaching, pulling out his notebook to take notes. He actually pulled out 2 notebooks, taking notes as Aizawa taught, and on his classmates. Since he didn't know any of their names, he just listed them under their seat numbers and physical characteristics. He was able to match some people up to quirks that Aizawa had told him about by some of their looks, like the frog girl and the pink one, and the one that had engines on his legs was easy. He could even put a family name under that one. Izuku smiled to himself as class continued, content with the way his life had flipped over the weekend. I want to apologize for the lack of hands and the weird-looking faces. I am using this FIC to practice my drawing as well as my writing, so hopefully the pictures will get better as time goes on. I am also looking into buying a drawing tablet, so if you guys know of some good brands, let me know. The couch scene. Overall, Izuku's first day was going pretty well. Sure, the rest of his classmates had ambushed him at lunch to figure out who he was and how he got away with talking to Bakugo like that, but even that wasn't too bad. At first he was really nervous, almost panicking when the group of students had surrounded him, remembering all those times when he was in school and being harassed by the other students. But he calmed down when he realized his new classmates were only curious about him. They want to know where he was from, how he got into UA, who had recommended him, what his quirk was, and pretty much every other detail of his life. The majority of the questions he was able to carefully maneuver around, satisfying their curiosity but not really giving them a real answer. He was finally able to enjoy the rest of his lunch when Kaken stood up and told them all to shut up. Now his first day was getting a bit worse. He was looking for the teacher's lounge, wanting to visit with Namuri and Yamada before heading to the dorms to unpack, but he had gotten lost, and since the school day was over, there wasn't anyone around to help him. He continued wandering around the hallways with a feeling that he was just getting more lost. He was about to pull out his phone to call Namuri when he heard a voice calling out to him. He looked up to find 3 kids he didn't know staring at him. The blonde one in front had been the one who spoke. "Hey you! You're that new kid in the hero course, right?" Izuku nodded, sensing the malice in the boy's voice and the look in his eyes and not appreciating it. His fingers strayed to the sleeve of his shirt, not fully understanding the need to make sure his scars were hidden from this boy. The group of 3 moved closer to Izuku, the blonde noticing his fiddling and smirking. The other 2 just stayed silent and followed the boy in front. He's the leader, the other 2 will just do what he tells them. You must have one hell of a quirk then. To pass up everyone else and not even take the test like everyone else. Kind of unfair, don't you think? That all of us in the 1B class or the general studies got passed up just so you could have a spot in the hero course. You must have an amazing quirk to accomplish something like that. There's no way they would allow you in if you didn't. I wonder what you're trying to hide under your sleeves there. You just won't stop playing with them and it's making me very curious. Why don't you show us? Izuku started backing away, shaking his head as his mind whirled as he tried to figure out what to do. I could run, but I don't know where I am, and they probably do. I can't fight them, I don't. Izuku's thoughts were interrupted as the boy ran at him, grabbing his wrist. Izuku tried to yank his arm back, but then the 2 others rushed forward too, grabbing both of his arms. Why won't you show us? It's not like I'm actually gonna do anything, I just want a little peek. The boy sighed as Izuku continued to struggle, feeling tears welling up in his eyes and threatening to spill down his face. Fine then, I'll just take a look myself. Izuku thrashed around as the boy got closer, trying to kick him. The 2 goons holding him decided that wasn't good and slammed him down onto the floor, his head hitting the ground with a thud as they sat on his legs, effectively pinning him down. The tears he had been holding back spilled as the boy reached for his arm, and as he felt fingers on his sleeve, his mind flashed back to all the other times he had been pinned down like this, his mother rolling up his sleeves in order to burn him, his bullies hitting him until he passed out, and he just started shutting down. His mind was preparing itself for the pain he knew was about to come, no longer trying to figure out how to get him out of this situation. If his mind had been thinking, he might have thought to scream. This was a school after all, there was bound to be someone who would hear him, a hero who would come for him. But as his mind started shutting down, all he could think about was the pain. The weight of the boys on top of him. The wicked smirk the blonde one sent him as he started pushing up his sleeve. He didn't even register when all of that stopped. His mind was so far gone that he didn't hear the yelling, didn't feel the weight lifted off of him. But his mind did register the smell that surrounded him when he was lifted from the ground. Even if he didn't have the mindset to place it, it made him feel better, and he had one last thought before he passed out. Aizawa stared down at the boy in his arms, anger coursing through him as he remembered how he had found him, shuddering when he thought about what could have happened if he had been any later. He pushed those thoughts aside for now, rushing to get Midoriya to the nurse's office without tearing the stitches in his side. Recovery Girl would be able to look over both of them and help. Aizawa had wanted Midoriya to visit her before school started to look at his arm, but the boy insisted that he was fine. Aizawa should have pushed him to go, but he just drove the boy to school, letting him sleep in his car until it was time to go in. Aizawa sighed as he knocked on the door in front of him with his foot, slipping inside when it was opened. What happened now? Is this your new student? Aizawa glanced at Recovery Girl as he placed Midoriya on one of the beds. Yes, this is Midoriya. Some other students attacked him in the hallway and he passed out right as I got there. I'm not really sure what happened, but it didn't seem like they had hurt him before I got there, they were just holding him down. Vlad is taking them all to Netsu. She sighed as she moved over to Midoriya, checking his injuries while Aizawa pulled out his phone to message Nemuri and Yamada. 3:24 p.m. Hey, Midoriya is in the nurse's office. Meet up here and I'll explain what happened. Aizawa looked up from his phone as Recovery Girl moved away from Midoriya. I've healed his arm, but he'll probably be out for a while. He has a concussion from hitting his head, and it seems like his mind has a lot to process right now, so it's shut itself down, but he'll be fine. Aizawa nodded and leaned back in his chair, shutting his eyes as he replied. All right, Nemuri and Yamada will be here soon, so I'll just wait here. Not long after, the door slammed open as Yamada burst into the room, followed shortly by Nemuri, both looking Midoriya over to find any injuries. Aizawa's eyes had flown open with the door, his mind processing. Like mine. And then, have you ever felt like you deserve to be in pain? Like, you feel like you want it? Izuku finally glanced up at Aizawa as he finished, scared of how the man would react. He was not expected to see the sadness in his eyes reflected back at him. Izuku flinched slightly as the man reached for him but relaxed when Aizawa just wrapped his arm around him, letting Izuku lean into his side. I'm going to tell you a story. And then we will go back to what you said and we will talk about it. Okay? Izuku could only nod, tears still flowing down his face and sadness in his eyes, now mixed with a hint of curiosity as he waited for Aizawa to start his story. I had an abusive dad. I was probably about 10 when it all started. My parents had known about my quirk but didn't really acknowledge it much other than the fact that they were afraid of it. My parents didn't have very flashy quirks, so they just had normal jobs. Keep in mind, this was a little after heroes started becoming a profession, and my dad hated heroes. He thought the profession was for people who wanted to make money by showing off something that others couldn't. When I told him that I wanted to be a hero, well, let's just say he really didn't like that. He already had a hatred for my quirk, and me wanting to be a hero just aggravated that hatred. I've shown you what he did to my arm, but that wasn't the only thing he ever did. He was always an aggressive guy, to both me and my mother, but as I got older he started to take it out on me more. I won't go into all of the gory details, because I'm sure you of all people know what it's really like. Izuku stared up at his friend, shocked at the words coming out of his mouth, feeling horror at the story being told. What would happen to him? He got caught up with a villain on his way home from work when I was 16. My mom just kind of distanced herself from me after that. She got herself an apartment and let me live in the house by myself so she wouldn't have to be around me. I think part of her always blamed me for what he had become. I haven't really talked to her since. He couldn't think of anything to say. He knew Aizawa wasn't telling him this story so that Izuku would feel sorry for him, or for pity, but he couldn't help but feel bad. No wonder he wanted to help me so much. Seeing me and my situation probably triggered his past memories. Aizawa glanced back down at him. I've never really told that to a lot of people, and also this. Izuku watched as he gestured between the two of them. I hope you know better than to go gossiping to all your classmates. Izuku laughed at that. I already told you I would keep your soft side a secret. I'll let everyone keep seeing you for the scary teacher. It makes me laugh to think of their reactions though. I don't think anyone would believe me. Aizawa smirked back at him, letting out a snort at the image Izuku provided. You're probably right, but still. Now let's get back to business. They both sobered up at that, all traces of laughter and teasing erased. I told you this story because I want you to know that I do get it. The last part of what you said. I understand how the physical pain can keep your feet on the ground, make you focus. I was at a loss when it stopped too. I was really lucky that I had Namuri and Yamada in my life back then, because I don't know what I would have done if I didn't have them. They convinced me to talk to someone, a therapist, and I eventually got better. Sometimes I'll still have those bad days, where I feel like I'm all alone and nothing has gotten better, but I've learned to deal with them. So I think you should talk to someone too. Even if it's just recovery girl, you need to talk to someone who has the ability to help you. As for everything else you said, I understand that too. I won't agree that Monoma didn't have a point, even if he was harsh. But I wouldn't say that you didn't deserve it. I've known you for long enough to really know you, and I can see the hero in you. You've already proven yourself worthy of being a hero, something that no other students have done. You shouldn't think of the other people who could have had your spot, because if they really want to be a hero, something like this won't stop them. You deserve the spot you've been given, or I wouldn't have given it to you. Did I ever tell you that one time I expelled almost an entire class of students? Izuku shook his head, eyes wide, and Aizawa laughed. I wouldn't let you be in my class if I didn't think you had what it takes. You didn't get offered the spot out of pity, or because of your mom. You got the spot because you deserved it. You worked for it. It was just in a different way than how other students did. While they showed their potential through the entrance exams, you showed yours through real-life experience. You were quick on your feet and saved someone in danger. You didn't cower in the face of villains. You stood up for what was right and helped take down someone bad. You did take an entrance exam, it was just different than the one that everyone else took. And as for Yamada and Namuri, I wish you knew how crazy they are for you right now. I can promise that they don't view you as a burden at all. In fact, I think you're exactly what they needed. I've already told you that. Namuri is actually very caring, and I know you bring out her motherly instincts. She wanted to care for you as soon as she met you. And Yamada, he completely adores you. He's been blowing up my phone with pictures of things he wants to buy for you. I understand why you're thinking the way you are, but in order to be a hero, you need to look at things from a different perspective. Start doing that. Whenever you start to doubt yourself, just say, how would Aizawa view this? I did something similar and it helped. Izuku leaned into Aizawa further, burrowing in the man's arms as he felt warmth spread through him at the man's words. He didn't sense any deceit coming from the man, and had no reason to believe Aizawa would lie to him, and it made him happy. He actually did believe what he said, and he did his best to remember all of the words that touched him. He would write them down later in his notebook, keeping them so he could read them again and remember this moment when he struggled. Thanks, Zawa. Izuku heard Aizawa grunt in return, and he smiled softly. He didn't know how long they stayed there as he felt his eyes start to drift shut. He tried to fight it, but eventually lost the battle as he fell. Asleep with a smile on his face. Izuku blinked against the brightness shining in, his head aching at the blaring alarm going off. He groaned as he rolled out of his bed, shutting off the alarm. He sat on the edge of his bed, trying to remember the events that happened last night. He couldn't really remember anything past falling asleep, just a faint memory of stumbling down the stairs while he leaned against someone before he collapsed in his bed. Izuku smiled as he quickly got ready to go to school, running downstairs to brew a pot of coffee. When he was ready to leave for school, he grabbed 3 thermoses and filled them all with coffee, sticking one in his backpack and holding onto another one. He handed the last one to Kaken with a small smile when the other boy trudged down the stairs, yawning. When Izuku and Kaken got to the classroom, he was glad they were the first ones there as he set the extra thermos on the teacher's podium before taking his seat. Kaken only raised an eyebrow at him before smirking, choosing not to comment. Just a little thank you. As the rest of the class piled in, conversations started and Izuku was glad to be a part of some of them. He quickly made friends with the Ida boy, Uraraka, and Todoroki, the latter choosing to stay silent for most of the conversation but jumping in with a quiet remark occasionally. Izuku asked all of them about their quirks, writing everything down in his book. Finally class was starting, and Izuku took his seat as he watched Aizawa slowly trudged into the classroom. Izuku felt a little bad at how tired the man looked, but brushed that thought off for later as Aizawa sent him a glance after noticing the thermos. Izuku let an almost imperceptible smile grace his lips as he pulled out his books and waited for the lecture to begin, noticing the same small smile on the other man's face as he lifted the thermos to drink the coffee. After homeroom, it was time for their English class with Yamada, and as Izuku predicted, he struggled to remember to call the man by the proper name, sometimes forgetting the honorific and getting a stern lecture from Ida as a result. Izuku tried his best not to laugh at the situation, and could see Yamada doing the same. He knew that no one in his class besides Kaken knew about his connection to the teachers, and he didn't want to tell everyone just yet. Part of him was bursting to share his adoption with them, just to see their faces, but he wasn't sure how Yamada and Nomuri felt about it yet, so he couldn't say anything. When class finished, Izuku was slow to pack up his things, waving to his new friends to go along without him. When the room was empty, Izuku slowly approached Yamada, who was grinning at him. Hey kiddo. What's going on? Need to talk?" Izuku nodded, trying not to ramble but failing. "I was just wondering if you and Nomuri would be willing to take me to the mall sometime? I don't have a lot of things, and now that I have somewhere to put things, I want to go and buy some things, and you don't have to worry about paying because I have money from when I got tips at the coffee shop, but I was just wondering if you guys would want to come with me?" Izuku looked up at Yamada with a hopeful expression, seeing the stunned hero staring back at him before recovering. "Of course, kiddo. We would love to take you. I'll send her a text and let her know. When did you want to go? See, can we go today? After school?" Yamada was nodding enthusiastically before he even finished. Yes. How about we swing by your dorms after school and grab you? That will give us all enough time to change into better clothes." Izuku nodded and smiled, happy that he had decided to ask. He wanted to get to know his new parents a bit better, and from Yamada's reaction, it seemed like he felt the same way. He was about to leave when he hesitated, debating. Before he could let himself think too much, he gave the man a quick hug before running off to meet his friends, leaving a shocked Yamada frozen behind him. "I got my drawing tablet. And by popular request, here is the hug scene. Hug scene. I promise I will get better at drawing. Keep the requests coming." Izuku couldn't calm down. He was currently waiting on the steps of the dorms, shifting his weight between his legs as he waited for Yamada and Nomuri to show up. What if they don't come? What if they decided they don't want to go? He quickly pushed that thought aside, remembering what Aizawa had told him. He smiled as he saw both Yamada and Nomuri in the distance, walking toward him. He took off to meet them, excitement coursing through him at the prospect of going shopping. It wasn't something he had ever really done in his past, but he had heard other teenagers talking about their time together at the mall when they came into his shop, and he always wanted to experience it. And now he got to get everything done at once. Go to the mall? Buy new things to decorate my new room? Get to know Yamada and Nomuri better? Izuku was very excited as he greeted the two of them, and his excitement was apparently contagious as Nomuri wrapped an arm around his shoulder and started to pull him towards the direction of the mall, Yamada slightly shouting beside them. Yo, I'm stoked. We're going to have such a great time today. We can go and do a bunch of shopping, then stop by the food court or something and get some grub. What kind of stuff are you looking to buy, kid? Well, I don't really know exactly what I want, definitely some new clothes, but other than that, my new dorm room is just really empty compared to everyone else's, so I want to find some things to decorate it more. Yamada's grin widened. All right. So we'll get the clothes first then. Then we can just walk around and buy the stuff that catches your eye. Oh, and don't even think about using your money for this, yo. I don't want to hear any complaining. We want to spoil you, and you should save your money. Izuku mumbled softly, not really comfortable with the idea of having other people buy things for him. Nomuri spoke up this time. No, seriously, kid. Let us spoil you, okay? We want to take care of you. When she finished talking, she tousled his hair, making it stand up even more than before and causing a giggle to escape him. Happiness flooded through him at her words, and he nodded at them, deciding that he would find something to buy both of them as a gift to show his thanks. They headed off to the mall, keeping the conversation and laughter going, and Izuku smiled as he looked at them from an outsider's perspective. He knew that they looked like a happy family, enjoying their time together, and Izuku decided he wanted to experience this more. Hey Namuri, wanna hear a funny story? Of course kiddo, I love funny stories. Izuku smiled. Well, remember how I said I would probably have a hard time calling you guys by your proper names at school? She nodded. Well, today in English, I kept messing up with Yamada's name and I ended up getting a lecture from Ida about respecting my elders. He kept going off on how I need to use Yamada's proper honorifics, like sensei, when I'm talking to him, because as a student then I don't know him personally enough to call him anything else. I thought it was so funny because I actually do know Yamada, and I could barely keep myself from laughing at the whole thing. Izuku started laughing by the time he finished his story, which caused Yamada to burst out laughing as well as made Namuri smile. It's true, Nem. It was so hard for me to not laugh too. It was one of the funniest things I've seen this year. And the other kid had no idea. It was such an ironic situation. Namuri laughed. That does sound pretty funny. I wish I had been around to witness that. It sounds just like that Ida boy to lecture you like that. I mean, he is class president, right? Izuku nodded in reply as she continued. Well, I know that this is all still really new and everything, so it's up to you, but Yamada and I talked about it and we don't mind if you want to tell people about us adopting you. Izuku stared at her with wide eyes. Really? I could tell them? Namuri and Yamada both nodded at him, and he thought about it for a bit before responding, a slow grin spreading across his face. I'll tell them. But I want to have some more fun first. Yamada and Namuri both burst out laughing, imagining all the trouble Izuku will cause the others. They were all still laughing as they made it to the mall. Yamada led them to a clothing store he claimed had the best stuff, and immediately started helping Izuku pick out clothes to try on. When Izuku had an armful of different clothes and a flustered look on his face, they all made their way over to the fitting rooms. Izuku tried on everything they had picked out, reluctantly stepping outside to show Namuri and Yamada how everything looked, getting more embarrassed each time Namuri cooed at how cute he looked, or when Yamada gave him 2 thumbs up and told him he looked rockin'. He shook his head as he sorted through the different clothes, separating them into the ones he wanted and the ones he would put back. He left the room with a good amount of new clothes, at least 5 new jeans, some sweatpants, and about 10 new shirts. He looked up at Namuri and Yamada. Okay, these ones are good. See, can I get some sweaters too? For my arms. He looked down, upset with himself that he asked. Of course, Izuku. Whatever you want or need, you don't need to feel embarrassed or put yourself down. You aren't troubling us. Izuku looked up at Namuri quickly, only finding kindness and sincerity in her gaze, and he smiled softly before nodding. Maybe Aizawa was right. They don't seem to think of me as a burden. But I will still try to make things easy on them. They quickly found some sweaters he liked, and Namuri handed the whole pile of clothes off to Yamada. Here, you pay for these. Izuku, how about we go find something you can get as a gift for Shoyuta? Izuku immediately perked up at the thought, nodding frantically as his face lit up. Yes, I want to find something cool for him. They left Yamada at the clothing store, Namuri telling him to call when he was finished, and headed off down the mall. Izuku didn't really know what he was looking for as his eyes searched through all of the shops. He just knew he was looking for something, some way to show the other man his appreciation. Namuri let him take the lead as he walked down the length of the mall, pausing at a jewelry shop. It was the sign in front of the shop that made him pause. Custom-made jewelry. Put your words on our work and give it as a gift. The sign made him think, and as an idea started forming in his head, he headed into the store, followed by a confused Namuri. Shoyuta doesn't really wear a lot of jewelry. What were you thinking of getting? Izuku smiled at her. I have an idea in mind. They were greeted by an older man who stood behind the counter. Hello. Can I help you look for anything today? Yes, I saw your sign outside promoting custom jewelry and I was interested in how that works. If I wanted to get a bracelet for someone, would I be able to choose the materials the words are printed on? The man nodded at Izuku and beckoned him over to another section of the store. Yes, of course, young man. This collection here is some of the available materials we do our carvings on. If you're looking at a bracelet, I would suggest looking at these types of metals. The man gestured to a handful of metals in the display case, each a different color or shape, and Izuku's eyes landed on one. It was smooth, sleek, and black. Perfect for Aizawa. He pointed to it. Can I look at that one please? The man took it out of the case and handed it to him, watching as Izuku looked it over. There was a hole through the center of the metal, hollowing it out for a band to go through it. It seemed sturdy enough. Izuku figured it would last a while so long as Aizawa didn't purposely try to break it. I'd like to get this one. Can you show me to the band you have available? I'm thinking maybe a silicone would go good with this, with a clasp just like a watch would have. Also in black if you have it. The man nodded, taking the metal back from him and leading the way to another part of the store. Yes, we have just the thing you're looking for. He reached into another case and pulled out the exact band Izuku had just described. Will this do? Izuku took it from the man and examined it, finding it to be just what he wanted. He smiled back at the man and nodded. All right then. Let's go back up to the front of the store and we can talk about the engraving. You can choose the words and the font, and depending on the complexity will determine the total price of the bracelet and the time it will take to finish. Izuku nodded, the idea in his head coming full circle as he settled on the words he wanted the bracelet to say. He took the paper and pen from the man and filled out the sheet, circling the font and size he wanted before writing down the words. Thank you, hero. He handed the paper back to the man, who glanced down at the form and smiled back at Izuku. All right, this will be a pretty simple design. I can probably have this finished within the next 2 hours. The total will be $89.99 for everything. Will that be cash or card? Izuku waved Namuri away when she tried to pay for it. Cash please. Can I give you my phone number and you can call me when it's finished? The man nodded as he took the money from Izuku, taking his number before sending them on their way with a smile. Izuku and Namuri left the shop as her phone started ringing. She pulled it out of her pocket, checking the number before answering. Hey Han, you finished? We're outside of the jewelry shop, hold on. She paused as Izuku tugged on her sleeve, and she covered her phone so he could talk. I want to buy something for Yamada too. Will you help me really fast before he meets us? Namuri smiled at him, winking before she placed the phone back against her ear. Hey Han, you know, I'm kind of regretting that we didn't bring the car with us today. We're probably going to end up buying a lot of stuff and I don't really want to lug all of it back home with us. You'll go and get the car real quick? Okay, that's a great idea. Then we won't have to drag everything around with us and we can just put it in the car. You're such a sweetheart, Izuku, and I will keep looking around while we wait for you to get back. Love you too, Han. Namuri ended the call and put her phone back in her pocket, smiling at Izuku. Okay kid. Knowing him, he'll probably call a taxi or something to go get the car, so we probably only have about 15 minutes tops before he's back. What were you thinking of getting him? Izuku thought about it for a minute. He didn't really know the man that well, so he didn't know what he would like. He has a music player, right? Probably an iPod or something like that. Namuri nodded, rolling her eyes. Yes, he has an iPod. He always carries it around with him. Why? How about a cover for it? He doesn't really seem like he would buy one for himself, so I'm betting he doesn't have one. I could get him that. Namuri laughed. You're right, he doesn't have one. That's a great idea, kid. Let's go find a store that sells them. They practically ran through the mall, Izuku leading the way as he quickly glanced in every store they passed, stopping abruptly as he passed by an accessory store for different technology. He offered an apologetic smile to Namuri when she almost slammed into him when he stopped so suddenly. They recovered quickly and went into the store, splitting up and looking around. Hey Izu. Over here I found them. He followed Namuri's voice to the back of the store, smiling at the wide variety of cases available. He quickly searched through them all before he decided on a bright yellow case with a green heart on it. He smiled at the colors, thinking of how lucky it was that they matched their hair colors almost perfectly. Namuri smiled at his choice and they hurried to the register to pay. After Izuku paid for the gift, the two of them rushed out of the store and went to the front of the mall where they said they would meet Yamada. They arrived out of breath and barely had time to recover before they saw Yamada's car coming towards them, parking a short distance from the mall. They walked towards the car and Izuku smiled as Yamada got out. Izuku laughed as Yamada gestured dramatically at the car. Yo, I got the car. They eventually found themselves in a store that sold things like comic books and action figures, and Izuku was having the time of his life there. He found some awesome action figures of Yamada, Nemuri, and Aizawa, making the two of them blush as he picked them out and said he wanted them. The cashier's reaction was comical as he glanced between the action figures and the two people in front of him. Izuku couldn't help but laugh. He had gotten a ton of stuff for his room. Different posters, action figures, and some really cool drawings from an art store. They had also stopped at the bookstore, and Nemuri forced Izuku to find at least 5 books he wanted, so he had something to put on his bookshelves now too. Izuku became really glad that Yamada had gotten the car as they continued shopping. He never imagined he would have gotten so much stuff, so it was a good thing they had somewhere to put everything. As they finished paying, Izuku asked Nemuri to take everything back to the car while he and Yamada found a good place to eat, telling her to just meet them at the food court later. Nemuri smiled at his enthusiasm and took the bags without complaint, Izuku hanging onto the bag that held the case for Yamada. When she was out of sight, Izuku turned to Yamada, startling the man with his eagerness. "We have to hurry. I want to find something for her before she gets back." Without even waiting for a reply, Izuku grabbed Yamada's hand and ran with him through the mall. Luckily, he already knew what he wanted to get for her. He went back into the jewelry store from earlier, panting as he ran up to the man. "Hello again. I would like to buy something else, please. The necklace right here in this case." The man looked shocked at Izuku's sudden appearance before recovering himself, quickly moving to reach out the necklace he had pointed at. Izuku nodded at him, and the man carefully placed it in a box. "That will be $49. Cash again?" Izuku nodded before handing the man the money. "Can I just pick it up later with the bracelet? I want it to be a surprise." The other man smiled, nodding. "Of course, I will call you when the bracelet is finished and you can pick up both pieces then." Izuku thanked the man before grabbing Yamada again and rushing out of the store. Yamada was very confused but laughing all the same as they ran through the mall, racing to get to the food court. By the time they got there, they were both laughing and out of breath. They hurried to find a place to eat and were lucky enough to be standing in line when Nemuri showed up. Izuku was glad that Yamada spoke up, because he was still a bit out of breath from running. "Hey Nem, how does this place look? Do you want to eat here?" Nemuri glanced up at the menu quickly. "Sure, this looks fine, just order me whatever. How about I go and find us a table?" She left Izuku and Yamada standing in line, and both of them finally took a deep breath. "Wookid, that was crazy. I can't believe we didn't get caught. We barely made it here." Before her. They both laughed until it was their turn to order. As the two made their way to Nemuri, they kept laughing and joking, Izuku teasing Yamada for being a slow runner. When they reached the table, Izuku asked them both every question he could think of, wanting to know everything. They continued talking between bites, and stayed at their table after that. Izuku asked every question from what their favorite colors were to their thoughts on the subject of different heroes. They talked about their time at UA, what Aizawa was like as a teenager, and how they became heroes. They swapped stories about funny experiences they've experienced, and talked about ways the world could change for the better. When Izuku's phone finally rang, he was very happy. He finally felt like they knew each other, and he was glad that they seemed to get along really well. "Hello. Hello, sir. I'm calling from the jewelry shop. Your pieces are finished and ready for pickup." "Ah, that's great. Thank you, I'll be there soon." Izuku hung up the phone and jumped up to clean off the table. "The bracelet is done." The three of them headed back to the shop and picked up the bracelet. Izuku was grateful that the man had hidden Nemuri's necklace in the bag so she wouldn't see it, and he sent the man an appreciative grin. Izuku took the bag from him and led the way out of the store, looking over his shoulder at Nemuri and Yamada. "Are we good to go? Or did you guys want to keep shopping for something? I think I got everything I needed." Nemuri and Yamada both smiled at him, holding hands. Nemuri reached out to take Izuku's hand as she replied, "I think we're all good, kiddo. Let's head out. We can help you get everything up to your dorm." They all made their way to the car, and Izuku enjoyed the car ride back to his new home. When they got there, the three of them all collected the bags and lugged them to his room, and Izuku was again grateful that Yamada had gotten the car. It made him even more tired as he imagined the three of them carrying all of these bags on the walk from the mall. Izuku sent a quick text to Aizawa as they rode the elevator up. 7:37 p.m. Hey, can you come by my dorm really quick? I have a surprise for you. And I want my thermos back. 7:38 p.m. Yeah, whatever, I'll be there in a bit. Izuku smiled, putting his phone back in his pocket as they reached his floor. The three of them dumped the bags on his bed and started sorting through them. Yamada was placing books on the shelves while Namuri started hanging up the clothes. Izuku smiled as he pulled out the action figures, posters, and drawing and placed them around the room. They were almost finished when they heard a knock on the door. Izuku smiled. Come in. They all turned to see a grumpy-looking Aizawa enter the room, holding Izuku's empty thermos. Look, Zawa, I got new stuff to decorate my room. I finally get to have things. Aizawa smiled as he looked around the room, eyes settling on the action figure of him and the goggles as a blush spread across his face. That's great, kid. Is that why you told me to come? Nope. I have something for you. Izuku searched through the bags until he found the box for the bracelet, handing it to Aizawa, who looked a little fearful. Izuku laughed. Oh, come on, it's not going to bite you. Take it, you scaredy cat. Aizawa glared at him before grabbing the box, setting the thermos on the bed and staring at the box another minute before he opened it. Izuku held his breath, praying that the man wouldn't hate it. Izuku watched as Aizawa lifted the bracelet from the box, inspecting the words and the materials. Without saying anything, he tugged his sleeve up slightly before he clasped it around his wrist, the same one that held his scar. Izuku let out his breath as Aizawa looked at him, seeing gratefulness in the man's eyes. Thanks, kid. You didn't have to get me anything, though. Izuku laughed, reaching forward and giving him a quick hug. But I wanted to give you something. You've done a lot for me and I wanted to show you that I appreciate it. Izuku turned back to Namuri and Yamada, reaching into the bags again. And you guys too. I'm really grateful for what you've done for me. Izuku handed the iPod case to Yamada, who immediately grabbed him and pulled him into a tight hug before pulling out his iPod and attaching the case. Then Izuku turned to Namuri and handed her the jewelry box. She looked shocked as she took it from him, and Izuku watched as tears welled up in her eyes when she opened the box. She stared at the necklace for a while as tears spilled down her cheeks. She reached for Izuku, wrapping around him as she whispered a soft, "Thank you," in his ear. Izuku hugged her back, tears threatening to spill from his own eyes as he felt Yamada join the hug, pulling Aizawa with him. He smiled as he closed his eyes, happy with the way today had gone. Here are 2 more drawings for you guys. Y'all requested to see the scene where Izuku shows our heroes his arms, so here it is. Plus a quick sketch of the gifts Izuku picked out today at the mall. Izuku's injuries chapter text. Izuku made sure to get up extra early today. Aizawa had told him last night that he should visit with the support group and talk to them about a hero costume for today, and Izuku was going to do just that. He jumped out of bed, in a hurry to get ready so he could leave faster. He ran through the dorms but paused as he reached the kitchen, debating on making coffee again for him and Aizawa. He was nervous that it would get cold before class started, since he had woken up 3 hours early, but he quickly made a pot, deciding that he would ask the support student he was meeting with if they had anything to keep it warm. He quickly threw the 2 thermoses into his bag before practically sprinting all the way to the school. He became a little lost trying to find the support class, but after deciding to follow the noises of small explosions, he eventually made it. He knocked on the door, sliding it open slightly to peek inside. "Hello. I am Midoriya from Class 1A and I am Dash." He was cut off by another explosion that threw a puff of black smoke into his face, making him cough. He opened the door further, doing his best to fan the smoke away. He froze as a girl with pink hair covered in soot came face to face with him, smiling wildly. "Hi there. Midoriya, you say? You're that new student everyone's been talking about, right? You must be here for a costume, right? Sorry about the explosion. Come in." Izuku was a little baffled at the girl. How could someone be so cheerful so early in the morning? He just nodded to her questions, since all of them had the same answer anyway. He allowed himself to be dragged inside by the animated girl. He had a hard time keeping up with her excited questions and comments, but eventually he had answered everything. She seemed extremely excited by the fact that he didn't have a quirk, and he sat back and watched as she rambled about her babies and seemingly just throw a bunch of parts and pieces together. He knew she was walking him through every step of what she was doing, but he couldn't really understand any of it. I'm going to pretty much make your whole costume out of this really light metal, so it will be able to help with both offensive and defensive. I'll probably add some shock absorption in the legs and arms. It will absorb any blows you take and store the energy so you can use it later on in a punch or kick. You can also use the energy for a faster retreat. I'll show you how it works later. Izuku was able to keep up with that much, and it made him excited. That's awesome. So I would be able to use other people's strong quirks against them. You really know what you're doing. Oh, and I was wondering, I have these thermoses. Do you have anything I can use to keep the coffee hot for a few hours before class starts? She didn't even look up as she pointed to her right. This baby over here, if you just put your thermoses on top, it will keep the coffee warm without heating up the thermos. I use it for my coffee too. Izuku smiled as he hopped down from the counter and followed her instructions, impressed by the machines around her and the obvious work and love that had been put into them. These machines are really cool, Hatsum. You did really well on them, and I can't wait to see what you think of for my costume. She stopped working just long enough to smile at him, and Izuku returned the smile before making his way back to the counter he had been sitting on. He pulled out his phone, playing a game to pass the time. He looked at the time and saw he still had about an hour left until class would start. He would probably leave when there was about 30 minutes left so he could get there early again. He wondered what they were going to be doing today that he would need a costume for, and he became lost in his ideas when Hatsum spoke up. Okay, this will be good for today. Come here and I will show you how everything works. Okay, so it just slips on like a simple onesie, and the fabric should be flexible enough that I didn't put a zipper on it, so you should just be able to slip it on. Yes, like that. Okay, so it will just naturally absorb any shock you take, but that doesn't mean you won't feel it, so you need to prepare for that. In order to actually use the absorbed energy, you need to make a drastic movement, like punching something or kicking. To use it when running, you'll have to stomp your feet a little harder than you're probably used to, so you might want to practice doing that. I've also added something else in the arms. You've seen Spider-Man, right? Well, this is kind of like that, except it shoots a capture weapon instead of webs. I had some material similar to what Eraserhead uses, so it's kind of like that. If you push this button here, it will shoot out, and you'll be able to control the movement with your wrist. It will naturally wrap around anything it touches, so make sure you work on your aim, and you only have so much of it, so make sure you know what you're doing. You're going to have to practice with that too. Okay, I've also given you a utility belt, and added a few different little babies too. They all work on impact, but only after you take them out of the belt, so you don't have to worry about them all exploding if you get hit. The pink ones will explode into a fast-drying slime, so you can throw it at an opponent and pretty much prevent them from moving at all. The blue ones are smoke grenades, so they'll throw up a nice shield, but it will block your sight as well as your enemies, so keep that in mind. The green ones are actual grenades, so they really will blow up. The blast shouldn't be enough to kill anyone, but I would still avoid throwing them directly at a person. And then over here on your leg is an extendable staff. I'm sure you've never really fought with one before, right? They aren't that hard to fight with, you just hit like a baseball bat, you know? Practice with that a lot, because it will be your main weapon in close combat. I think that's about it. Oh, and I threw a mask in there too. It will help prevent any fumes from your exploding babies from affecting you. So it will work as a gas mask too. You have actual filters in your belt too. And that's all. Just remember, this was put together in just a few hours with no real testing, so come back after you use everything and tell me how it worked so I can upgrade it. Izuku smiled the entire time she talked, his brain working to keep up with everything she said, memorizing every weapon and button. When she finished, he grinned at her maniacally. This is going to be awesome. Aizawa stared up at his ceiling, just waiting for his alarm to go off to tell him to start getting ready. He knew that his class would be doing their battle training today, and he wasn't super excited about it. It was a great opportunity to see all of their powers and strategy in action, sure, but at least one student always ended up getting hurt pretty bad, and Aizawa always hated dealing with that. With everything considered, he had a pretty good idea of who would be the one getting hurt today. He also wasn't super excited about who he would have to work with today. He sighed, fiddling with the bracelet around his wrist. It was so weird to have something on him. He never wore any kind of accessories, and it would probably take a long time to get used to the new addition to his look. But he would get used to it, because it was a gift from someone he had helped, a reminder of something good he had done. As an underground hero, he was never really in the spotlight, and that's how he liked it. But that also meant that the only reminders of his work were the scars of his battles, the memories of the people he couldn't save. He never complained, because he didn't want anything to change, but sometimes it became a lot to handle. Sometimes he wouldn't be able to think of anything except all of the people that didn't make it, the villains that got away, every mistake he ever made. He would never tell the kid, but the bracelet had actually meant a lot to him. Aizawa knew as soon as he read the words and looked at the light in Midoriya's eyes that he would never take the bracelet off. He knew that on those dark days, the bracelet would help pull him out of the fog, remind him that even with all his mistakes, he wasn't a worthless hero. He had saved someone, had offered help others had not. He had gone out of his way to change someone's life for the better, and that was what it meant to be a hero. His thoughts were interrupted by his blaring alarm, and he reached over to shut it up, groaning as he got out of bed. He didn't bother running a brush through his hair. He didn't move much in his sleep, so he knew it wasn't that bad, no matter how much Yamada or Nemuri teased him about it. He quickly got ready to go to work, piling his scarf around his shoulders before heading out the door. He wanted to stop by the nurse's office and see if Recovery Girl would finish healing his side before class started. Aizawa made his way to class, even more tired after getting healed, but glad he didn't have to worry about his side. She had even taken his stitches out for him so he wouldn't have to stop by the hospital later. He entered the classroom, silencing the chattering students as he took his place at the podium. He glanced down to see the same thermos as yesterday sitting there, and he rolled his eyes at Midoriya, who just grinned back at him. He would never say it, but he was secretly grateful for the coffee. Aizawa would never tell him, but all that working at the coffee shop had done wonders for Midoriya's coffee-making skills. He would never get tired of drinking that kid's coffee. Okay, class. Today we will be working on your dash. I am here coming through the door like a normal person. Aizawa glared at the number one hero as he burst into the classroom, causing all his students to erupt into a chorus of conversations. Except one. Aizawa almost laughed as he saw Midoriya glare at All Might, but he wondered why the kid didn't like the hero. He doesn't really seem like the type to hate anyone. I mean, look at his mom, but he definitely seems to hold some negative feelings for All Might. At least I'm not the only one. Like I was saying, Aizawa continued on glaring at his class to silence them and at the other hero for interrupting him. Today we will be working on your battle strategies and fighting skills. Change into your hero costumes and meet at Ground B. We will go over everything else there. Aizawa watched as his class rushed to grab their cases and ran out the door, Midoriya still glaring at All Might as he passed by. I wonder what his problem is. I'll have to talk to him later. Izuku was not expecting to see All Might at UA. He was not very excited about his presence like the rest of his classmates, who were busy talking about why the number one hero was here and who they would be fighting against. He ignored all of them while he grabbed his new costume, standing in the corner but hesitating for a moment to change. Kaken noticed his hesitation and walked over to stand in front of Izuku, blocking him from the others' views. Izuku let out a breath of relief and quickly changed into his costume. Maybe one day I won't be afraid to show my scars, but not now. When he finished, he tapped Kaken on the shoulder to let him know he was done. Thanks, Kaken. Kaken just grinned and rolled his eyes at him before changing into his own costume. When he was finished, Izuku took his hand and they made their way to Ground B. Kaken knew about his past with All Might, and Izuku was glad for that as they saw the hero ahead of them, and Izuku tensed up, sending a hateful look at the man. Kaken squeezed his hand and flicked him in the head. Knock it off with the glaring nerd. Just focus on what we're going to be doing today and forget about what he told you. You know it doesn't matter anyway. Prove him wrong. Izuku closed his eyes and took a deep breath, focusing on his best friend's words. He opened his eyes after he had calmed down, and there was only a hint of hatred left in them. You're right, Kaken. Let's just do our best today. They smiled at each other before they took their places besides the rest of the class, having dropped each other's hands but still keeping their pinkies wrapped together as they stood side by side. They all watched Aizawa as he began to speak. Okay class. You will be split into teams of 2 for this exercise. The teams will be completely random, the same being said for the assignments. You will be facing off against each other, one team playing the heroes, one playing the villains. The villain's goal is to defeat the heroes. The hero's goal is to secure the bomb that the villains will place somewhere in the building. As you can see, we have a guest here today. All of you know All Might. He will be starting as a teacher for UA for this year. He will be leading this exercise. I am just here to observe and make sure things don't get out of hand. Here are the pairings. Izuku listened as his name was paired out with Uraraka, and he sent a quick smile over to her. He glanced at Kaken as their teams were called to fight first. Izuku would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. He had seen how powerful his friend's quirk could be, and he knew of Ida's quirk. The two friends broke off to head to their teammates. Izuku quickly walked to Uraraka, glad that she spoke up first. We need to make a plan. Do you have any ideas? He thought for a moment. He did have a plan, but he wanted to go over it again to make sure it would work. Okay, well, knowing Kaken, he will break off from Ida. He doesn't really work well with others, and he'll want to go all out with his quirk. A teammate being there would just get in his way. So he will probably leave Ida to guard the bomb and come after us by himself. Since we don't really have a lot of time, it would be impractical for us both to fight him. We would just run out of time. I think the best thing would be for us to break off as soon as we enter the building. You have to try to find where Ida and the bomb are while I take care of Kaken. Make sure you keep talking to me so I know what's going on. Ida seems really smart, so he'll probably have taken anything you can use your quirk on and removed it from the room. It might be a good idea to gather small things on your way there that you can use with your quirk. If all you need to do is wrap the tape around him to capture him, maybe you can attach the tape to something small, then when he rushes to capture you, use your quirk on the object and jump out of the way. Let him run into the tape and capture himself. I won't be much help in securing the weapon, so I will be counting on you. I will focus on keeping Kaken away and stalling for time. If we all end up in that room together, we'll lose. Does that sound okay? Uraraka had the same look on her face that he had probably had when Hatsum was talking to him, and he was just about to apologize when her features changed and a look of determination said it. She nodded at him and smiled. Yes, I think that will work out. I'm impressed you were able to think of a good plan like that so fast. I will do everything I can to win for us. Just keep Bakugo away from me. I will try to keep Ida distracted as well so that he doesn't talk to Bakugo over their headsets. That's a good idea. I think we can pull this off. With a quick high five, the bell sounded and they went off into the building, breaking off just like they planned. Izuku kept his footsteps silent as he ran through the halls, listening to anything and everything. When he turned a corner, he let his feet fall out from under him and made his spine arch back, dodging the explosion that came not even a second later. Izuku quickly recovered and was running through the hallways, remembering all of the different parts of his gear as he reached for his staff and extended it. He also grabbed one of the pink grenades that Hatsum had told him about. Okay, time to test these babies out. Izuku heard Kaken yelling behind him, heard his explosions as he rushed in his direction, and Izuku quickly spun around, swinging his staff like a bat and knocking Kaken out of the air and sending the air out of his lungs. As soon as Kaken hit the ground, Izuku threw his grenade at him. Kaken was almost quick enough to avoid the explosion. Even though he was still struggling to get his breath back, the boy used his explosions to avoid hitting the ground, only getting splashed with the slime that quickly turned rock hard. Izuku was lucky though. Since Kaken's arms were pointed towards the ground to propel him away, the slime covered one of his hands, blocking the boy's grenade and his explosions. One hand down, one to go. Izuku was really glad that the grenade got blocked. He was really hoping they didn't do what he thought they did, but knowing Kaken, he knew they weren't just decorations and he didn't want to figure out what damage they could cause. Izuku turned again and ran as the other boy recovered, trying to punch the wall to remove the substance from his hand. Izuku laughed as that only resulted in a grunt of pain. He quickly stopped laughing as the other boy called out to him. "Did you just laugh at me? I can still beat you with one hand." I didn't want to hurt you too badly, but you're kind of pushing me here. You know I don't care if you don't have a quirk, nerd. Izuku smiled. Good. Come and fight me then. Midoriya. I found Ida and the bomb. They're in a room on the 5th floor, by the window on the north side of the building. Keep Bakugo away from here while I take care of my part. Izuku quickly touched his earpiece. Copy that, Uraraka. Izuku felt heat on his back, and he tried to dodge the blast as best he could, but he still cried out in pain as he felt the familiar pain on his shoulder. I know how my explosions affect you, Aizu, so just surrender so I don't have to keep hurting you. Izuku got angry at that, and despite his shoulder, he tightened his grip on the staff and turned to face off against his friend. I will not surrender. I will not let my past affect my future. I will beat you, Kaken. Izuku flinched slightly as Kaken raised his arm to him, hand out. So be it. But you know I have to win. I will be the greatest hero. Izuku let his body drop to the ground as the explosion made his ears ring, using his staff to smack the bottom of Kaken's arm in an attempt to direct the blast away from him. They were both surprised that it worked, and Izuku used that moment to charge Kaken, pulling out his capture tape. As he ran at the boy with the tape out, Kaken recovered, grabbing Izuku's outstretched hand and flipping the boy, slamming his back into the ground. As Kaken went to end the fight, Izuku quickly reached into his belt for a grenade, picking a blue one and throwing it at the ceiling above him. As Kaken watched the grenade fly up, Izuku used the distraction to roll away and gain his footing. As soon as he stood up, the explosion rang out, sending both boys flying away from each other. Jesus Hatsum, you're going to have to tone those down a bit. Izuku was quicker to recover, having expected the blast, and he was on his feet and running through the smoke and rubble towards Kaken. He was still dazed, laying on his back as Izuku ran at him. As Izuku got closer, he saw the boy's eyes fill with rage and determination as he lifted his arm and grabbed the pin to the grenade with his teeth. He knew he wouldn't be able to dodge the blast, so Izuku grabbed his last pink grenade and threw it at the floor in front of him, throwing himself behind his makeshift cover hard enough that he felt his arms snap as it tried to brace the rest of his body. The building around him trembled, the explosion ringing out. He was lucky that Kaken hadn't been aiming right at him. He probably would have been killed even from where he was behind his cover. Even still, Izuku screamed as the blast rang out, the heat burning off the half of his costume that wasn't pressed into the ground and searing his skin. In the distance, he heard a bell ring out, and a voice announcing that the hero team had successfully secured the bomb. He heard another voice, closer this time. Midoriya. What was that blast? Are you okay? Izuku didn't even try to respond as he felt his consciousness slipping. Aizawa watched in horror at the screens in front of him. He was livid that All Might hadn't called off the fight as soon as it started escalating. The hero had just watched. Just Ifingji watched as the students practically slaughtered each other. Midoriya could have been killed by that blast. It was only thanks to Midoriya's quick thinking that he had gotten as minimal damage as possible. But All Might had let the fight go on, allowing his students to get injured, and Aizawa was said. He didn't even trust himself to look at the other hero as he ran from the room and onto the training grounds. He ran into the still smoking building and tried his best to make his way over to his two passed-out students. He had to move a lot of rubble to get to them, and when he finally got there, his heart clenched as he looked over the damage done. He could hear a voice shouting through Midoriya's earpiece, and Aizawa was careful not to jostle the boy as he removed it. Uraraka. Get Ida and come down to the first floor. Find us. Quickly. He dropped the earpiece on the floor as he continued moving the rubble away from the boys, not daring to move them yet. He looked over Bakugo, sighing in relief as he only saw minor wounds. He probably just got knocked out from the debris. But Midoriya? The boy was burned badly, bleeding from multiple areas and covered in rubble. Aizawa guessed that he had passed out before the debris fell, probably from the pain. He didn't know what other injuries he had though, but was relieved he was still alive. He looked up as he heard footsteps running towards them, and looked up as Uraraka and Ida started making their way through the rubble and the rest of his class piled through behind him. He looked up as he quickly decided the best way to move them. Yaoyorozu, can you make something we can lift these two on? Something like a board or a stretcher? Uraraka, you will need to do your best to make both of them float so we can carry them without jostling them too much. Ida, can you carry Uraraka so she can just focus on using her quirk? Everyone else, clearing a path through the rubble. Everyone was quick to follow his orders, no one daring to say anything as they worked. It only took a few minutes for everything to be cleared away and the materials made. Aizawa worked with Kirishima and Yaoyorozu to gently slide Midoriya onto the handmade stretcher, and Aizawa felt a little bad for Uraraka, who was already looking a little green. Kaminari and Jiro lifted Bakugo onto the other stretcher, and the four of them lifted the injured students, walking as quickly as they dared to the nurse's office. Aizawa glanced down at the student he was carrying, upset with himself for allowing this to happen. Even if he wasn't the one teaching and really had no control over the lesson or a way to talk to the students, he should have found a way to stop it. He could have ripped All Might's headset from his head and yelled at them to stop. He stared at the boy's new injuries and at the old scars that had been revealed as half his costume burned away, and Aizawa felt like he couldn't breathe. The other student had definitely seen his scars, but hadn't commented on them, which was good because Aizawa didn't know how much more he could take right now. Here was this student, his student, that he had sworn to take responsibility for, had promised to protect. Laying below him, passed out from injuries he should have prevented. He pushed away his guilt for the time being, letting his rage replace it. After he made sure both his students were safe, he would be having a word with Nedzu about the newest UA teacher. Izuku blinked his eyes open slowly at the harsh lights, his head aching along with the rest of his body. He looked around, and wasn't surprised to find himself in the nurse's office. He remembered what had happened, and honestly he was a little surprised he had made it through it all. He would need to have a little chat with Kaken about his costume. He looked around and was surprised to see Kaken lying in the bed next to him, the boy's eyes squeezed shut as tears fell silently down his face. Kaken? Izuku watched as his friend's eyes flew open and he rushed out of his bed, grabbing Izuku's hand. Aizu, I'm so sorry. I didn't know it would be that powerful. I knew what it would do, but I didn't get a chance to test it before today. I'm so sorry I hurt you so much. Izuku reached up and wiped the tears from his friend's eyes. It's alright, Kaken, we both went a little too far trying to beat each other. We can go talk to Hatsum later about our suit, okay? I have things she needs to fix too. Hey, look at me, Kaken. Izuku waited until his friend's watery eyes were focused on him. I'm not mad at you, okay? Promise. It really isn't even that bad. Aizu, half your body got badly burned and you have a concussion and you broke your arm and dash. Kaken, stop. First off, I broke my own arm, it was my fault for landing weird on it. Second, it's not your fault. You said so yourself, you didn't know it would be that strong. Any injuries I got from our fight will heal, and I was able to test my new gear by fighting you. I don't regret our fight, Kaken. So stop apologizing and just focus on learning something from it. Okay? The other boy just nodded, and Izuku sighed, pulling his hand until they were both laying together on the bed. Kaken put his arm around Izuku, and Izuku rested his head on his friend's shoulder. They laid like that for a while before they saw Recovery Girl enter the room to check on them. She tooted at them while she looked Izuku over. You're going to feel really tired for a while from all the healing I had to do. I was able to fully heal your burns, but your arm will need healing again once you regain some stamina. This is your second concussion in less than a week, stop hitting your head on things. Izuku almost laughed at her wording, but held it back at her serious tone. I'll do my best. I'll talk to Hatsum and see if she can make some kind of head protection for me. Recovery Girl was about to respond when the door opened again, and he watched as his classmates rushed in, pausing when they caught sight of the two boys. It was Kirishima who spoke up first. You two seem to be doing better. We came to check up on you guys cause we were worried. Say, Midoriya, how come Bakugo is so nice to you? He should be screaming his head off right now. Izuku laughed and covered Kaken's mouth, muffling his screams to the red head. We've been friends for a very long time. They seemed dissatisfied with that answer, and Kaminari couldn't help but interject. Wait, so you guys aren't dating? I thought that since you guys are always holding hands and stuff. Both Izuku and Kaken broke into laughing fits, Izuku removing his hand from his friend's mouth. Izuku couldn't stop laughing, so Kaken was the one who responded. No, you idiot, we would never date each other. We're just friends. Izuku jumped in to clarify, we really are just friends. Neither of us really had the most loving parents, so we just became very touch-starved as we got older. That's why we're always holding hands and stuff. Not because we're dating. His class seemed to accept that, and Uraraka broke through the rest of the group, grinning at him with tears in her eyes. Midoriya, I was so worried about you. I'm really glad you're okay. But your plan worked just like you said it would. We won. Izuku smiled brightly at her while Ida shook his head, frowning. It was a very good plan, Midoriya. I am impressed. Thanks, Ida. After that, the class just fell into different conversations, making themselves comfortable throughout the room. Izuku just kept quiet, listening in on the conversations and leaning into Kaken. Apparently, the necklace he had given to Namuri was sparking some hot gossip. Izuku honed in on Mina's voice, smirking. I saw her with a necklace that said, Mom, on it. I'm serious, Zero. Did you know she was a mom? I didn't even know she was in a relationship. Izuku's smile widened as Zero responded, I heard a rumor she was dating Snipe. No way. I heard she was dating Present Mike. The rest of the class started jumping in with their own rumors. I heard a second year say she was going out with Aizawa-sensei. No way, I can't see sensei dating anyone. That can't be true. I thought she was single. Izuku decided to have a little fun. I heard that she was married. He drew the word out, making it sound like a secret, and all of the students glanced at him in surprise. Except Kaken, who knew the truth. No way. Who did you hear that from, Midoriya? Married to who? It is inappropriate to gossip about our teachers. Izuku laughed as the door opened again, revealing an angry-looking Aizawa, Namuri, and Yamada behind him. Ida is right, gossiping is inappropriate. You shouldn't talk about your teachers' personal lives. Izuku laughed harder, barely able to contain himself at Aizawa's stern voice, and Kaken had to put a hand over his mouth to quiet him, which only made Izuku laugh harder, thinking of how their roles had been reversed from earlier. Aizawa glared at him until he finally was able to calm himself down. I'm glad you seem to be in a laughing mood, Midoriya. You seem to be healing all right. Izuku really sobered up then, glancing at the concerned faces of the hero and his two new parents behind him. He smiled softly at them, trying to reassure them. I'm just fine. Recovery girl says I'm pretty much all healed except for my arm, but she's going to finish healing that when I have more energy. Yamada looked to be on the edge of freaking out, only being calmed slightly by Izuku's words. Anyway, Midnight, we were just talking about you. His classmates quickly glared at him as Namuri raised her eyebrow at him. Oh, and what were we talking about? I do love some good gossip, you know. Well, Mina brought up your necklace, so they were talking about you having a secret child, which led into the conversation of your relationship status, and everyone was debating who your partner was. His entire class seemed to shrink down as Namuri glanced around at them, trying their best not to stand out. Oh really? And what were the options? They were both clearly enjoying themselves. Let's see. There was Snipe, Present Mike, and Aizawa-sensei were the ones that were mentioned before you came in. All three of the heroes snorted as Aizawa's name was mentioned, and Izuku's grin widened. Wow, well I guess that's not too bad. I mean, someone got the answer right. Izuku's class perked up at that, and Mina was quick to jump onto the new gossip. Wait, so you are dating one of them? Which one is it? No, I'm not dating any of them. This led to confusion, and Izuku started laughing. Uraraka was the first to catch on. But, if you aren't dating any of them, then that means, she gasped and her eyes flew from Izuku to Namuri, you are married. Izuku told them I was married? He laughed, I only hinted at it. Everyone's eyes flew from Izuku to Midnight, confused by the familiarity in their tones. Namuri sent him a questioning glance and Izuku nodded, smirking. He clapped his hands together and when all eyes were on him, he broke the news. Midnight is married to Present Mike. The entire class broke out. The air was filled with, I told you so, and no way. Izuku just broke out laughing, Kaken grinning slightly beside him, and the attention shifted to him again. Midoriya, how did you know that? He grinned at Namuri and Yamada, who grinned back, the latter giving him a thumbs up. Izuku saw Aizawa roll his eyes. "Oh, that's easy. It's because they're my parents. They adopted me." In the end, Recovery Girl had to kick the entire class out, including Kaken, because no one could settle down and Izuku needed rest. He smiled as Namuri took Kaken's spot and leaned into her. He was glad that he hadn't felt the need to hide his relationship with Namuri and Yamada from his class, and was actually surprised at how much he had wanted to tell everyone. He was happy with his new life, and he wanted everyone to know it. He wanted to make it known to everyone, so then he knew it was real. He glanced around the room at the three heroes he had become so attached to, his gaze settling on Aizawa, who was avoiding his eyes. "I don't blame you, Zawa. You know you couldn't have made it there in time to stop the fight, and Kaken and I wouldn't have listened if you had yelled over the speakers. There was nothing you could have done, and you know I'm going to be just fine. I'm already pretty much all better." Aizawa glared at him, but Izuku saw the guilt behind his glare and smiled at him. Yamada glanced at Aizawa with worry. "You aren't really blaming yourself, right, Shoyuta? We all know whose fault it really is that Aiza got hurt, and it isn't you." The mood seemed to darken at that, everyone thinking of the number one hero who had allowed Izuku to get hurt. No one's gaze was darker than Izuku's, and Aizawa noticed. "Hey kid, why do you hate All Might so much? Have you guys met before?" Izuku looked down. "Yeah, we've met before." His sad tone wasn't lost on the heroes as Izuku's memories swept him away. It was a nice day. He remembered that the sun was shining bright and there were very few clouds. He had decided to take a different route than normal to the shop when school got out. He was feeling pretty down from school. His classmates had been especially hard on him today, one of them telling him to jump off a roof and kill himself. He knew that he would never do anything like that, but it still hurt to hear it said. That his life was completely pointless, he should just end it. He had been too lost in his thoughts. To hear the sounds of something behind him, and he was caught completely by surprise when he felt something slimy wrapping around him. "Don't worry. I'm just going to take over your body. Calm down. It'll only hurt for about 45 seconds, then it'll all be over." He couldn't breathe. The only thing he could think was that he was about to die by the hands of a villain, and no one would even miss him. He felt a tear slide down his cheek as his body started to shut down from the lack of oxygen. Kaken would miss me. And Dabi and Toga. I have to fight for them. He didn't have much strength left, and there was nothing solid to grip onto, but he did what he could. It was really risky, but with the last off the air he had left, he exhaled as hard as he could, expelling all of his air, but blowing the slime out of his airway for just a moment. "Hey brat. Stop resisting me. You're only going to make this harder on both of us." For 1 second, he could breathe. He took as deep of a breath as he could before his throat was submerged again. He knew that trick wouldn't work again, and his mind raced to think of something, anything, that could save him. He felt the hold on his arms loosen slightly, and he quickly ripped his arms free, swinging them around through the sludge as fast and as hard as he could. Maybe if I can prevent his sludge from taking shape, I'll have a chance. Just keep ripping it away. He could feel the villain getting frustrated with him, trying to subdue his movements, and Izuku fought as hard as he could to stay alive. A hand grabbed his wrist, and Izuku felt himself being painfully yanked away from the villain. Once he was free from the sludge's hold, he was able to cough up what was left in his lungs. He looked up his arm to see a hero standing above him. All Might. He couldn't believe it, his favorite hero, the number one hero, was right here. He just saved him. All Might let go of his arm and quickly was able to subdue the villain, somehow stuffing the sludge into 2 soda bottles. "Wait, All Might. Please allow me to ask you a question before you leave." All Might turned slightly, not quite facing the boy, but letting Izuku know that he was listening. "Even if I don't have a quirk, can I become a hero? Can even someone without a quirk be like you?" Izuku tried not to flinch as his idol laughed. "Without a quirk? You need to see reality for what it is, kid. A quirkless kid being a hero? I don't think so. This world needs people like me, who can stand up for people like you. If you had a quirk, maybe you wouldn't have been so helpless against that villain. If you want to help people so bad, maybe you should think about joining the police force." All Might didn't even wait for the boy to respond, turning away and using his power to jump away, leaving the boy to crumple to his knees. No. How could he say that? He stayed there for a while before picking himself up. He still had his shift to get to, and his mom would yell at him for being late. He began to walk away, numb to the world as he left his dreams behind him where they had been crushed for the final time. Izuku was brought back with a flick to his forehead, and he blinked the world into focus, glaring at Aizawa who looked like he was preparing to flick him again. Why do you always flick me? There are other ways to get my attention, you know. Aizawa rolled his eyes. Maybe so, but this way is more fun. Now anyway, what happened with All Might? You said that you had met before and then you just zoned out. Izuku sighed, uncomfortable with the situation. He didn't really like talking about this. About a year ago, I was attacked by a villain on my way home from school. I was barely able to keep myself alive when All Might showed up. He saved me, and afterwards then I asked him if I could be a hero without a quirk. He told me that there was no way, that society needed people like him to protect people like me. I had always really looked up to All Might when I was younger. I wanted to be someone that could save someone with a smile, someone whose presence made people feel safe. I had always dreamed of a hero coming to help me, to save me from my mother, but All Might he broke me. I can never forgive him for the things he said to me. Izuku jumped as Yamada suddenly stood up, stomping out of the room with a quick, "I'll be back in a bit." Namuri sighed, "Shoyuta, you should follow him. Knowing him, he's probably going to go try to find All Might. Don't let him get into too much trouble, all right?" Izuku watched as Aizawa followed, sending Izuku a quick glance, and Izuku could see the rage in his eyes as he left. Why did Yamada leave? Did I make him mad? Namuri tightened her grip on him, adjusting him so they were laying down next to each other. No, Aizu, he's not upset with you. We all are very upset with All Might right now. I would have gone after him too if I wasn't holding you. She nuzzled her nose across his hair, making him laugh. He settled himself into her warmth, finally letting the exhaustion take over. "Sleep, kid, I'll be right here when you wake up." Yamada was beyond livid. He ran through the hallways, figuring the stupid hero would probably have been called to Nedzu's office. He didn't even care if he got into trouble or got fired, or whatever. That stupid smiling hero hurt his son and Yamada was going to make him pay. He heard All Might's annoying loud voice as he neared the principal's office, and Yamada grinned, ignoring Shuta's voice behind him as he burst into the office. He didn't even hesitate before launching himself at the hero sitting in front of Nedzu, didn't offer Nedzu any explanation or reason for being here. He just went around to face the #1 hero, ignoring the man's confused "Wadash" as he punched him squarely in the face. Yamada heard a sickening crack as his fist connected with the other hero's nose, and Yamada ignored the pain that rushed through his hand. He raised his fist a second time, not wanting to give the other any time to recover from the shock of being hit. His fist stopped inches in front of All Might's face as Shuta's stupid scarves wrapped around him. "Shoyuta. Go. Knock it off, Sashi. Calm yourself down. You know fighting will only upset Midoriya. He's waiting for you to come back and is probably confused why you just ran off." Yamada felt his chest heaving, and he glared down at the hero in front of him, satisfied with the blood currently running down his face. He turned to glare at his friend, who just tightened the scarves in response. Yamada let out a heavy breath, turning back to his boss, and he felt the scarves loosen enough for him to bow to him. "I'm sorry for the intrusion, Nedzu. I should have knocked." He didn't mention anything about punching the #1 hero, and was glad when Nedzu didn't either. "That's all right. Now, I do believe you have someone waiting for your return. We will talk later." Yamada sighed as the scarves dropped from around him, turning to send one last glare at All Might, who returned the look, before storming out of the office with Shoyuta next to him. "That was reckless, Sashi." He sighed again. "I know, Shoyuta, but I couldn't help myself. I know you wanted to hit him too. You're just as close to that kid as Nem and I are. It doesn't matter what I want, you know that. You need to keep your emotions together for Midoriya." Yamada just nodded and they continued their walk to the nurse's office in silence. Once they were almost there, Shoyuta spoke up again. "It felt good though, huh? Yamada's face broke into a huge grin as he clenched his fist again, ignoring the pain and remembering the feeling of breaking that smug hero's nose. You have no idea. He opened the door slowly, preparing to apologize to Izuku for running out on him like that, smiling softly at the sleeping boy in his wife's arms. He walked over and brushed his hair out of his face, and smiled apologetically at his wife when she glared at him. You dummy, you shouldn't have run off like that. I know, Nem, but you know you wanted to too. Guess I'm just faster than you and Shoyuta. He grinned at her when she rolled her eyes. Whatever you say. Go let Recovery Girl take a look at your hand, it looks like you broke something. His grin widened. Broke something other than All Might's nose, you mean? He heard her snort as he walked off to find Recovery Girl, hearing a soft whisper behind him. That's my Yama. Izuku was still really tired when he woke up, and it took him a while to get his bearings. He felt someone's arms around him, and he snuggled into them more as he looked up to find Nemuri. He looked around the room and saw Yamada sitting in a chair with his feet propped up on his bed, Aizawa in the chair next to him, head drooping. All three heroes were asleep, and Izuku did his best to not wake them as he slithered out of Nemuri's grasp. He made his way over to the bathroom where he lifted his shirt to inspect his new injuries. He frowned slightly at the new scars that lined the entire left side of his torso, the outside of his arm also covered from shoulder to elbow. The tissue was already dead when you arrived, so I couldn't prevent the scaring. You're lucky your nerves are still intact, although they took a good amount of damage. Izuku looked in the mirror to see Recovery Girl in the doorway behind him, locking eyes with him through the mirror. Thank you for healing me. The scars aren't really a problem, I just wasn't expecting them to be so big. When do you think I can get my arm finished? Since you're awake, we can finish it now. Come on, we can put you in another bed since midnight is in yours. Izuku smiled as he followed her, settling in a bed next to the one Nemuri was in. After I heal you, you're probably going to fall asleep again since you haven't fully recovered from the other healing session. Once you wake up again, you can go back to your dorm room. Izuku nodded to her, settling down into the bed as he felt his energy start to seep from his body. There was nothing he could do to keep the darkness from washing over him, and he fell into a deep sleep. When do you think he'll wake up? How am I supposed to know? Oh come on Sho, don't be a grump, you know he's going to be upset if he misses his classes. We should wake him up. Don't wake him up, he needs to sleep to heal. If he doesn't wake up on his own then he won't be fully healed. He can miss one day. Izuku tried to understand what the voices were saying, a small part of him realizing they were talking about him as he slowly regained consciousness. He opened his eyes to find Yamada and Aizawa arguing quietly while Nemuri just watched. He stretched, feeling tired but not as sore as before. His movement caught the eyes of the heroes, and they all turned to him, Yamada looking a bit nervous as he approached. Hey kiddo, I'm sorry about running out on you before, but I broke All Might's nose. Izuku snorted at the image of Yamada going up against the number one hero and actually landing a punch. You didn't have to do that, Yamada, but good for you that you didn't die. Aizawa smirked as Yamada got riled up. Huh? You don't think I can take him on? Izuku burst out laughing as Yamada took up a fighting stance, throwing punches into the air. Yamada stopped and smiled down at him as Izuku calmed himself down and moved to get out of his bed. Aizawa put a hand out to stop him. You don't have to go to class today, kid. You aren't going to miss anything and you need more rest. Izuku thought about it for a minute. He really wasn't in the mood to go to class, especially if they weren't really going to do anything, but he thought about it for a minute. Can I go visit Hatsum then? I want to work with her more on my costume since it got ruined. There's a few things I want her to change too. And I can just get my work from you later? Aizawa sighed. Fine. But you have to rest. Don't go running around all day long. You and I are going to start working on combat training later this week, so you're going to need your energy. Izuku jumped up. The idea of getting actual training from Aizawa made him forget about everything else for a minute, losing himself in his excitement. He glanced around quickly, looking for some clothes, forgetting that he had only been wearing his costume when he came in and had left his uniform in the locker room. His eyes focused on Nemuri as she held up some clothes. Bakugo dropped them off earlier. He said he dropped by your dorm and grabbed them for you. He made a mental note to send a thank you text to Kaken later as he grabbed the clothes from Namuri and went into the bathroom to change. As he left the bathroom, Izuku was stretching his arm out, feeling a bit of numbness from the nerve damage. He kept stretching and flexing, happy with the fact that he could still move his arm, even if he wouldn't be able to feel much from it. He met Namuri's smile, forgetting about his arm for the time being. "Hey Hatsum? What do you think about All Might?" Izuku was currently sitting on a counter next to Hatsum, studying the way she was moving while she worked, trying to memorize the way her hands moved. Izuku stared as the girl glanced up from the costume she was working on again. "I don't really have a real opinion of him since I haven't actually met him in person. He's the #1 hero though, and he's had that title for a while, so there's that." "Why do you ask?" Izuku thought about it for a minute, trying to figure out how to properly put his thoughts into words. I've met him a couple of times and each time he just doesn't seem like that great of a person to me. I always used to look up to him as a hero, and you're right, he has been #1 for a long time. I think he's a great hero. But I don't really know if he's that great of a person. And I just get this feeling that he doesn't like me at all. I'm trying to look at it from an unbiased perspective, but I don't really know what to do. If every time he teaches my class I end up in a hospital bed, I don't know how I'll ever make it past my first year here, let alone become a hero. I talked to Aizawa-sensei about the fight yesterday, and he said that All Might should have stopped it but didn't. It's like he purposely let me get hurt? I just don't understand. That's interesting. She brushed her hands off, leaning back against the counter next to him while she spoke. I really don't know that much about most of the teachers you have. Since we're in totally different courses, I never really have to deal with them. But if you really think that All Might let you get hurt like that on purpose, then you should probably watch your back. I don't understand why All Might wouldn't like you, especially if you've only met a few times, but I don't think you should try to have the #1 hero as your enemy. How do you feel about him? You said you want an unbiased perspective, so you must be pretty biased then. Why don't you think he's a good person? Honestly, I don't really like him. When I first met him, he saved my life. But then when I had a conversation with him, he basically told me to give up my dreams and that I could never be a hero. I don't think I'll ever be able to forgive him for that. From what I've seen, it seems like everyone who has ever had a conversation with him ends up not liking him. I know Aizawa-sensei hates him, and Mike-sensei actually ended up punching him in the face, so he doesn't like the guy either. It just seems like he has two different personalities. The smiling, happy, awesome hero that everyone sees on TV, and the other guy that everyone sees in real life. They seem like two sides of a coin, polar opposites of each other. As far as I know, this year is his first time teaching, and I don't even think he has a license for it. He seems completely inexperienced when it comes to teaching, and when it comes to teaching a hero course, I don't think that's a good thing. Hatsum frowned as she went back to working on his costume. I honestly don't know what to tell you. I'm really not that great with people, which is why I choose to spend all my time here working on my babies, but if you have two different heroes along with your instincts telling you to worry about All Might, I would listen to that. Just try to stay away from him as much as you can maybe? Or you could talk to Nedzu about him. Izuku shook his head. Nedzu was the one who let him teach here in the first place. He must have had a good reason to do so, because he's not stupid. I'm sure he already knows everything about All Might. I think you're right though. There's really not much I can do except avoid him. If I only have to deal with him during classes, maybe I can talk to my classmates and they'll be able to help me somehow? His voice trailed off as he thought about it. He knew what he said was true. Nedzu must have had a reason to let the hero teach at UA without a teaching license or any experience. But what reason would All Might have to teach here? And why would Nedzu let him? Izuku was lost in his thoughts. No matter what he thought of, nothing really made sense. After seeing the teacher just once at school, he couldn't decipher why he was really there. It was obvious that he wasn't there just to teach them, though, or he would have gotten a teaching license. Izuku knew there was some underlying motive behind the hero's actions, he just couldn't figure it out. He glanced up when an alarm started going off, listening to it for a moment before turning to Hatsum. What do you think that's about? I think it means someone has entered the school who shouldn't be here. Let's just lock the door and wait. I saw reporters outside on my way in today, And I bet it's because either they heard All Might was teaching, or heard that a student got injured yesterday. Or both. One of them probably just got in somehow. Izuku nodded, jumping off the counter to lock the door while Hatsum kept working. When he got back to the counter, he decided to send a text to Yamada, figuring he might know what's happening. 12:56 p.m. Hey, do you know what's going on? Did someone break into the school? 1:03 p.m. Why? We don't know for sure yet, but reporters have gotten past the front gate. We don't know how though, so make sure you're somewhere safe until everything gets taken care of, okay kid? 1:04 p.m. I'll be fine. I'm still with Hatsum working on my costume, but we locked the door and are surrounded by things that can explode, so no need to worry, winky face. Izuku put his phone away, watching Hatsum as she grabbed various parts and tools, never looking away from her work or giving him any room to say anything as she started talking. Izuku just smiled as he listened to her go on, keeping mental notes on the pieces of his new costume. Hey, you got burned pretty badly in your last fight, right? You're honestly pretty lucky the fire wasn't hot enough to melt the metal in your suit. Since it was put together so quickly, I didn't really think much about natural things like fire or water or anything like that. I was mostly just doing stuff to help you with offense. Since I have more time now though, I'll work on more defensive stuff. You've seen The Incredibles, right? Oh, this is gonna be great. I can add this material to the fabric to make it resistant to heating up, so you won't have to worry so much about getting burned again or the metal melting or anything like that. It also should help so you don't just start on fire. What else can I add? What about this? This is a new baby I've been working on. We'll go in your mask and filter the oxygen out of water so you can breathe underwater just like a fish. You won't get all of the oxygen you're used to though, so you probably won't be able to do it for very long until you get accustomed to it. It will basically be like trying to breathe through a plastic bag, but hey, it might save your life one day. Oh, and I'll make you some more grenades. You like them, right? I know you said the exploding one was a little powerful, so I toned it down a bit like you wanted. Was there anything else you wanted to add? I have a lot more babies. I can't really think of much else that you haven't already thought about. Let me think about it for a bit longer. They settled into silence, or as silent as it could be with Hatsum still working, and in the end he couldn't think of anything else. He grabbed his case and left to go back to his classroom to put it away. Power Loader had come by a few hours ago and made them unlock the door, telling them that they still didn't know how the reporters had gotten past the gate but that everywhere had been checked and cleared. Izuku checked his phone, a bit surprised that it was already almost. He thought back over all of the things that had been added to his costume, thinking of ways it could still be improved. I'll have to test out what I have right now and see how else I can improve. I wonder if Aizawa will let me test it during the training he talked about. Or if Kaken and I can spar again. He opened the door for his class, surprised to see Aizawa still there. He looked up as Izuku entered the room. Hey Aizawa, why are you still here so late after class? Grading papers. After that fiasco today, I had your class write an essay on how the students reacted and how that reaction was good or bad. Izuku rolled his eyes, putting his costume case away. Anything interesting? The few. You got your costume sorted out then? Aizawa nodded to the wall where his case now stood along with the other 19. Izuku glanced at it before settling himself on top of a desk in the front row. Yeah, I think I got it as good as I can for right now. I'll need to test it out more before I know what else I need to improve on. So about that training you mentioned earlier. Aizawa huffed. Don't worry kid, you'll get plenty of opportunity to try everything out later on. Izuku perked up. Really? Well, don't keep me in suspense. Aizawa glared at him, causing him to laugh a little. It's supposed to be a surprise. Oh come on, I'm not going to tell anyone. Look at all the secrets I've kept for you already. Aizawa glared at him again before rolling his eyes, turning back to his grading. We're going on a field trip tomorrow. Everyone will be working on rescue techniques. Since you joined the class late, you're behind everyone else, so you'll be training with me to catch up and learn everything. We can work on your fighting skills and your costume then. You're lucky you were able to get healed in time to go. Izuku was definitely super excited at the prospect of not only a field trip, but also the chance to train with Aizawa and try out his improved suit. But he held his excitement back as he stared at Aizawa. It still isn't your fault, Zawa. Aizawa glared at him. I hate that you know. Izuku flashed him an innocent smile. Hate what? That you always seem to know what I'm thinking. It gets pretty annoying. You're worse than Zashi. Izuku just laughed. Oh come on Zawa. We've known each other for a few months already. And you know I'm very perceptive. It also helps that you aren't really that hard to read. He ducked as a pencil came flying at him and he grinned. Really? Throwing pencils? Are you 5? You better watch your mouth, kid. Don't forget who you're training with tomorrow. Izuku gulped, his smile wiped from his face at the thought, and he saw a smirk race across Aizawa's face for a moment at the change. That's what I thought. Now bring me back that pencil. Izuku probably had never gotten ready for school faster than he did that morning. He had made sure to get plenty of sleep so he would have enough energy for the day. He had made sure his uniform was laid out already and all of his work from yesterday was finished and put in his bag. He quickly ran down the stairs, making the amount of coffee that was quickly becoming a habit. He had decided that making coffee for Aizawa and Kaken would become a regular thing, since he knew how both of them liked it and he made the best coffee. Plus, neither of them had told him to stop making it, so they must not mind that much. No one in the dorms seemed to react to his excitement, except Kaken, who raised an eyebrow when Izuku handed him his thermos, and Izuku just smiled in response. He assumed everyone else just thought he was always like this, and he decided not to correct them. He got to school quickly, not caring about staying behind with his classmates and just wanting to get to the classroom. He was sure that his classmates wouldn't really care about his friendship with Aizawa, but as he pulled the thermos of coffee out and put it on the podium, Izuku decided that he would rather not chance it. The last thing he needed was to create problems for Aizawa by being too friendly with him around others. He took his seat before anyone else arrived and spent the rest of the time staring out the windows, thinking about his new costume. He had to be prepared for his training today, so he wanted to make sure he had every button and item memorized. He barely even noticed when the classroom filled up and Aizawa walked in, starting the class. Now for today's basic hero training. This time All Might, myself and one other will supervise. We will be preparing you for disaster relief, from fires to floods. It's rescue training. It's up to you whether you want to wear your costumes or not. The training site is a bit remote, so we'll be going by bus. That's all. Get ready. The classroom erupted, everyone excited about getting to start with real hero training, and jumping up to grab their costumes. Izuku was a bit slower than everyone else, his mind excited but still preoccupied with his costume and how he can use everything. He quickly got ready and found himself on the bus next to Kaken. He leaned his head against his friend's shoulder, interlacing their fingers as he thought about fighting stances and moves he had seen. He'd never really been in any fights, but he had seen plenty of punches and kicks that had been used against him enough that he thought he could probably copy the movements. He would have to rely on being quick and nimble until he got better at fighting though. He would try to dodge attacks so he could study them and figure out a way to come out on top. He glanced up when the bus came to a stop, surprised to see they had apparently arrived. He filed out of the bus with everyone else, and the gasp that left him made everyone jump as he saw the hero waiting for them. It's the Space Hero 13. They do their best work in rescue scenarios. It's so cool that they're here. Uraraka seemed to share his excitement. Ooh, I love 13. Izuku started chatting with her animatedly about the hero, and saw Aizawa walk up to the other hero. He was too far away to hear their conversation, but as 13 held up 3 fingers and Aizawa looked more grouchy than usual, Izuku figured it had something to do with the lack of All Might. His conversation with Uraraka was cut short when Aizawa turned back to them, and their attention was captured when 13 started talking about the facility they had made. Izuku shot Aizawa a curious look and almost laughed when the man just rolled his eyes back at him, telling him to pay attention. Izuku smiled slightly as his attention drifted back to 13, listening to them finish their talk about their quirk and how they will focus on helping people. Izuku felt excitement coursing through him before a cold feeling washed over him. His eyes flew around, trying to figure out what his subconscious had seen to set off his alarms. Dread filled his body as his eyes landed on a small purple mass that was slowly swirling around, growing slightly every second. His voice rang out over the class, interrupting the end of 13's speech. Zawa. The sharpness in his voice silenced 13 and made everyone look at him, then at what he was staring at. Aizawa only had to glance at his face before he was grabbing his scarves, pulling his goggles out before he had even fully turned around. Has the training already started? Izuku grabbed Kirishima's arm as the boy took a step forward, pulling him back with the rest of the students, forcing them all to back up as Aizawa yelled at them. Stay back. Those are villains. His entire class gasped as the swirling mass became wider and people started walking out. Izuku focused on each of them, trying to understand what was happening and what he could do. 13. Take care of them. Izuku's heart filled with dread as he watched Aizawa jump down to face the villains alone, wanting to reach out and stop the man but knowing it would be no use. There was no other option. Think, Izuku. Do what you can do. There are no alarms going off like yesterday at UA, so someone must be jamming them. Based on that, cell phones or other things probably won't work. We need reinforcements. Izuku swung around. Ida, you need to go. He almost screamed at the other boy when he just glanced back, confused. We need help. The alarms aren't going off, so one of them probably has a quirk and is jamming the signal. You need to run back to UA and tell them what's happening. Bring back reinforcements. Only you can do this, Ida. Go. Ida seemed to hesitate for a moment, obviously not wanting to leave them behind. Izuku just stared at him until a look of determination settled on the boy's face. He nodded and crouched down as his engines warmed up, preparing to run off. I won't allow that. Izuku watched as the purple mass from before swirled above their heads, finally taking shape between them and the door. Greetings. We are the League of Villains. Forgive our audacity, but today we have come here to end the life of All Might, the symbol of peace. The schedule I received said that he was supposed to be here today. It seemed his schedule was revised, but no matter. Ida needs to get through that door. How can I make that happen? Izuku watched as Kirishima and Kaken suddenly rushed the villain, grateful for the distraction it gave him. Now Ida. Izuku took out one of his exploding grenades and threw it at the villain as the mass went for Ida. Izuku had decided to aim for just below the yellow eyes, hoping the villain had some form of physical body there. It seemed his assumptions had been correct, as the villain pulled away from Ida in order to shield himself. As Ida made it out the door, Izuku heard the villain softly say, "That was close," as the purple mass surrounded them, engulfing them until they couldn't see. Izuku felt a tugging sensation, and then weightlessness as his surroundings changed. He gasped as he took in his new surroundings, finding himself 20 feet above a lake. He had seconds to prepare himself as his body shot towards the water, straightening his body as much as he could before diving into the water. He was glad he knew the basics of how to correctly fall onto different objects. He had no time to get his surroundings as he saw a person coming towards him. Izuku tried swimming toward the surface while keeping his eyes on the person, not wanting to fight a villain underwater. The mask Hatsum had made for him was working perfectly, he could actually breathe underwater. But she was right, he would need to get used to it. He could feel his lungs straining to get more oxygen out of the water. He pulled his arm back, ready to punch the shark-faced man swimming towards him. Azui came out of nowhere and kicked the villain before grabbing Izuku with her tongue, quickly pulling them both up to the surface and finding a boat for them to occupy. Izuku let himself be dragged, his mind whirring to think of some kind of plan. They quickly ducked behind the railing to stay out of sight as they went over their plan. Azui, I need you to kick me really hard on both legs. You what? Trust me. My costume will store the energy and we can use it to jump away from the ship. I have 2 more explosive grenades, so as we're flying above, you can throw one down at the villains. The explosive should cause a whirlpool and the villains will be sucked in. Then we can use one of my other grenades to stick them all together. Once we get away, we'll land in the water, and you'll need to get us away. We need to go back to the fountain area. It's our best shot at escaping. Azui looked apprehensive, but she quickly sent a few powerful kicks into Izuku's legs. Izuku didn't really feel any different, but he trusted Hatsum's words. He knew that it would work. Ready? Azui nodded, and climbed onto his back. Izuku braced himself, taking the grenades he would need out and handing them to Azui. He crouched down, similar to how Ida had earlier, and launched himself off the side of the boat. He was impressed by the power his costume had stored from just a few kicks as they soared over the water. Izuku felt Azui pull away a little before flinging the grenade down at the water. Izuku held his breath as the grenade flew toward the water, hoping the impact would be strong enough. He relaxed slightly when the grenade exploded, immediately causing a whirlpool that started skiing in the villains. He tried to keep his body steady as Azui turned slightly, getting a better angle to throw the other grenade. Izuku watched as the villains began sticking together, panicking as the slime took over them. "Get ready, Azui. We're starting to fall now. Call me Tsu." She jumped off his back at the last minute, allowing both of them the freedom to safely dive into the water. Izuku felt her tongue wrap around his torso again and tried to make his body as straight as possible so she could drag him easier. With her quirk, they quickly made it to the center of the building where Aizawa was still fighting. Izuku felt his heart relax slightly as he saw the man was still standing. It didn't look like he had been hurt at all. Izuku studying the rest of the villains standing, focusing closely on the pale guy with the hands everywhere and the huge bird-looking thing with the exposed brain. They seem like the most dangerous just from the way they're staying out of it right now. It looks like that pale guy has really dry skin. Maybe his quirk has something to do with dehydration? But what's with all the hands? And then the other guy, it's hard to tell. He's huge, so he must be really strong, but he just seems so different. I can't figure it out. Izuku's attention turned to the pale guy as he started talking, taking the elbow in the gut that Aizawa sent him, seeming unfazed. 24 seconds? 20 seconds? 17 seconds? It's pretty hard to tell with how quickly you move, but there are times when your hair falls that show when your quirk is inactive. Izuku was frozen as he watched the man grab Aizawa's elbow, and watched as his skin started flaking off, showing the muscle and bones beneath. Don't overdo it now, Eraserhead. Your quirk isn't very good in long, group battles, huh? But you still jumped right into this fight, why? You want to make the kids feel safe? So cool. But be warned, hero. I'm not the final boss. No. Izuku couldn't move. He watched as the bird-like villain seemed to disappear and reappear behind Aizawa, grabbing his head and slamming it into the ground, pulling his arm back until it broke. Izuku could hear the sound from here, and it made his blood run cold. Meet the anti-symbol of peace. The bioengineered Nomu. Canceling out quirks, pretty cool but nothing special. Up against crazy strength, you may as well be quirkless. Those last words shocked Izuku, snapping him back into his body. He had to do something. He had to help. He started pulling out a smoke grenade, wondering if he would be fast enough to grab Aizawa and run when the warping villain from earlier appeared. Tomura Shigaraki. 13 has been incapacitated, but there were some students I couldn't warp away, and one of them escaped. Izuku watched as the man Shigaraki turned to the purple mass, scratching his neck. Kurogyri. I'd turn you to dust right now if you weren't our ticket out of here. We wouldn't stand a chance against dozens of pros. It's game over for now. They're leaving? Just like that? But first, let's leave a few dead kids to wound the pride of the symbol of peace. Izuku didn't have time to react. This guy was fast. And in an instant, he stood in front of him and Azui, reaching a hand out to both of their faces. Izuku thought back to Aizawa's elbow, and knew they would both die if he touched them. He started reaching for Azui when Shigaraki froze, an inch away. You really are pretty cool, Eraserhead. Izuku glanced over the man's shoulder for a second, seeing Aizawa staring at them with red eyes. Izuku knew he was doing all he could do to keep them alive in that moment, and he wasn't about to let that go to waste. His survival instincts took over, and he grabbed Shigaraki's hand, twisting his arm as much as he could from his position. The man obviously hadn't expected it, because he was caught off balance and Izuku was able to use his other arm to grab the back of his head, slamming his face into the ground before twisting his arm further. He heard a loud pop as the man's shoulder came loose from its socket. The man let out a groan of pain before calling out, "Nomu!" Izuku only had enough time to throw an arm up for the punch he knew was coming, blocking the blow to his face but still flying away from Shigaraki. Izuku bounced along the ground before he was able to regain his footing, sliding to a stop, ready for the next attack. The Nomu came running at him, and Izuku did his best to dodge the brunt of it. I have to be careful with this. If I focus hard enough, it should work. Try to just take some of the blow. Save up the power, but don't die from one hit. I can do this. For the next few minutes, Izuku and Nomu seemed to dance around each other, Izuku blocking and dodging and Nomu attacking and attacking. There's no way he's this fast and this strong? I mean, Todoroki has 2 quirks, but this? Shigaraki said he was bioengineered. How many quirks does he have? There's no time to worry about that right now. I need to wait for the opening. Nomu. Stop it. Izuku launched himself at Shigaraki, using the energy in his legs to boost him away from the Nomu. No one could react fast enough to stop him from reaching the pale man, and Izuku used all of his stored energy, punching the man in the face as hard as he possibly could. Izuku didn't even register the growing pain in his other arm as he let loose with everything he had. He didn't even care if he killed the villain right then, he just needed to put an end to this fight. As the villain collapsed, Izuku pried the fingers off of his arm, wincing at the exposed bone and muscle there, and was glad he couldn't feel it right now. His adrenaline had spiked, and he didn't have time to focus on his injuries. Izuku turned back to Nomu, seeing the villain seemingly frozen in place. He had studied Shigaraki and Nomu, noticing that the monster only moved after Shigaraki called out to it, and assumed that it would only respond to his voice. He was just lucky at Shigaraki's wording and his timing. Since Shigaraki had told Nomu to stop, he had stopped. He didn't move a muscle. Izuku pulled out his last grenade as he turned back to the warp villain. Kurogyri, is it? You seem to be the last villain for me to fight here. Izuku would be lying if he said that the fear he saw in the villain's eyes didn't excite him. He watched as the eyes traveled from him to the villain laying at his feet, to the Nomu standing stock still, and finally landed on the grenade in his hand. I heard what you said earlier, Kurogyri. I know you have a physical body in there. Would you like to see how quickly I can find it this time? Izuku was starting to feel the pain, could feel the blackness start to creep up on him, but he pushed it back. He made sure to not show any of it on his face as he smiled devilishly at the remaining villain, slipping into a fighting stance. Both of their eyes flew to the top of the staircase as the door burst open, revealing at least a dozen teachers. The pros had finally arrived, with All Might standing at the very front. Izuku turned back to Kurogyri as a warp opened at his feet, encasing Shigaraki and warping him away. Maybe another time. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku didn't let his shock show, didn't ask how the villain knew his name. He saw the portal opening near the Nomu, and decided he would not let that happen. He threw his grenade at Kurogyri, making him disappear quickly without the Nomu. Izuku let out a breath as the heroes began running down the stairs. He forced his body to walk over to where Aizawa was laying. His legs gave out halfway there, and he crawled the rest of the way, picking up a small black bracelet on the way. It's okay now. You have to get better, okay? Please, don't die. He heard people calling his name, but he ignored them. Izuku clenched his hand into a fist around the bracelet as blood seeped into his eyes, mixing with his tears. When he finally closed his eyes, the darkness took over. Yamada was on the verge of a full-blown, rage-filled panic attack as he took in his adoptive son and his best friend laying on stretchers. Both of them had obvious broken arms and head injuries, and who knows what else. He made sure they were both safe and on the way to the hospital before helping to round up the rest of the villains that were scattered around the building. He wasn't really that surprised that most of them were already taken care of and bound up. He knew how strong Shura's class really was, no matter how much his friend complained about them. He had a hard time staying focused on his task as his mind kept drifting off to the way those two looked, and he was glad when Nedzu took notice of it. Mike, go to the hospital and take Midnight with you. You both are only going to end up getting hurt by being so distracted. We can handle everything from here. Yamada didn't even hesitate, practically running to the front door, grabbing his wife's arm along the way and dragging her with him. She didn't really complain, seeming to barely even register the new turn of events. He was normally the kind of guy that was always smiling, always happy. He was the hero that everyone looked to for a laugh. He was a ray of sunshine, as Shoyuda always called him. But as he sat in the taxi with his wife, on the way to the hospital to check on their son and best friend, there was no hint of a smile on his face. He knew that Kayama felt the same way, from the way she gripped his hand tightly, her hair covering the tears streaming down her face. They both looked so bad. I could lose both of them today. Once they got to the hospital, Yamada threw a wad of bills to the driver, not even caring about his change as the two heroes sprinted from the car. They ran to the front desk where a nurse was already waiting for them. Principal Nedzu has already called to inform us of the situation. As much as I'm sure you want to see both of them right now, you will need to wait until they are out of surgery. You can take a seat over there, and someone will inform you as soon as you can see them. He felt helpless as he walked to the chairs, Kayama following closely behind him. Aizu and Sho are both fighting through surgery, and we just have to sit here and wait. And just hope that they'll be okay. I can't lose them, Zashi, either of them. I just can't take it. Yamada tried to stay strong as he held on to his wife as she burst into tears. He had to keep it together for her right now. He stroked her hair, humming softly in an attempt to distract her. Kaya, look at me. He watched as she lifted her watery eyes to him, and he gently wiped the tears from her face. It's going to be all right. They're both fighters. You know they wouldn't let this take them down. Neither of them. Okay? They're going to be okay, Kaya. I know it. You need to rest. Instead of focusing on the negative, think of how great it will feel when we track down the people who have done this to them. Focus on your anger and nothing else, okay? She laughed softly, shaking her head. I'll try. I can't believe this happened to them, Zashi. What are the chances of it being those two? Why can't they catch a break? After everything Aizu has gone through, and Sho just had an encounter with a villain like a week ago. What does the universe have against them? He just shook his head. I honestly don't know, but I know what you mean. They've both had their fair share of bad luck. Now we just have to hope that means something good is coming for both of them. They sat in silence after that for what felt like hours, just staring at the wall, just waiting. Present mic? Midnight? They both jumped to their feet, immediately rushing the nurse who had called their names. She didn't even give them a chance to ask any questions. They will be okay. Both of their surgeries were a success. Since you are the boys' legal guardians, and Eraserhead has you both listed as his emergency contacts, I can tell you about their injuries. Let's start with Eraserhead. He had severe damage to his head, but luckily nothing was broken. He did need a few stitches to his forehead and below his right eye, and he has a severe concussion. His left elbow was disintegrated down to the muscle and a bit of bone. We were able to do a skin graft, but it will take a while before the skin heals fully. His right arm was practically shattered, and the surgeon managed to put plates and screws where he will need them, but he will be in casts for a few weeks at least. He also overused his quirk too much, so his dry eye may be intensified. We won't know that for sure until he wakes. Yamada and Namuri listened in horror as the nurse listed their friend's injuries, and Yamada steeled himself to listen to Izuku's. Now on to Midoriya. He also has a concussion, though not as serious as Eraserhead's, and he needed stitches to the front of his head right below his hairline. His right forearm was shattered, and will be about the same as Eraserhead's. His arm will also be in a cast. His left arm it was harder to fix. His arm retained the same injury as Eraserhead's elbow, but to a deeper extent. The injury went deep enough into the muscle for such a long period of time that we're not sure the muscle will fully grow back. We did a skin graft, but we couldn't do much about the muscles. His arm will be a lot weaker, and he might need some type of reinforcement in the future. Since the injury is on his arm and not a joint, he will be fine with just some bandages instead of a cast. His legs have a few serious bruises, but they should heal fine with time. Other than that, the rest of his body is mostly just covered in scrapes and bruises. If they both follow the instructions we give them and take their medicine, they should be okay aside from the few lasting effects I mentioned. Yamada closed his eyes as Namuri tried to hold back her sobs of anguish and anger. He was upset, sure. His best friend and his kid had been injured. Badly. But all he could feel right now was the rage. The only thing stopping him from just taking off to find the people who had hurt the ones he cared about was the fact that he needed to be here more. His need for justice and his need to comfort were at war with each other, and as he opened his eyes to see his wife's tears, he knew what his role had to be right now. When will they be awake? When can we see them? Midoriya should wake up as soon as the anesthetics wear off, maybe another half hour. You can wait in his room as long as you don't bother him. He will likely be very confused once he wakes up, and he might panic once his memory comes back. As for Eraserhead, it will likely be a few more hours before he wakes up due to the extent of his head injuries. Yamada took a deep breath before following her, grabbing his wife's hand and squeezing it. Even though he couldn't go after the villains right now, he still had work to do. Izuku's head hurt. Actually, his entire body hurt. A lot. Why does everything hurt? Did I get hit by a bus or something? No, that wasn't right. I remember being on a bus though. I remembered school. His class. They were going a field trip. 13. Rescue training. Rescue villains. Aizawa. His eyes flew open and he ignored the pain, forcing his body into a sitting position. His head whipped around, searching for Aizawa. When he didn't find him, he focused on the two startled heroes in front of him, and it took him a moment to place them in his haste. Parents. Yamada and Nemuri. They would know. Where is Aizawa? Is he okay? Izuku impatiently waited for them to recover from seeing him get up so quickly, and Nemuri jumped up to stop him from standing up. He's going to be okay, Aizu. Calm down, you're going to make yourself worse. He's in the next room over, he hasn't woken up yet. Izuku couldn't explain it, couldn't figure it out himself. But as his eyes landed on the bracelet laying on the table next to his bed and the memories came flooding back vividly, his mind went blank. He had to see Aizawa. He had to know that he was alive. Because after what happened, after all of those injuries, Izuku just had to know. He hissed at the pain as he reached his arm out, ignoring his injuries as he gripped the bracelet tightly. He pushed past Nemuri and stood up on shaky legs. Take me there. I need to see him. His tone left no room for argument, and his gaze softened a little as he saw the panic in Nemuri's eyes. I'm okay. I just need to see that he's all right. I need to see for myself that he's still alive. Nemuri hit the button to call a nurse in as she gently pushed Izuku back on the bed. We'll take you there. But we're going to do it the right way, okay? You just woke up. You can't just be running around everywhere. Izuku nodded apprehensively. He moved the bracelet from his left hand to his right, the arm that was in a cast, so he could reach out to Yamada. He grasped the man's hand and pulled him down beside him, Nemuri sitting on his other side, carefully playing with his hair. Izuku noticed that both of their eyes were red-rimmed and swollen, and he felt bad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you worried, and I know I shouldn't have jumped into the fight. But I just had to do something. I couldn't just stand there and watch Aizawa d-dash. He cut himself off with a sob, unable to finish his sentence. Is there a problem? You called for a nurse. They all looked up at the woman in the doorway, and Yamada spoke up. Yes, Izuku would like to go to Shuta's room. We want to do it right with assistance, because if we don't help him then he will just find a way to do it himself and will probably end up hurting himself more. Izuku smiled sheepishly as the nurse turned to him. Alright, let me check his vitals first and make sure everything is alright, then I will get a wheelchair for him. Izuku waited patiently, glad that these people were working with him, because Yamada was right. They wouldn't have been able to stop him from seeing Aizawa without knocking him out again. He would have fought tooth and nail to get past them, and he probably would have gotten hurt. Maybe I should learn to ask for help more often, instead of just assuming that everyone will work against me. The nurse explained his injuries to him, and it sobered him. It didn't take long until he was settled in a wheelchair, and Yamada pushed him to Aizawa's room. Izuku felt his heart clench as he took in the man. His entire head was wrapped in bandages, and both of his arms were in casts, strapped to his chest. He felt Nemuri wipe a tear from his cheek, and he leaned into the touch, never looking away from his friend. He saved my life. Miensu. That hand guy, Shigaraki, was only an inch away from turning us to dust, and Aizawa somehow managed to pull his head up from the Nomu to erase the guy's quirk. I would be dead right now if it wasn't for that. And he jumped right into the fight with all of those villains to protect us. even though he knew how high the chances were of him getting overwhelmed or his quirk slowing down. I couldn't get there fast enough. I could have helped. I should have helped. I got there before he had been injured. But I couldn't move. It's my fault he's like this. Yamada came around his wheelchair to crouch in front of Izuku, blocking his sight. Izuku flinched away slightly from the anger in the man's eyes, but the gaze didn't soften. Listen to me, Aizu. This is not your fault. The only people to blame for these injuries are the people who attacked your class. Shoyuta is a pro hero. He knew exactly what he was doing, and you can't take responsibility for his actions. The only thing you can take responsibility for is the fact that he is alive. Look at him, Aizu. Yamada moved his head slightly to the side, and Izuku's eyes locked on Aizawa again as Yamada finished talking. He is alive. Look at him breathe. See the color of his skin. He isn't dead. And that's the only thing you hold any fault for. Because you stepped in when you did, Shoyuta will live. And he'll be almost 100% too. The only thing that blaming yourself is going to do is bring you down and make you doubt yourself. Plus, when Shoyuta hears about it, he'll blame himself for you blaming yourself. You can't look at things like that. Trust me. Okay? Izuku nodded, although the man's words didn't ease his guilt, he understood. He kept his eyes on Aizawa, and focused on the man's rising chest, timing his own breathing to the same rhythm, and he felt a little better. He's alive. Just focus on that. God, you and Shoyuta are just alike. Izuku stared up at Namuri, shocked and curious by her words, and he titled his head to the side slightly, which made her laugh. You both blame yourself for things out of your control, and you push yourselves too much. Zashi is right, you did everything right. Your entire class did. We heard what you did. How you sent Ida to get help, how you planned out a way for you and Azui to escape the villains, and how you fought the villains to protect Shoyuta. Think about it from our viewpoint. You guys are a bunch of first-year students. Your class has been training for what? 2 weeks? And you had even less time. And you stood up to these villains and fought like heroes. No one will ever blame you for hesitating in that moment. You had almost no training and 0 experience. You did everything you could in that moment, and it was enough. Just focus on that for right now. Think about it from our viewpoint. That sounded a lot like what Aizawa had told him that night on the roof. In order to be a hero, you need to look at things from a different perspective. Izuku's mind was caught up in this thought when he responded, distracted. You're right. Thanks, Mom. He was too distracted to notice the change in the room, the silence that followed his words, and the wide, watery eyes that stared at him. Aizu? What did you just say? He glanced up at Namuri in confusion before his words caught up to him. His eyes filled with horror and he sputtered. I'm sorry. He was interrupted as she quickly leaned down to hug him, and he could feel her tears against his shoulder. It's okay, Aizu. I don't mind if you call me that. Izuku did his best to hug her back as his own tears threatened to spill. He clenched his eyes shut, his heart full of pain and joy. I finally have a mom again. A real mom. Dad. Izuku reached out to Yamada, who was still crouched in front of him, eyes wide with shock and happiness. The man wrapped his arms around both of them, and Izuku was filled with warmth. I have a family. They stayed like that for a while. Well, this is all very touching. They all jumped, and Izuku felt a smile spread across his face as his eyes found Aizawa's staring at them, and Namuri wasn't fast enough to keep him from jumping from his chair. Zawa, you're awake. How are you feeling? Like I just got hit by a bus. Izuku laughed. That's funny. That was my first thought when I woke up too. He sat down on Aizawa's bed as the man's eyes followed him. How are you? Izuku sighed. I'm okay. The nurse said that I'll be able to mostly recover, but my arm, that guy got me pretty bad. I'll probably need some kind of reinforcement for it built into my costume. But on the bright side, it mostly covers the scars Inko left me. Izuku smiled slightly at the thought. Sure, he now had a giant handprint wrapping around his forearm, but it was a scar he could be proud of. One he didn't feel the need to hide. It was proof that he had fought a villain and survived. Oh, Zawa, I picked this up. Izuku held up the bracelet, and both of them looked at the broken band sadly. He would have handed it to the man if both of his arms weren't covered in casts, so Izuku just held it. We can go back to the store and get a new band if you want? When we get discharged from here, that is. It's okay if you don't want to though. It's just a bracelet. He didn't know why he was nervous as he waited for the man's answer, but Izuku shied away from his gaze. Sure. We can do that. Izuku glanced up quickly, meeting Aizawa's gaze through the bandages. He smiled softly at him, and got an eye roll in reply. Hey kid. Thanks for helping me. You're definitely in trouble for jumping into the fight like that and getting yourself injured, but thank you anyway. Izuku felt his tears welling up again, and he did his best to be careful as he awkwardly hugged Aizawa. Since they both had casts on their arms, the hug mostly consisted of Izuku laying across Aizawa's torso and Aizawa resting his casts on top of his head. I'm glad you didn't die, Aizawa. Izuku felt the man's chest rise as he huffed out a laugh. Me too, kid. So, Mom and Dad, huh? Is that a thing that's sticking around? Izuku smiled at the question, and continued walking beside Aizawa as he replied. I think so. I've kind of been thinking about it lately, and it just kind of slipped out the other day. They both seem to like it, and I've been trusting them a lot more lately. I could get used to the idea of having a real family, having parents that love me for who I am. It had been a few days since the USJ incident, as the press was calling it. Aizawa and Izuku had gotten discharged from the hospital that morning, and Yamada had dropped them off at the mall, telling Izuku to call when they were finished. Izuku was glad that he was able to move his arms a bit more freely, and he felt a little bad for Aizawa, who begrudgingly had to allow Izuku to open all of the doors for him and pretty much everything else. At least they took the bandages off his face though. Izuku knew they were probably attracting a fair amount of attention as he studied. The new scar that now adorned Aizawa's face, and the various casts and bandages between them. He glanced at the people around them, quickly glancing away when he made eye contact, embarrassed. What's wrong? He looked up to find Aizawa staring at him. Nothing, it's just, people keep staring at us and it's making me embarrassed. I'm not used to attention. The older man scoffed, rolling his eyes. Get used to it, kid. You'll be the center of attention all the time when you become a hero. Izuku's heart clenched at the man's words, at the unwavering confidence in them. It's still crazy to me. How much you believe in me. I'm not used to that either. Aizawa rolled his eyes again. Get used to that too. Your eyes are going to fall out if you keep rolling them like that. Izuku laughed when the man rolled his eyes as dramatically as possible, and his laugh caused Aizawa to let out a small chuckle. They fell into a comfortable silence as Izuku led the way to the jewelry shop, and Izuku smiled as he saw it was the same man working as last time. Hello. Welcome. Oh, you're that kid from before. Was there something wrong with the jewelry? Izuku held up the broken band. We just need to buy a new band because the other one got ripped. The man looked at the band, then at them, eyes roaming over their casts and bandages and bruises, seeming to understand the situation. Okay, did you want the same type of band? Or something different? Izuku glanced up at Aizawa, wanting to give him the chance to change it if he didn't like the original. The same as before. Nothing different. The employee nodded and started attaching the new band, and Izuku quickly looked away, trying to ignore the way his vision blurred. Does that mean that he liked it? Get my card out. My wallet's in my boot. What? No, I'm paying for this. It's a gift. Don't start with this, kid, just get my wallet. Izuku stuck his tongue out and smirked, handing the employee the cash he had borrowed from Yamada with the promise to pay him back. Why don't you get it yourself, Zawa? Flux could kill. Izuku laughed as Aizawa glared at him, making the employee shrink away slightly. Oh, come on, don't be a grouch. You can pay for food. He took his change from the employee along with the bag containing the fixed bracelet. He smiled at Aizawa, who just continued to glare at him. It was Izuku's turn to roll his eyes. Don't be a party pooper, Zawa. Do you want to go get food or not? After being stuck with the hospital food the last few days, I thought you'd be excited to go back to eating real food. Leave, Brett. Hurry up then, let's go get something. But I'm paying. Izuku made a show of saluting, along with a brisk, yes, sir, which made Aizawa roll his eyes and walk away. Izuku laughed and chased after him. In the end, they decided to just get some finger food, some French fries and chicken strips. Izuku knew that Aizawa hated the fact that he had to rely on someone else to help with things like eating and opening doors while he was in his casts, so he tried to make it as easy as possible. They picked a table away from the crowd of people, and when Izuku pretended to barely notice as he held out a chicken strip for Aizawa while eating his own, he knew the man was grateful. Izuku studied Aizawa as they ate. He didn't think he would get over just how different the man looked outside of his hero costume. He was wearing similar stuff, black sweats and a gray t-shirt, but he had his hair pulled up into a slightly messy bun and he didn't have his scarves. He looked a little more put together without his hair framing his face. It showed off his pale skin and his jawline better. Honestly, he was probably almost unrecognizable to someone who didn't know him. Izuku didn't think anyone would think this man was the underground hero famous for his tired, shabby look. "Why are you staring at me, kid?" Izuku laughed at his bluntness. "I was just noticing how different you look when you aren't all dolled up in your hero costume." Aizawa rolled his eyes again. "Whatever, kid. Staring at people is rude, you know. Give me some fries." He laughed again before handing the man a couple of fries. "Do you want to know what I think is funny?" "What?" "How immediately we keep repaying each other for saving the other. Like, how I saved you from those villains when you ran into my shop, and then you saved me from my mom. Then when you saved me from Shigaraki, and I saved you from Nomu. It's like, the universe keeps giving us ways to repay the favor." Aizawa stared at Izuku for a few minutes, and Izuku was surprised that the silence and scrutiny didn't make him uncomfortable. "Well, the universe better knock it off. I'm getting a little tired of all the near-death experiences we've been having lately." Izuku laughed, and he saw Aizawa smile slightly. Izuku glanced down at their food before looking back up. "Want the last piece of chicken?" "Yes." "Hey y'all. Here's the hero costume. I know it's pretty much the same as the one in the anime. I just changed a couple of things because I think for this story his costume should be a bit darker. Smiley face. Also I know his face looks weird. LOL, you don't need to tell me." Izuku's hero costume chapter text. Izuku hummed quietly to himself, excitement coursing through him as he thought about the week ahead. Christmas was coming up in a few days, and today was their last day of school before the break. His class had all finished their work early, and Aizawa had let them have some free time. His classmates chatted loudly while Izuku just stayed quiet, smiling to himself as he played with Kaken's hair. "Wanna come over for Christmas, Kaken? Yamada and Namuri told me I can invite my friends for dinner on Christmas Eve. I'm going to stay with them over the break. Dabi and Toga already said they would come." Kaken leaned his head back on Izuku's desk, staring back at him. "Sure, I'll come over. My mom still said about everything that happened with your mom, so I wouldn't mind an excuse to not be around her. I told you she got stuck with community service, right?" Izuku's mind was reeling. "No, I don't think you did. Why?" "Apparently because she knew what was happening to you and never stopped it. She was arrested and taken to court, but the judge decided to let her off with community service. It's no big deal. Honestly, I think she got off really easy." Izuku sighed and rested his forehead against Kaken's, closing his eyes. "Sorry, Kaken. Don't stress about it. Like I said, it's no big deal. It's her fault she got in. Trouble anyway, not yours. Anyway, what time should I come over? Do I need to bring anything?" Izuku sat up and pulled out his phone. I'm not sure, let me ask." 2:45 p.m. Hey, what time can Kaken come over for dinner for Christmas? And he wants to know if he should bring anything? 2:48 p.m. Why, he can come over whenever. He can stay the whole break if you want him to, up to you guys. Same for your other friends too. And no, he doesn't need to bring anything. 2:49 p.m. Why? Oh, and make sure you tell Sho he has to come too. It's his turn to make dessert. Tell him to call me later. 2:49 p.m. Okay, I'll let him know. I'm going to ask Kaken if he can stay the whole break. Thanks, Dad. He sent a quick text to Dabi before looking up. Hey, Kaken. He said you can stay over for the whole break if you want to. You don't have to if you don't want to, but my room is pretty big, so you can stay with me. And he said you don't have to bring anything for dinner. Izuku heard Kaken sigh. Sure, I wouldn't mind staying over for the break. Then I don't have to deal with my mom at all. Have you done your shopping yet? Izuku gasped as he felt the blood drain from his face. Kaken laughed. Seriously? You forgot again? How do you leave it until the last minute every year? I don't know. I just totally forgot about it. Kaken, don't laugh at me. Your face is just too funny not to laugh at, nerd. Stop freaking out. We can go to the mall later and pick some stuff up. Your folks don't live that far from it, right? You'll really help me? Yes, the mall is kind of on the way to their house. We can walk there after we stop at the dorms to get our stuff. Kaken, you're the best. Calm down, nerd, you'll wake the teacher. Izuku looked up to where Aizawa was slouched against the wall in his sleeping bag and snorted. He's not really asleep though. He's probably listening to our conversation right now and judging us. Izuku saw Aizawa's mouth twitch slightly and he couldn't help himself from bursting into laughter. The rest of the class looked over and started asking him what was so funny, but Izuku just shook his head, trying to control his breathing. Izuku's laughter was interrupted by the bell, announcing the end of school. Everyone jumped out of their seats, unable to contain their excitement for the upcoming break from school and the holiday, wanting to see their families. The only ones who didn't jump up were Izuku and Kaken, who waited for the class to empty before making their way to their teacher. Zawa, Dad said to tell you that it's your turn to make dessert this year and to call him later, K? Aizawa just rolled his eyes. Whatever, kid. How many people are there gonna be this year then? Well, I'll be there and Kaken and Dabi and Toga, so, 7? Including you? Aizawa huffed as he rolled up his sleeping bag, rolling his eyes. Sounds like a real party then. Whatever, I'll see you two later then. Be careful shopping. Izuku nodded and left with a smile. He was glad to see Aizawa out of his casts. He knew how much it had bothered the man to rely on others to do things he couldn't do, and Izuku was just glad he healed fast enough that he didn't hurt himself trying to do something instead of asking for help. Izuku had been able to get his cast off too, and his head was all better. The bones in his left arm still ache sometimes, and there was still an indentation of a hand, but he didn't think that would change. Sometimes Izuku would just lay in bed, staring at his arm as he twisted his hand, ignoring the pain and watching the muscles twitch back and forth. He watched as the skin stretched over the lost muscles, almost making it look as if it was normal again, before he relaxed and the indentation came back. The lack of muscle was slight enough that it was hard to see if you weren't looking for it. But if you ran your fingers over it, you would be able to make out the exact shape of the hand. Sometimes on a bad day, Izuku would make his muscles twitch just to feel the jab of pain it caused to shoot up his arm. A part of him kept doing it because he wanted to get used to the pain so it wouldn't surprise him in the future if he bumped it or got in a fight. Another part of him wanted to remember the pain. Remember the scar it had left, what other scars it now covered. The pain helped him stay grounded, helped him remember how much his life had changed. Hey nerd, what are you thinking about so hard? Izuku jumped. He had forgotten for a moment that his friend was walking beside him. Just how different my life is now. Kaken hummed, and Izuku reached out for his hand. It's cold, let's hurry and go get our stuff from the dorms so we can go shop. In the end, Izuku had found a few things for everyone. He didn't have to be as subtle with Kaken as he had been with Nemuri and Yamada, and he ended up just telling the other boy to meet him at the food court later so he could find a gift for him. They walked home together, each holding bags and laughing, watching their breath freeze in the cold air. Izuku felt his phone vibrate in his pocket, and he shifted his bags around so he could pull it out. 7:43 p.m. D. Hey, sorry, I just got your text. Thanks for the invite, but Toga and I can't stay over the whole break, we've got other stuff we have to do. We can stay over Christmas Eve though? After dinner? Izuku smiled as he responded. 7:44 p.m. Sure. I can't wait to see you guys again. It feels like it's been forever since we've all hung out. 7:48 p.m. D. Yeah. Can't wait. Text the address later. Izuku frowned, staring at his phone for another minute. What is it? Kaken came over and read the messages over his shoulder. I don't know. Doesn't he sound a little weird though? He just seems kind of distant. You think too much, nerd. He's probably just busy with other things. Maybe. Izuku put his phone away and they continued walking, but Izuku just couldn't get those thoughts out of his head. Is he mad at me? Why did he sound so cold? Usually he's more energetic when we talk, and he didn't seem excited to see me at all. Maybe I don't really mean that much to him after all. Kaken bumped his shoulder as they neared the house, and Izuku cleared those thoughts from his mind for now, making sure his smile was in place as he unlocked the door. Mom? Dad? We're home. Izuku saw Namuri poke her head out of her office. Hey kiddos! Got all your shopping done? Go put stuff in your room and get ready for dinner. Zashi is making stew, should be done soon. Izuku smiled. Whiter. He loved stew. The boys kicked their shoes off and headed to his room, Izuku giving Kaken a quick tour of the rest of the house as they walked through. They threw their bags onto the bed and changed into more comfortable clothes. Wanna wrap stuff tonight? So then we don't have to worry about it later. Sure. But you don't get to wrap any of the stuff I bought. Why not? I already saw pretty much everything you bought anyway. Kaken rolled his eyes. I know you already saw it, dumbass. You were right next to me when I got most of it. No, you don't get to wrap it 'cause you're a shitty wrapper. What are you talking about? I'm awesome at wrapping stuff. The other boy snorted. Keep telling yourself that, nerd. We'll see about that later. They heard Yamada calling for them to come down for dinner, and they both ran down the stairs, laughing as they tried to push past each other to be first. Oh. Slow your roll. It's not going cold anytime soon, no need to push. Aizu, grab some bowls, yeah? And Bakugo, spoons are in that drawer behind you. You two can set the table. They both grabbed everything and quickly sat the table, still laughing and teasing each other as everyone gathered around. Namuri ruffled his hair as she walked by, making him laugh. Okay kiddos. Start dishing up. How was school today? Izuku was the first to scoop some of the stew into his bowl, glancing up at Yamada. It was fine, we didn't really do a lot to be honest. Everyone in class seemed really excited for the break and everything. Everyone was pretty much out of their seats and gone before the bell finished ringing. Yamada laughed. When are your other friends going to come over? Sho is just going to come over a few hours before dinner to help out, and he usually ends up staying over for a day or two. Izuku felt his smile drop slightly. They said they could stay over Christmas Eve, so they'll be here before dinner. Yamada seemed to notice the change in his tone. Is something wrong, Aizu? He looked down and he saw Kaken sigh softly. No. When I was texting him he seemed a little off, and I can't help but feel he was upset or something. It's probably just nothing though, just me overthinking things. Namuri noticed that he was starting to get upset, and tried to distract him. You boys went to the mall after school for presents, right? What did you get me? Izuku stared at her, aghast. I'm not telling you. It's a surprise. Oh come on Aizu. You can tell me, I'll pretend to be surprised when I open it. No way. You have to wait just like everyone else. Everyone laughed as he pouted in her direction, which only made his pout worse. Kaken jumped in, grinning. Oh don't worry, you'll want it wrapped when you see it. His wrapping skills are a gift by themselves. Izuku shot a glare at his friend before rolling his eyes and continued eating his stew. Yamada looked curious. Oh, is he that good? Izuku glared at his friend as he laughed. No. He's that bad. Everyone laughed again as Izuku dropped his spoon into his bowl to reach over and start poking his friend in the sides, making the other boy laugh slightly as he fought Izuku off. Everyone eventually calmed down, and Kaken and Izuku resumed eating, both faces flush from laughing so hard. Izuku looked up to Kaken and smiled as he met the boy's eyes. I never thought my life would be like this. It's just kinda weird, you know? They had finished dinner and were now relaxing on his bed, and Izuku looked up from where he was laying as his friend spoke. What's weird? Having dinner like that. Felt nice. Like what a family dinner looks like on TV, in the books, whatever. It's weird to think that's normal for people. Izuku smiled softly at his friend, moving closer until his head was resting on the boy's arm. I know exactly what you mean. I was thinking that earlier. I'm honestly still not used to it, but I like it. It's a lot better than what I'm used to. Me too. They laid there in silence for a while longer, thinking back to their childhoods together. Their families would always celebrate holidays together, but it was just so different. Izuku remembered how he and Kaken always tried to stay out of the way of the adults, and how they never really got to enjoy the time together. Whatever. Ready to wrap some presents, nerd? I can't wait to see how you wrap them this year. Izuku bolted out of the bed as Kaken lightly jabbed him in the side again, and he laughed. Shut up. It's the thought that counts. And the paper is just going to get torn off and thrown away anyway, so it doesn't matter, right? Kaken sat up and laughed. Sure, whatever makes you happy. Should we wrap each other's first? Then we can see what we got everyone else. Izuku nodded before grabbing everything he would need and heading to one corner of the room. No peeking, okay? He laughed as he heard Kaken huff back at him. He could practically feel the other boy rolling his eyes as they started rapping. He's just as bad as Zawa. 4:47 p.m. D. Hey, we're on our way. Can't wait to catch up and hear everything about your new school. Be there in Heiza? Izuku watched as the man looked up from his phone. What's up, kid? Can you help me with something? Aizawa just raised an eyebrow in response, and Izuku continued, sitting next to the man on the couch. Can you hold on to my notebooks for me? Just until tomorrow. Why? Izuku glanced down, and he couldn't stop the guilt that flooded through him. He felt terrible for doing this. It's just a feeling. But, my friend, he's just been acting differently lately. It's really hard to explain, and I don't really know what's going on or why I'm feeling like this, but I just don't know what to do because he's always been such a good friend to me, but I just feel like something has changed between us. I don't know why, but I just feel like I can't let him see my notes. Aizawa stared at him for a while, and Izuku felt like his chest was being crushed by his guilt and remorse. I shouldn't be feeling like this. He's my friend. I shouldn't be hiding things from him, but sure, I'll hold on to them. What you're feeling are called instincts. You should trust them. They're not always right, and you usually can't explain them, but you should still trust them. Your instincts are part of what got you into UA in the first place. And stop beating yourself up over them. You okay if I read through your books? Izuku glanced up sharply, and he couldn't have hidden his surprise if he wanted to. You want to read them? Of course you can. Izuku couldn't believe it. Someone actually wanted to look at his notes? And not only someone, but his teacher, no, a pro wanted to read them. He watched as Aizawa nodded. Great. Then I'll just borrow them over the break until I've finished reading them. You can tell your friend that a teacher was borrowing them if he asks for them. Of course. He's helping me by giving me an excuse. Thank you. Dabi. Toga. Izuku ran through the front door and hugged both of them, trying to ignore the feeling of dread that ran through him as Dabi leaned away slightly before hugging back, patting him on the head. Toga seems like she normally does. What's going on with Dabi? He must be mad at me for something. Come in. Dinner is almost done. Let's go put your stuff up in my room real quick, then we can come back down to eat. Izuku quickly led them to his room, and he tried not to notice how carefully Dabi seemed to look around. Why am I feeling like this? He's been my friend for years, helped me through so much. Why am I suddenly suspicious of how he's acting? He's in a new place, looking around is natural. So why does it make me feel so cold? What am I missing? Okay, let's go eat. The four of them collapsed on his bed, feeling the exhaustion weighing on them as they rubbed their very full bellies. Dinner was incredible, and the dessert was so good too. Izuku felt happier than he ever had before. For a very large part of his life, he lived off cheap ramen noodles and takeout he could pick up on the way to work. And now he was eating good food all the time. He didn't know if he would ever get over the feeling. He closed his eyes as he enjoyed the feeling of being full and happy as he cuddled with his friends. So, how's school going for you guys? You're in the same class, right? Yeah. And Aizawa is your teacher? Yeah. Wow, small world, huh? I guess. Izuku opened his eyes slowly as Dabi and Kaken talked. He couldn't understand why he didn't want to talk about his school with his friends. He was going to the famous UA, was surrounded by awesome teachers and pro-heroes all the time, and was learning how to become a hero, something he had always dreamed of. He was usually such a fanboy. He usually couldn't control his excitement when it came to talking about his new life. So why was he only filled with dread? So what about your classmates? Anyone cool? Izu. He glanced up at Dabi and tried to keep his real emotions off his face, meeting the boy's calculating look with an excited one he had mastered. There are a few people who seem really cool. I haven't really had the chance to see everyone in action yet, since I spend most of my time in the nurse's office. But it seems like there are a lot of cool people there. Oh yeah? What? Aren't you kind of a quirk fanatic? So who's caught your eye? Oh well, there's this one guy who has this awesome ice quirk. He can make so much ice in the blink of an eye. He seems kind of mean though, so I don't really talk to him. And there's this one girl who can secrete acid. And she's really fit, so she's good at fighting too. And then there's this guy who can control his own shadow, which I think is pretty cool. I mean, it even looks cool too. And there's this girl who can make stuff float, and someone who can run really fast, and another person who can shoot a laser from his belly button. Those are pretty much all the ones I've been able to really observe since I've been in the class, but they seem really cool. Izuku tried to ignore the questioning look Kaken sent him, hoping that Dabi hadn't noticed it. Wow, that seems really cool. What about you, Katsuki? Notice anyone cool? You know all those people are just extras. Why should I pay any attention to them? Izuku tried not to feel relieved as his best friend spoke, as Dabi snorted in response. I should have known, huh? You never really were the type to observe outside of a fight. Say, don't you take notes on people and their quirks, Izu? Mind if I read them? You really want to read them? They aren't really that great, but... Izuku moved to stand up before he froze. Oh wait, I forgot. A teacher at school asked me if they could borrow them over the break. I can let you read them when I get them back? I'm sorry, I totally forgot for a second. Izuku made sure his face showed just the right amount of innocence and excitement to make it believable. Thank God Aizawa had helped him out, because he wasn't really lying when he responded to Dabi, which helped make it more believable. Izuku watched as Dabi sighed with disappointment and settled back into the bed. That's lame. I was looking forward to reading them. What about All Might? I heard he was teaching there this year. Have you encountered him again yet? Izuku couldn't help his eyes narrowing slightly before he rolled them theatrically. Don't get me started, Dabs. What a pain that guy is. I don't know how he managed to become a teacher. What do you mean? Izuku rolled his eyes again before getting comfortable on his bed again, throwing his legs over Dabi's body as he leaned back against Kaken. You can just tell that he doesn't really know what he's doing, you know? It's like he's trying to teach us the way he learned, but he's struggling to adapt to different methods. It's not that bad, it's just kind of annoying. And you know how I feel about him, just hearing his name makes me glare. He laughed lightly as he finished talking, and he couldn't help but relax as he felt Kaken wrap his arms around him. Hey Toga, why are you being so quiet? I'm just kind of tired, Izu. And I'm thinking about what presents I'm gonna get. Izuku laughed. Well, I'm not going to tell you. And no sneaking off to peek either. Everyone laughed when she pouted, and Izuku was happy the conversation had strayed away from his school as Dabi started teasing her. He took a deep breath and smiled as he felt Kaken's arm tighten slightly. Wake up, wake up, wake up. It's time to open presents. Izuku jumped on his bed, avoiding Dabi's hand as the boy tried to swat him away. He heard Kaken groan, and Izuku grabbed a pillow and whacked him in the face with it, laughing. Come on, I want to go open presents. Toga started to stir as he yelled and jumped around. Presents, she gasped, shooting out of bed. Wake up, let's go, it's Christmas. Dabi and Kaken both groaned again as both Izuku and Toga teamed up on them, and eventually the four of them were all up, chasing each other around the house. Izuku couldn't contain his excitement as he ran to his parents' room, pillow in hand. Christmas. That word became his battle cry as he lifted the pillow above his head with a wide grin. Yamada's eyes flew open as someone burst into his bedroom, and his sleepy brain registered that it was his son, and he heard the word, Christmas, being yelled. His mind was still struggling to wake up fully as his wife shifted in bed beside him. He watched his son raise his pillow up into the air, and a part of him wondered what he was doing. It took half a second for his mind to catch up to the events, and he felt his eyes widen as the realization hit him. Wait on dash. Yamada was cut off as the pillow smacked him in the face, and as soon as the surprise wore off, he felt a smirk build. "Oh, you're in for it now, kiddo." Izuku watched as Yamada grabbed a pillow from under Namuri's head, startling her awake at the loss of support. Izuku screeched as Yamada started coming after him, and he ran through the hallway and down the stairs, laughing his head off as Yamada thundered behind him, also laughing. He saw his friends waiting at the bottom of the stairs, and he smacked Kaken in the face again as he passed. "Gotta make sure he's really awake." He laughed as he saw the shock frozen on the other boy's face. He felt something graze the back of his neck, and he screeched out another laugh when he realized it was Yamada's pillow. He took off into the living room with Yamada trailing right behind him. "Zawa! Wake up! Help me, Zawa!" Izuku watched as Aizawa sat straight up on the couch, and Izuku ran behind him. "Oh, come on, that's not fair. You can't have Sho protect you, that's totally cheating. You hit me with a pillow, now I get to hit you. That's how this works. You can't start a pillow fight then just run away from it." Izuku leaned out around Aizawa and stuck his tongue out at Yamada, smirking. "I got woken up for a pillow fight?" Izuku grinned up at Aizawa sheepishly, and he watched as the other man rolled his eyes. Izuku smiled devilishly and raised his pillow again. "Don't even think about it, Ki-dash." Izuku smacked Aizawa right in the face, laughing maniacally, ignoring the shocked gasps from the others in the room. "Oh, now you've done it, kid." Izuku tried to dodge away from Aizawa, but the man was too fast, and Izuku couldn't stop laughing as he was pulled onto the couch where Aizawa began relentlessly tickling his sides. "Ha, Zawa. Zawa, stop. I'll be good, ha. I can't breathe." Izuku could hardly talk through his laughing, and felt his stomach clenching with the workout it was causing. He was relieved when Aizawa finally stopped, and he moved away slightly as he tried to catch his breath. "Are you done?" Izuku looked up at Aizawa, who was smirking slightly. He grinned. "For now." "What's with all the yelling?" Everyone looked up the stairs to see Namuri coming down, wiping the sleep from her eyes. Izuku launched himself towards her and wrapped his arms around her. She leaned back slightly, surprised at the sudden hug before wrapping her arm around him as well. "Morning, Mom. It's Christmas. Can we open presents now?" "Sure, kiddo. Let's open presents, then we can have breakfast. Midoriya, this one is for you." Izuku looked up as Aizawa spoke, and he reached out to accept the wrapped gift, curious. "What is it?" Aizawa rolled his eyes. "It's a present. Open it and find out." Izuku looked down at the gift in his lap, admiring the perfect wrapping. "Wish I could wrap that well. Wonder if he would teach me?" He carefully pulled at the edges, not wanting to rip the paper as he unwrapped it. He pulled out what looked like a really big book, and glanced up curiously at Aizawa as he opened the cover. Izuku felt tears immediately spring into his eyes as he read the inscription on the front page. "Here's to your new life. Enjoy the moments." The first few pages were filled with pictures, and Izuku looked over all of them carefully. There were a few from when he went to the mall with Namuri and Yamada, where he was with Namuri and Yamada had obviously taken some pictures, and vice versa. There were some from his childhood, him and Kaken playing together. There was one from a few years ago with him, Kaken, Dabi, and Toga. They had been hanging out at the shop together that day. There was the picture he had taken of Aizawa struggling with his sleeping bag. A picture of Aizawa and Izuku cooking together. A picture of Izuku in his new hero costume. He felt a tear roll down his cheek as he glanced up from the book. This is, thank you." Izuku carefully set the scrapbook beside him and stood up to hug the older man. He took a deep breath as he felt arms wrap around him. "You're welcome, kid. Make sure you keep adding to it. Look at it on the bad days, okay?" Izuku almost broke into sobs at the kindness in Aizawa's voice, at the way he was quiet enough that no one but him would be able to hear. He grabbed handfuls of Aizawa's shirt and took deep breaths to calm himself down. "Okay, break it up, you two, it's time for breakfast." Aizawa flipped through the notebooks in front of him, not caring that he should be asleep right now. Midoriya's friends had finally left a few hours ago, which gave him the peace and quiet he had longed for. He would never admit it, but he had actually been looking forward to reading through the kids' notebooks. And now that he couldn't deny that he was impressed with his students' work. These notes were beyond anything he had seen before, Far too detailed for the heroes Midoriya had never even met before. If Aizawa hadn't witnessed his analytical ability for himself, he wouldn't believe that this kind of observation was possible. Especially for someone so young. He flipped the page and felt his eye twitch in surprise as he saw his own name. Eraserhead quirk, eraser. When he activates his quirk, his opponent's quirk is erased. The effect wears off once Eraserhead blinks or if his vision is obstructed. I doubt his quirk would have an effect on mutant class type quirks, but it might be able to somehow nullify or make them stop working properly. I don't think it would be probable that his quirk is able to physically stop the quirks, so it's more likely that his quirk does something to block the gene that makes quirks possible. He uses some kind of scarf as a capture weapon, and also as a type of transport. He can use it to swing between objects, tie people up, or to capture an opponent. He also has a pair of yellow goggles to protect his eyes as well as hide them from opponents. I don't have any evidence, but he probably carries some kind of knife as well in order to cut his scarf if he needs to, or in order to defend himself better if his quirk becomes too overused. There are very few videos of him available since he's an underground hero. By using his goggles, he can fight a group of people. The group wouldn't know which person he is targeting with his quirk, making it easier to take them on. He is very fast and nimble, and seems to be able to hold his own very well in a fight. His quirk doesn't require close contact, so long as he can see the other person he can use his quirk, no matter the distance. This would make it useful in a teamwork situation against a dangerous villain. Eraserhead could nullify someone's quirk from a distance while another person captures the villain. Weaknesses. His hair stands up when his quirk is activated, making it so that his opponents know when he's using it. Does his hair stand up because his quirk produces too much energy? Since he can only use his quirk through his eyes, is it building up like pressure? Like if you have a water bottle and poke a small hole then squeeze, there would be a higher pressure buildup and the bottle might explode to let that pressure out. Since his quirk is focused on the use of his eyes, and he would have to fight for long PRDS of time without blinking, he probably suffers from dry eyes. The longer he fights, the more he would have to blink, which would just worsen his dry eyes. If Eraserhead wore some kind of hood to cover his hair, his opponents would never know when his quirk was activated. It would also help to keep his identity a secret from the opponents as well as press. Although a hood might limit his vision. He saved my life. Aizawa stared at the page for what felt like hours, not even moving. How did he find out so much about me? There's maybe like 3? For videos of me online? There's no way he figured all this out from that. And this was dated before he even met me. He sat back on the couch and thought back over what he had read. He had already read a handful of the other books and knew how detailed they were. But it just felt different when it was himself he was reading about. It was almost creepy. How much Midoriya actually seemed to know about him. Not just as a hero, but also as a person. The kid always seemed to know what he was thinking or how he was feeling. Aizawa wasn't sure how to react to it most of the time. He had never had someone pay that much attention to him before. He glanced up as he heard a shuffling sound on the staircase, and found said boy walking sleepily into the room. "What are you doing up, kid? It's past midnight." Midoriya offered him a small smile as he walked past him into the kitchen. "Bad dream. Couldn't fall back asleep. Gonna get some water." Aizawa heard him shuffle around the kitchen for a bit before he came back, drink in hand. "Can I sit with you for a bit? Why you still awake? Hypocrite." Aizawa rolled his eyes. "You can sit. I was reading through some of your notebooks." Aizawa watched as a slight blush formed on the kid's cheeks as he sat down on the couch. He kicked his feet up on the coffee table as he studied Midoriya, seeing the dark circles forming under his eyes. "Do you want to talk about your dream?" "Not really." He hummed softly, understanding. He changed the subject, hoping to distract the boy. "You know, I have thought about wearing a hood to cover my hair." Midoriya's eyes flew up to meet his, and Aizawa almost laughed at the excitement and curiosity that was barely contained there. It was almost impressive how many emotions the kid could have at such a late hour. "But you're right, it would have blocked my sight too much. You're pretty spot on with your observations. Did you know that? I don't know why my hair stands up though. But what you said makes sense. You did a good job, kid." "Oh, really? You don't think it's weird? Aizawa scoffed. Oh no, it's definitely weird. But that doesn't mean it's bad. In the world we live in, there are very few things that aren't weird anymore. It is strange how well you can observe someone with so little information. I know there's only a handful of videos of me online, and not much information, so it's impressive how well you were able to use that. Aizawa leaned back and watched as Midoriya blushed again. Thanks. He hummed again, and they sat in silence for a while longer. Aizawa noticed the way Midoriya's eyes kept glancing at him before shifting away, seeing the way the kid bit his cheek and fidgeted slightly. What do you need, kid? It looks like you want to say something. Oh, it's nothing. Aizawa rolled his eyes. Just spit it out, kid. You know I don't care what it is. He watched as Midoriya's eyes slowly drifted up to meet his, and the boy's mouth opened and closed a few times before any words came out. I was just wondering, can you play with my hair? It feels nice when you ruffle it sometimes. I'm not used to being touched like that, like someone cares. Aizawa's heart clenched as he watched Midoriya squeeze his eyes shut, probably expecting to be shut down for his request. But Aizawa knew what that was like. He remembered how suspicious he was of Hisashi when they first met, of the way he never hurt him. He remembered how nice it felt when his hair was played with for the first time, after years of having it pulled and yanked. How it felt to have fingers brush softly against his skin after years of being hit. Come here then. He watched as Midoriya's eyes flew open, the shock visible in them. Aizawa rolled his eyes as the boy placed his glass on the coffee table, and he carefully maneuvered himself until his head was resting against Aizawa's lap. Aizawa waited until he got comfortable, then began running his fingers through the boy's hair. He could practically feel the tension seeping out of the boy as he sighed into the touch. Aizawa carefully untangled the mess of hair until he could easily drift his fingers through the strands. He twisted the hair around his fingers before slowly straightening the hair again. He gently massaged the boy's scalp, and he paused when he felt the boy shudder when he traced behind his ear. You good kid? Why? Sorry, that feels really nice, Zawa. Thank you. No worries, kid. Aizawa continued running his fingers through the kid's hair, occasionally sweeping it out of the boy's face. He found himself relishing how soft the boy's curls were, and he didn't want to stop playing with them. So he didn't. He leaned back against the couch and kept playing with the curls even after Midoriya fell asleep. With his free hand, he reached back and pulled down the blanket off the back of the couch until it covered Midoriya. He closed his eyes and tilted his head back, and did his best to clear his mind. He found himself slowly falling asleep with his hand still buried in the green curls on his lap. Hey guys, so some of you have been asking me a few really good questions in the comments, so I thought I would address them again here for everyone to read. So here's a short Q&A. Q. What's going on with Dabi and Toga? Well, without spoiling too much information, they are following the same path as the anime, joining the League of Villains. We will see them again during the forest training camp when the League appears again. They aren't necessarily becoming evil or trying to lose their friendship with Izuku and Bakugo. Essentially, they are becoming villains for the same reasons Izuku is becoming a hero. They see the injustice in the world and they want to change it however they can. The four amigos are not going to be enemies, but there will be a pretty heavy strain on their relationships. Q. When will things start heating up between Izuku and Aizawa? It will start heating up in Izuku's third year of UA. Right now he is a first year, after the forest training arc he will be a second year. Since the training takes place over the summer, once he goes back to school he would be another year up, then I will be adding another summer break after the school festival, so he will be a third year after that. So as of now, you can start to expect things to heat up after the school festival arc. Q. Will Izuku become an underground hero? Honestly, I haven't really thought about it a lot. It would definitely be the smartest choice for him since he doesn't have a quirk. But at the same time, I really want Izuku to shine, to show the world that he has done the impossible. So to answer, I'm honestly not sure. Let me know what you guys think he should do in the comments, winky face. If you have any more questions you'd like to ask, please comment. I love all of your comments so much and I won't think any of your questions are dumb. I love that some of you guys are invested enough to actually be curious about this FIC. It warms my frozen heart, love. Don't worry, this isn't the chapter. I'm just finishing that up right now, so it should be uploaded within the next few hours. I know I said it would be the sports festival, but I've actually decided to build up to that a little more, so we're going to be seeing some classroom training in the next chapter, as well as the training between Aizawa and Izuku. I'm going to be teaching you guys some self-defense techniques I've learned. Izuku glanced up from his desk as Ida yelled at all of them to get in their seats. He almost laughed when someone pointed out that Ida was the only one out of his seat. Morning. Izuku contained his amusement as he heard Aizawa speak up, pulling out his notebook as he prepared for class. The sports festival is coming up. The entire class seemed to explode, everyone bursting with nervous excitement. I totally forgot that we get to participate in that. Oh man, I watched last year's on TV. So cool. Wait a minute. We just had that villain attack. Are they really planning on continuing with this? Izuku looked over to Kirishima and spoke up. The school is using this event to show the public that they have a handle on the situation. By continuing on with the festival, they're telling the public that things are safe here. Aizawa nodded. Midoriya is right. They believe that it's necessary to demonstrate that UA's crisis management protocols are sound. Compared to past years, there'll be 5 times the police presence. Anyhow, our sports festival is the greatest opportunity you'll get. It's not an event that can be cancelled over a few villains. This is an event that will be watched by all of Japan, and especially pro-heroes. This will be your chance to tell the world that you are here, and to show what you are capable of. Heroes will be looking at the festival to scout you guys after you graduate. This happens once a year, so you've got 3 chances before you graduate to get your name out there. We will be heading outside where you can train freely. You can choose whether to wear your costumes or your gym uniform. Hurry up. For your training, you will be partnering up with each other and sparring. Don't try to kill each other. You'll be given 5 minutes with your partner, then we will be switching partners. The goal is to immobilize or capture your partner. Make the most of your time. Everyone, partner up. Midoriya, come here for a second. Izuku walked over to Aizawa, stretching his arms out to prepare as he walked. Yes, sir? Aizawa looked at him for a moment before responding. This will be a good opportunity for you to practice quickly analyzing your opponents to gain the upper hand in a fight. You are already at an advantage since you know their quirks. Learn how to use their strengths against them. Don't waste this. Izuku nodded quickly. He had already known the opportunity that was being presented to him, and he didn't plan on wasting it. He turned around to find that the rest of his class had already found partners, except for Mineta, who was standing alone glaring at everyone else. Izuku sighed as he headed over to the boy, already thinking how he could use the other boy's quirk to his advantage. Hey Mineta, looks like we're partners? The other boy scoffed at him. This will be an easy fight then, since you don't even have a quirk. Izuku chose not to respond, instead continuing his stretches as he stared at the boy. He knew Mineta wasn't very smart, but he was a small target and could move relatively fast, which could make things harder for Midoriya. It will be a matter of dodging his hairball in the beginning. He isn't a good fighter, so he will try to end the fight quickly by throwing them as much as he can as fast as he can. The best solution will be to dodge until he can't throw anymore, then I can take him down after that. Although, it might be difficult to dodge all of them once they've stuck to the floor. Use their strengths against them. Wonder. Izuku looked over his arms, making sure all of the buttons were in order, and he made sure to stretch his wrist as well. He grinned. I haven't had the chance to test these ones out yet. Ready yourselves. Izuku sunk into a fighting crouch, dropping his hips to make his target smaller, and he tensed his muscles, preparing to spring away as soon as Aizawa gave the word. Begin. Izuku launched away immediately as Mineta began pulling off his ball and throwing them quickly at Izuku. Grape rush. Just like I thought. I just have to time it right. Izuku couldn't sit still, constantly dodging the ball in the air and avoiding, landing on the ones on the floor. As the next wave came towards him, Izuku pushed the button near his thumb, and grinned widely as the capture weapon Hatsum made for him was shot out. Izuku released the button once he had a few feet and grasped the end of the strand. He continued flying through the air, and he laughed when he realized he probably looked like a ribbon dancer as he swung the fabric around, collecting a few of the ball that flew around him. Don't let it touch the floor, gotta keep it swinging until I can get close enough to Mineta. Izuku could feel his body starting to get tired from all of the jumping, and he slowly started to angle his jumping so he landed closer to Mineta each time. Stop jumping around. Just hold still. How are you dodging all of these anyway? Izuku didn't respond, but he did feel a smile form on his face as he noticed a strand of blood run down Mineta's forehead and that the ball were no longer flying as fast. He waited until Mineta released the last ball before he swooped in, quickly making his way to Mineta, pulling his capture weapon behind him. He stopped short a foot away from Mineta and swung his weapon around, making it wrap around the small boy multiple times. The ball don't stick to Mineta, but they will stick to each other, and to my weapon. Izuku couldn't help the giant grin that spread across his face as Mineta struggled against his bindings, and he finally let himself breathe. How did you do that? He ignored the boy in favor of looking around to find their teacher, spotting him watching another fight and called him over. Hey Mr. Aizawa. Do you have your knife on you? Izuku watched as Aizawa turned towards them, and only Izuku would be able to see the small twitch of muscle around the man's mouth as he walked over to them. Izuku pulled tightly on the fabric as Aizawa stood next to them and pulled his knife from behind his back and quickly cut the weapon. Izuku was impressed as he watched the remaining piece retract back into his uniform. Hatsum hadn't told him about that, but he appreciated the thought she had put into it. He would have to ask her about adding some kind of knife to his own uniform as well. Good job on this fight. The other matches are about to end as well, so just prepare yourselves until then. Aizawa left after cutting a few more of the strands that wrapped around Mineta, making the bindings fall around the boy. Izuku tried to ignore the way the boy glared at him, choosing to continue stretching his body. How did you do that? Seriously. Why did you fight so hard? Izuku looked up from his seated position to see that Mineta had stopped glaring at him and was now just staring. I just used what was around me to my advantage. You were right earlier, since I'm quirkless, that should have been an easy fight for you, someone who has a quirk. That's why I fought so hard. I will use any means necessary to win a fight, to gain the advantage, even if that means using your quirk against you. It wasn't hard to predict what you would do since I already knew you, so I expected your actions and prepared for them before the fight even began. Izuku watched as Mineta looked down at the ground. So I'm too predictable? How can I fix that? I wouldn't say that you're necessarily too predictable, but it's more that you do exactly what people are expecting you to do. You're pretty small, so people don't expect you to be a very good fighter, but they'll assume that you're fast and will probably try to end the fight as soon as you can. That's how I was able to beat you. If you want to fix that, I would say to learn how to fight, or at least come up with other moves involving your quirk. Use people's perceptions of you to your advantage. People will underestimate you because of your height. Use it. Mineta stared at him for a while, and Izuku would be lying if he said it didn't make him a little uncomfortable. That's what you do then, right? I underestimated you because you didn't have a quirk, and you beat me. I wasn't expecting that to happen. Izuku just nodded as he stood up, pulling his arms above his head as he glanced around to the rest of their class. He watched the few fights that were still ongoing, studying everyone's movements and fighting styles. He watched a few of the other students jump when a shrill whistle rang out, and everyone turned to Aizawa. 5 minutes are up. Switch partners with someone. Izuku glanced around and saw Uraraka waving at him, and he smiled in response as he walked over to her. Hey Midoriya. Wanna partner up? I'm gonna kick your butt. Izuku laughed. Sure Uraraka, let's be partners. I saw some of your fight with Mineta, that was so cool how you dodged like that. Thanks. They both fell into a slightly awkward silence and were relieved when Aizawa's voice rang out. Everyone have a partner? Prepare yourselves. Begin. Izuku jumped away as Uraraka swiped at him, thinking of a plan. If she touches me, then I'll float away. I have to figure out a way to get close enough to capture her without letting her touch me. Uraraka continued swiping at him, trying to lay a hand on him as he dodged away. Izuku could feel the seconds ticking by, turning to minutes as they continued. This isn't going to work. I have to get close. I need to attack. If she touches me, as long as I can keep my grip on her, I won't float away, although I'll have to deal with being weightless. I need to be careful. Izuku pulled out the rest of his capture weapon and twisted it around his hands. He watched Uraraka for a bit longer as she attacked him, studying each of her movements. She's fast. But she's doing the same motions. I can use that. The next time she swiped at him, Izuku quickly pulled his hands up with the fabric tight between them. He felt as soon as the fabric touched her arm, and he spun his body around, trapping her arm within the fabric, and he pulled his arms above his head as he dropped his hips, sidestepping around her. He pulled back on his weapon, pulling her arm with it as she tried to yank free. Izuku quickly swept her legs out from under her, making sure to follow her to the ground so he didn't break her arm, until he was kneeling on her lower back, pinning her down. He saw her other hand coming towards him, and he couldn't dodge it in time as it smacked against his leg. Immediately he felt himself losing his gravity, and he grabbed her other arm, pinning it to the first. He quickly lifted her legs and stuck his own under them, until they were a mess of limbs, both effectively. Pinning the other to the ground. If I move then I'll float away. If you move then you'll break your arm. Let's call it a draw. He felt Uraraka huff below him, either from amusement or irritation. Deal. You need to let go of my arms so that I can release you. Izuku took a deep breath and made sure his legs had a good grip under hers before he let go of her arms, removing the fabric from the one. Izuku braced himself as Uraraka shifted, pulling her arms forward until she could touch her fingertips together. He felt gravity come back to him, and his breath left him for a moment at the weight it brought with it. He slowly stood up from where he had been pinning Uraraka to the ground and offered the girl a hand up as well. She took his hand and he pulled her up. That was pretty good. I wasn't expecting you to brace yourself against me so quickly. I really thought I had you there for a minute. He laughed. Yeah, well, I was hoping to not get hit in the first place. You have a really good quirk. Thanks. She studied him for a minute before continuing. You're good at analyzing, right? How can I improve? Izuku nodded at her before looking down, thinking. I would say, you need to utilize your quirk more. Remember when we first teamed up and I had you run around to find small things you can use your quirk on? She nodded. Maybe you should talk to the support course about adding things you can use. Or some kind of tool that can break things apart so you can use your surroundings. You could get steel-toed boots or something, and when you kick a wall or the ground or something, it would create small pieces that you can use. You need to find ways to utilize your environment better, I think. It was a good idea to have such an offensive approach though. Constantly having to dodge your attacks made it very difficult for me to think of a good strategy. But your attacks were too repetitive, so I was able to anticipate the next one and use it to my advantage. So maybe you should also focus on expanding your fighting knowledge. Uraraka nodded at him as he finished, and Izuku blushed when he realized he had started to ramble again. Thanks for helping me. I definitely will think more about what you said and try to better myself. You had some really good points. You're pretty good at this, you know? Izuku blushed and looked away. Thanks, Uraraka. I hope it helps. You should ask Mr. Aizawa if you can teach a class someday. It would be pretty useful for everyone, I think. Izuku was furiously shaking his head. I don't know about that. I mean, I wouldn't want to interrupt our studies, so maybe if someone wants help they can just ask me in our free time. I wouldn't want to burden Mr. Aizawa with this. Uraraka laughed slightly, looking over his shoulder. Whatever you say, Midoriya, but this definitely wouldn't be a burden. Think about it though. I'm going to go watch the other fights. Izuku watched her walk away before turning to find Aizawa a few feet away from him. He jumped slightly, having not expected him to be there. Jesus, Aizawa. We need to put a bell on you. Izuku saw the other man's mouth twitch slightly again as they stared at each other. She's right, you know. It would be beneficial to you and the other students if you taught a class. You would get to practice your analysis, and the other students would get to know more information about their quirks. I'm not going to force you to teach, but I do think it would be a good idea. Izuku sighed. I know that, Zoa. I don't know. Let me think about it, okay? If I do go through with this, I would need to prepare myself to talk in front of so many people. You know, I'm still not used to having that much attention yet. I would also want to wait until after the sports festival so I can see them all in action. That's not a yes. Huh. Sure it's not, kid. Now get yourself ready to spar. You're going to be training with me for the rest of class. Hagakure got injured in this last battle and had to go visit Recovery Girl, so we have uneven numbers. So you get to fight me? Izuku shivered as he saw the grin Aizawa sent him, and he got to work with putting the remnants of his capture weapon back into its compartment. He would have to visit Hatsum later to get some more. Okay, kid. Since you don't have a quirk, then obviously mine is no good either. Let's just focus on your fighting style today, so save all your gadgets for another time. Do you know how to throw a punch? Izuku clenched his fists as he answered. I really only know the basics. Don't tuck your thumb, use your body weight, all that. I've never really had to fight before, so I understand what I'm supposed to do in my head, but my body doesn't know what to do. Aizawa nodded. Show me a basic fighting stance. Izuku bent his knees slightly, pulling both his fists up near his face. Aizawa walked around him and adjusted his stance, commenting on a few things. Pull your elbows closer. You want to protect your sides. Adjust your feet so one of them is in front of the other. You need to have solid footing so you don't just get knocked over. Now let's work on this. I'm going to attack you, and you have to dodge it. Watch my body and figure out what I'm going to do. I want to see you dodge and then come back to the stance. Get ready. Izuku stared at the older man, concentrating on the way his muscles shifted beneath his sweats. Izuku saw his shoulders and legs tense slightly, and he was able to jump to the side as Aizawa launched at him. Good. Keep your stance. Ingrain it into your muscles that this is how you should stand. Izuku continued to dodge Aizawa, glad that the other man wasn't attacking full force. It was difficult for Izuku to dodge his attacks and focus on his own body at the same time. When he forgot to tuck his elbows, Aizawa would smack him in the side. When he forgot to adjust his footing, Aizawa would push him off balance. Izuku was starting to work up a sweat when he finally started to become comfortable with the stance, no longer having to concentrate so hard as his body found the correct rhythm with the stance. They continued for a few more minutes until Aizawa stopped attacking, standing up straight. Okay, I think you got it for now. Make sure you practice that stance every once in a while. Don't forget it. Now let's work on blocking and self-defense. To block an attack, you need to be able to anticipate it and move your body faster than the attack. Remember, action will always be faster than reaction. You need to train yourself to react fast and see things in a moment. Izuku flinched back when Aizawa's fist stopped an inch in front of his face. You won't be able to see every attack coming. You need to prepare for that too. When you block something, you will be leaving a part of yourself vulnerable. Lift your arm to block my hand. Aizawa moved to smack him, and Izuku lifted an arm to block the attack. Now look here, you've just opened up your entire side to me. I could kick you or land a punch before you had time to react. You need to be aware of any vulnerabilities you present to an opponent. If you have to block like this, don't wait for me to come to you. You need to be an offensive defender. Bring your arm up faster to meet mine, and then use it to your advantage. Remember this. When someone puts their hands on you, they are giving you a gift. Receive the gift and don't return it. If you return the gift, return it broken. Let me show you. Grab my shoulder tightly, as if you were trying to hold me in place. Izuku moved forward and placed his hand on the other man's shoulder, tightly gripping the fabric and the muscle underneath. Alright, now watch. You have given me a gift and I will accept it. Use your hand opposite of the shoulder to grab it. Aizawa grabbed his hand, practically crushing his fingers so that he couldn't pull away. Now, I will not return this gift. Feel how tightly I'm holding your fingers? Try to pull away. Izuku tried to yank his hand away, and he winced slightly as the grip tightened. Make sure you don't let go of this gift. Now watch what I do. I'll bring my other hand up and lightly grab your wrist, then when I have that grip, I can move you. I'll peel your fingers off me and twist your arm like this. Izuku felt the pull of his arm and his body twisted with it until his back was to Aizawa, arms straight out between them. Now look back over your shoulder and watch this. Izuku turned his head enough to look back at his straining arm and met Aizawa's eyes. Tap out when you start to feel the pain, got it? He nodded. Okay, now watch what I do. First of all, Never lose your grip on the fingers. Don't give them a chance to get away from you. My hand holding your wrist will adjust to the side of your wrist facing me, and I will keep my hold light but firm. My other hand will adjust your fingers until I'm gripping them like I would a bike handle. With this new hold, I can move your wrist easier. Feel how your tendons tighten throughout your whole arm as I pull your wrist up. Izuku kept his gaze on his arm, focusing intently on Aizawa's movements as well as how they were affecting his body. He studied the grip Aizawa had on his fingers, and he knew that you wouldn't be able to escape from it. He watched as Aizawa slowly brought his wrist upwards, and Izuku felt his entire arm go stiff. Aizawa continued bending his wrist slowly, and Izuku felt the pain start to build up. Tap. Immediately the pressure lessened, and Izuku locked eyes with Aizawa again. Good. Now you know how this would feel if you used it on someone else. If the other person doesn't seem to be responding to the pain, you can bend the wrist to the side to add additional pressure while you push forward. Ready? Izuku took a deep breath before his determination set in. Ready? Izuku watched as Aizawa bent his wrist to the side, and this time when he pushed forward, Izuku tapped out immediately. I see, so it adds more pressure to the tendons when you go to the side, right? Aizawa nodded, yes. You need to be aware of your opponent when you use moves like this so you don't cause unintentional harm. It would be very easy to snap someone's tendons or break their arm like this. If they are resisting too much, push on the back of their knee with your foot. Lead them to the ground. Izuku let out a huge breath as Aizawa released his arm. He shook it out, twisting his wrist to try to shake off the slight hint of pain as he turned around to face Aizawa. Now it's your turn. Go slowly until you get the motions down, got it? Izuku nodded, too determined to learn this move to even talk. He closed his eyes for a moment, opening them again when he felt Aizawa grip his left shoulder tightly. He stared at Aizawa for a moment as he thought back over everything Aizawa had done. He lifted his right hand and grabbed Aizawa's fingers tightly. Tighter, kid, really crushed them. Izuku's grip tightened and Aizawa nodded for him to continue. Izuku couldn't help but mumble quietly to himself as he made his body move. Okay, now I use my left hand and grab your wrist. Then I'll pry your fingers off and twist your arm back. Is this right? Izuku twisted the other man's wrist and watched as it forced Aizawa to turn away from him. Just like that. Don't forget to keep your grip on the fingers tight the whole time. Izuku nodded in response. He adjusted his grip on the wrist just like Aizawa had done, and curled the man's fingers until he could grip them in his hand. Okay, good, now you've got the grip, now what? Izuku hesitated for a moment, not wanting to hurt his teacher. He saw Aizawa look back over his shoulder at him and roll his eyes. Calm down, kid. Just don't try to break my arm and you won't hurt me. We're going slow, remember? Just focus on getting the movement right. I'll tell you when to stop. Izuku nodded before turning his focus back to the man's wrist. He bent Aizawa's wrist upwards, keeping his grip tight. He felt the tendons in the man's wrist begin to tighten under his grip as he slowly continued moving the wrist. Okay, kid, that's good. Izuku immediately let go of Aizawa and watched as he stood back to his full height, turning to face him. Think you've got it, kid? I think so. I think it will be hard for me to get over the fear of breaking someone's arm or snapping their tendons. Aizawa nodded. You don't really need to get over it. It's alright to be afraid of something like that, just don't let it control your actions. Don't let someone hurt you because you're afraid of hurting them. As long as you're aware of your fears, then you'll be okay. Just be careful and use your head, especially if you end up using a move like this. Let's keep practicing until you're comfortable with it. Izuku nodded, and they continued practicing, Aizawa using different hands and grabbing a different shoulder until Izuku was comfortable with the move and could move quickly. Okay, I think that's good for now. You can practice this later with your classmates as long as you don't hurt each other. Let's move back to blocking. Now that you know this move, you can use it in different circumstances. Let's go back to where I go to hit you and you block me, but this time try to use this move. Izuku watched as Aizawa went to smack him again, and this time instead of just throwing his arm up to block it, he sent his hands to meet Aizawa's, quickly grabbing the hand and wrist and twisting the arm away from him. In just seconds, Aizawa was facing away from him with Izuku holding his arm. Good. Now let me go. Izuku dropped the man's hand again. Good job. This is a quick way to take down an opponent who doesn't have a very good fighting quirk, but it won't always be the best option. Let's work on punches now. Go back to your stance. Izuku immediately brought his fists up, tucked his elbows, and adjusted his feet. He saw Aizawa smirk and Izuku accepted the small bit of praise. Okay, throw a punch. Just do whatever feels natural. Izuku threw his fist out into the air in front of him before returning to his stance. Alright, so it looks like you naturally do jabs. Quick punches to the front. Those are good because they're hard to block. This time, I want you to throw another punch but use your body more. Put your weight into your off foot and lean into the punch. Twist your hips and your shoulders as you throw your fist and see how different it feels. Izuku adjusted himself a bit more, imagining what those steps would look like before he went through with it. He stepped forward slightly with his left foot and he threw the punch again, twisting his hips and shoulders to lean into the punch more like Aizawa told him. This feels faster and more powerful. What do you notice? Izuku dropped his fists as he faced Aizawa. It feels faster and there's more power behind it. Aizawa nodded. That's right. Since you're stepping into it and using your hips and shoulders, you're putting in more of your body weight behind one fist, which causes the additional power. These moves will help you against an opponent who doesn't have a quirk suited for fighting, but probably won't be able to do too much against someone like Todoroki. You need to figure out how to stay quick on your feet and adapt to the situation around you. Practice punching a few more times. Make sure you practice with both arms too. If you ever mess up your right arm, you need to be able to fight with your left. Izuku nodded and punched the air in front of him, switching arms and constantly adjusting his stance. He felt himself getting faster as he grew accustomed to the power behind his punches. Izuku continued throwing his jabs until he felt sweat start to drip down the back of his neck. He felt his muscles growing sore and he forced himself to stop, looking back at Aizawa who was watching him from where he sat under a tree. Tired? We can be done for today. Class is almost over anyway. Don't forget to keep practicing. The sports festival is a big event, a lot of people will be watching. You want to be a hero? This will be your time to prove that you can do it. Tell the world that you are here. Izuku nodded, a small smile forming on his face. Thanks, Zawa. Don't worry, I'll make Kaken let me beat him up so I can practice. Aizawa snorted, whatever kid. Just don't hurt anyone too bad. Aizawa turned to the rest of the class and blew his whistle. All right. Training is over, go change back into your uniforms and prepare for your next class. Use the knowledge you got from today to prepare for the festival. Izuku took a deep breath, listening to his dad's voice echoing throughout the stadium as he prepared for his fight. Hey guys, are you ready? You've been through hell to get here. But now it's time for the one-on-one tournament. You've only got yourself to rely on. Even if you're not a hero, this saying holds true. You know it. Spirit, technique, strength, wisdom, and knowledge. Use them all and show us your best. Izuku smiled, ignoring the way his heart clenched at the words. He didn't say anything about quirks, he just mentioned things that every person has. I can do this. Here we go, you can do this, Izuku. He walked out into the stadium, the sunlight causing him to grimace slightly. The first match. Making a weird face despite his excellent performance, it's Izuku Midoriya, from the hero course. Versus, sorry but this guy hasn't really done anything to stand out yet. It's Hitoshi Shinso, from general studies. The rules are simple. Win by knocking your opponent out of the ring, immobilizing them, or getting them to say, I give up. Bring the pain. We've got our very own recovery girl on standby. And fight dirty if you must. Ethics have no meaning here. Well, of course, going for the kill is a no-no. You'll be disqualified. Because a true hero's fists fly only when in pursuit of villains. Izuku shook his head, smiling softly at Yamada's announcements. I give up, ta? Get that, Izuku Midoriya? This battle's going to test your strength of will. If you've got any kind of vision for your future, there's no sense in worrying about how you get there. Izuku felt his eyes tightening at the boy's words, having an idea of where he was going with it. Now let's get this thing started. Izuku dropped into the fighting stance Aizawa had taught him, bringing his fist up next to his face as he stared at the other boy, who just wouldn't stop talking. Like that monkey, babbling about his stupid pride. Ready, start. What kind of dumbass throws away a chance like this? Izuku knew better, but he couldn't stop himself from shouting out. What did you say? He felt his body lock up, his muscles relaxing and tensing at the same time. His body stood up from his stance. His fists dropped to his sides. His mouth snapped shut. Izuku felt like he was watching his body move from behind bars, locked inside of his own mind without any control. It's my win. Hey, what's wrong? This battle's just beginning, show us some spirit. Mere seconds into the match, Midoriya's frozen in place. Looking confounded, he's not even twitching. Could this be Shinso's quirk? We were barely aware this guy existed, but now, he sure is one to keep an eye on. Izuku felt like crying, listening to Yamada's voice ringing out through the stadium, knowing that Aizawa and Nomuri were both watching as well. He had gotten so far, he couldn't lose like this. It must be nice to have everything handed to you, Izuku Midoriya. Now turn around, and walk out of the ring. Don't do it. My body. It won't listen. My head, so fuzzy, no, damn it. Stop. I said stop. Even after Ojiro warned me about this. I still replied. Not like this. Over in a flash. Everyone's done so much for me. I can't lose here. Not like this. You probably wouldn't think so, but this quirk of mine is like a dream. Now you lose. Izuku looked on in horror as his body reached the edge of the ring, his foot lifting to take that final step. He felt so many emotions coursing through him, and he focused on them as hard as he could, trying to find any way to break out of this quirk. This can't be the end. Izuku felt the bitter rage that he always kept bottled up finally explode, and he had barely a second of clarity. I can move. He dug his fingernails into his palm as hard as he could, and he immediately felt his body return to him. He brought his foot back down, gasping for air. What's this? Midoriya. He stopped. How? You shouldn't have control. What did you do? Izuku clamped a hand over his mouth, not allowing himself to reply. He clenched his other hand, trying not to focus on the stinging pain as blood dripped from his palm. Nothing to say for yourself? I'm jealous though. You must be the real deal to have overcome that. Thanks to my quirk's nature, I couldn't enter the Golden Gates. You wouldn't get that. You got in through recommendations, right? You're naturally blessed. So let's see it. That quirk of yours that got you into UA. You people born with awesome quirks, getting to follow your dreams. Say something already. Izuku listened to the other boy's words, and he felt them in his heart as his body moved. I do get it. I am blessed. But not by a quirk. I'm blessed by the people in my life. And that's why I can't lose. Izuku was across the ring in a second, coming up on Shinso and grabbing his shoulder, putting an arm against his stomach and pushing him back. He took the punch to the face, ignoring the blood that formed in his mouth. He knew it would bruise, but he focused on pushing the other boy out. Trying to push me out? Not gonna happen. Izuku stumbled as Shinso sidestepped, and he lost his grip on the boy. I'll give you that honor instead. Suddenly their positions were switched, and Shinso began pushing Izuku. Izuku felt the hand on his face, and he grinned slightly as he grabbed it. He was glad he had practiced more with his classmates as he crushed Shinso's fingers, bringing his other hand up to grab his wrist. In an instant, Izuku had brought the fight to a standstill. Shinso faced away from him, and the tendons in his arms stood out against his skin, fingers still being crushed by Izuku. Izuku decided to take it one step further, and kicked the back of Shinso's knee, knocking him to the ground. Shinso caught himself with his other hand and glared at the floor beneath him, gritting his teeth to not shout out in pain. I'm not going to give you. Izuku pushed the boy's wrist to the side, increasing the tension in the arm. Okay. I give up. Izuku immediately released the boy's arm, ignoring Nomuri announcing him as the victor in favor of helping the other boy to his feet. I'm sorry I had to do that. But I want you to know, I don't have a quirk. He ignored the shocked and disbelieving look on Shinso's face. I do know what it's like to have to fight for what you want. To have everyone against you. You have a really cool quirk, Shinso. I can imagine what people say about it, but I think you'd make a great hero. Maybe we can train together sometime. He gave the other boy a small smile before turning away. Goodness gracious. We're off to an eventful start. Well, put your hands together for our first competitors. Izuku's smile grew wider as the crowd started clapping and he heard people commenting about Shinso. He hoped that the other boy could hear them as well. Midoriya. I saved you a seat. Thanks, Ida. Izuku took a seat beside Ida and Uraraka, pulling out his notebook as he thought about the next fight. Hey Midoriya. You did really good in your fight. He turned to find Uraraka smiling at him and he grinned back. Thanks, I still kind of can't believe I did it. He turned his attention back to the arena as Todoroki and Shiro stepped out. A surprise attack in the very beginning would be Shiro's best chance at a win since Todoroki is so powerful. I need to pay attention to the attacks they use. I'll have to fight whoever wins. Izuku watched as Shiro immediately used his tape once the match started, capturing Todoroki and flinging him towards the edge of the ring. Good, if he's quick enough, he could win before Todoroki has a chance to take control. From his position, Izuku could see Todoroki look up at Shiro, and he could hear the words that came out of the boy's mouth. Sorry about this. Izuku knew the match was over as soon as he heard those words and saw the look in Todoroki's eyes. He's too emotional right now, he's probably going to use a huge attack. Izuku didn't see which body part Todoroki used to create the ice, but suddenly there was a huge wall of it, stretching out above the stadium. Izuku could have reached out and touched it, it was only about a foot away from his face. He couldn't see past it very well, but he knew that Shiro was trapped. Izuku watched as Todoroki froze the tape, breaking out of it, and walking towards Shiro. That's overkill, no? Izuku could hear the tremble in Shiro's voice, and he could only imagine how cold the boy was. The temperature in the stadium had dropped at least 20 degrees. Sorry, I overdid it. I was just annoyed. As Todoroki was announced the winner of the match and the crowd tried to cheer on Shiro's attempt, Izuku couldn't help but notice the expression on Todoroki's face as he defrosted his classmate. He seemed so sad. All right. With the arena all thawed out, it's time for the next match. It's Class B's assassin. Every something or other has its thorns, right? It's Ibara Shiozaki versus the sparking killing boy, Denki Kaminari. Izuku almost laughed as the girl turned to Yamada and started questioning his use of the word assassin. She seems interesting. A peaceful type? But she's gotten this far, so she's obviously strong. Kaminari will probably underestimate her and go all out to get it over with fast and make a big show of it. If her quirk can protect her from the electricity, she'll win for sure, since Kaminari will probably use up all his power. Just by looking at her, her quirk probably has something to do with the vine-like material that makes up her hair. It doesn't shift like normal hair when she moves, so it's likely that she can control the vines. So maybe it's like Kamui Woods? Why, ready? Start. K, wanna grab something to eat when we're done here? I'll be happy to console you if you want. Because this match will probably be over in an instant. Called it. Izuku watched as Kaminari released all of his electricity, yellow sparks shooting towards his opponent. He focused his eyes on the girl, who turned her back towards the sparks. He watched as her hair extended, simultaneously shielding her from the electricity and capturing Kaminari. Why, the match is over already. Shiozaki advances to the second round. Izuku was already scrawling in his notebook as the match finished, mouth moving silently as he thought back over the match. Her ability to unleash the vines is something else. She can build walls, bind enemies. I wonder if they're strong enough for traveling as well? Maybe she could use them to swing between objects the way Aizawa does with his scarf? That would increase her mobility a lot. Kaminari's quirk was no use against her. She countered him well. I wonder if her vines are naturally able to insulate electricity, or if it needs to be a certain thickness? He might have had a chance if he could maneuver better, but He just short-circuited himself after one attack. If he had used smaller bursts of electricity instead of unloading it all at once, he would have lasted longer, although he probably still would have lost. Shiozaki got 4th in the entrance exam. She's the real deal. Those vine moves, they're similar to Kamui Wood's binding attacks. I wonder if she'll try to work with him in the future? Binding attacks are always strong, you almost never see someone break out. It's pretty much impossible to dodge all of the vines, so the only real counter is to rip them apart with brute strength. But to prevent that, they tend to go for the hands first. I wonder if she would be affected if someone attacked the vines? Would she feel it? How would she fare against someone like Kaken, who can still activate his quirk even if he's captured? Your match just ended, but you're already thinking ahead, strategy-wise. Izuku jumped, slapping a hand over his mouth as he turned to Uraraka, modified. He must have been muttering again. That was something that his mom always yelled at him for, but he just couldn't break the habit. What? Sometimes I don't realize when I start talking. But this is something I have to do, I guess. Since I don't have a quirk to rely on like everyone else, I need to be able to analyze people and quirks quickly. So this is good practice. Plus, we finally have a chance to see the quirks of people outside our own class in action, so... Right? I've also got notes on everything you need to know about Class A in here. I thought about what you said before, and I think I will teach a class about analyzing. So this is also a chance to see all of our classmates in action, so I can use that information later on when I'm teaching. She laughed. Midoriya, I thought you were amazing since the day we met, but this sports festival has brought you to a whole new level. Izuku returned her smile, not missing the slight blush on her face. Does she like me? What am I supposed to do about that? He turned his attention back to the stadium as Yamada's voice rang out. Moving on, who's next in the battle for the top? The first round's just about half over. Next up is Tenya Ida of the Hero Course. Versus, covered head to toe in support items. Mei Hatsum of the support course. Looks like Ida's also equipped with support items. Aren't those forbidden for Hero Course students? You have to put in a special request for those things beforehand. Izuku snorted as he heard Ida's reasoning, understanding Hatsum's sense of sportsmanship. You, Midoriya? What's funny? Oh, I just realized what kind of match this will be. Really? Who do you think's going to win then? Hatsum will forfeit, so Ida will win. What? Why would she forfeit? Izuku laughed, pointing to a few booths at the top of the stands. She's not here to win. She just wants to show off the stuff she's made. Start. Izuku watched as Ida immediately sprinted towards Hatsum, and he snorted again when she began a commentary of his movements. She used her items to dodge Ida's attack, and she commented on that too. Izuku was thoroughly entertained as it continued like that for 10 minutes, everyone except him donning a look of shock as Hatsum just walked out of the ring, making Ida the winner. Looks like you were right, Midoriya. You really are awesome. Right? Well, I'd better get to the prep room. Izuku watched as Uraraka stood and walked past him, and he noticed how nervous she seemed. Well, she is up against Kaken. He isn't really known for holding back, and I guess a lot of the class is afraid of him. He turned back to watch the next battle, not really focusing on it since he knew Ishido would win against Aoyama. Uraraka and Kaken were both his friends, but out of the two, Uraraka was the one who needed his help most right now. She's definitely at a disadvantage against Kaken in this fight. She needs to get close to him in order to use her quirk, and he doesn't. She hasn't had enough time to get the support items I suggested, so she can't rely on that. What can she do? Izuku burst into the prep room, making both Ida and Uraraka jump. Uraraka! Midoriya! Wait, shouldn't you be watching the other matches? Another 2 matches already ended. They were really short. Ishido managed to damage Aoyama's belt, he panicked, and she knocked him out with an uppercut. Then Tokoyami won his match in a flash. He didn't give Yaoyorozu time to use the objects she created. Anyway, you've helped me out a lot already, Uraraka, so I thought I might be able to return the favor. You need a counter strategy for Kaken. One that uses your quirk. I came up with this on the fly, but this might work. Ida looked a lot more excited than Uraraka did, and Izuku knew she wouldn't accept his help. Thanks, Midoriya. But that's okay. You're amazing, Midoriya. You do amazing things all the time. During the cavalry battle, I thought the easiest strategy would be to team up with friends. But when I think about it, I was actually just putting my faith in you. I was relying on your abilities to win the battle. That's why when Ida challenged you, I felt a little embarrassed about myself. That's why, thanks, but no thanks. Everyone here is fighting for their futures. Doesn't that make us all rivals? So, I'll see you in the finals. Izuku nodded, smiling at her determination. He could see that she was still nervous, but he understood and respected what she had said. He walked towards the door but stopped next to her, pulling her into a quick hug. I have faith in you, Uraraka. Show everyone what you're made of. He pulled away and ruffled her hair the same way Aizawa did to him, hoping it had the same effect on her. For the last matchup of the first round, a celebrity since his middle school days. It's Katsuki Bakugo of the Hero course. Verse. My personal pick. Achiko Uraraka, also of the Hero course. Good luck, Uraraka. 1. You said earlier you thought of a counter-strategy for her against Bakugo. What was it? Oh, nothing special really. Kaken is strong. He's got virtually no weaknesses in close-range combat. His quirk is stronger the more mobile he is. He can maneuver in midair, but if she can get him floating, she'll gain the advantage. If she can be faster than him, she can use her quirk to make him float then release him, and repeat that until he's a little dazed, then she can get him out of bounds. Why, start. Izuku watched as Uraraka dropped her body low to the ground and sprinted towards Kaken, and he watched as his childhood friend pulled his right arm back, preparing to strike. He winced before the attack even came. She probably thought she'd be able to dodge, but Kaken is going all out. He isn't going to lose by underestimating her. He doesn't want her getting close. He heard the murmuring in the audience, the people judging Kaken for going all out against a girl. He could feel the unease sweep through the stadium, but he kept his focus on the fight. There was a lot of smoke from the explosion, and Izuku watched as Kaken spotted movement within the smoke. Izuku couldn't help the grin that stretched across his face when Uraraka jumped out right behind Kaken. Why? She threw her jacket over and sent it floating, all on the fly. What a ninja! Brilliant, but not quick enough. He frowned as Kaken dodged her attack, sending her flying with another explosion. Zero. He reacted after spotting her. Kaminari, smoke screens won't work against reaction time like that. Why? Uraraka wastes no time. She's charging again. Izuku couldn't help but wince as Kaken fired off explosion after explosion as Uraraka kept picking herself up and charging. You, not done yet. Why? She keeps changing relentlessly, but this is... I really hope your plan works, Uraraka. Izuku heard the heroes in the audience start to boo Kaken, telling him to just get it over with and stop toying with her. He shook his head. They really should open their eye before they open their mouths. Why? A group in the crowd has started booing. But to be honest, I agree. An elbow. What's the big idea? Is the one who said he's toying with her a pro? How many years of active duty? If that's what you're taking away from this, then you can leave. No point in watching. Go home and start looking at job hunting sites. Izuku felt a small smile tug at his lips as he looked up to the commentary booth. Mr. Aizawa? She's come this far, and he knows her strength. His caution shows that he recognized her as a worthy opponent. It's exactly because he wants to win so badly that there's no room for carelessness of holding back. Izuku's attention was pulled back to the stage as Uraraka spoke up. Thanks for not dropping your guard. Midoriya? What does she mean? Izuku turned toward Ida, who still had his eyes locked on the fight but looked confused. Maybe Kaken didn't notice since he's so close, but the pros in the stands, the ones who were booing, they should be ashamed for not noticing. By charging in low every time, she kept Kaken's attacks and attention focused on the ground, all to set up her weapons. With the constant attacks and vision-obscuring smoke screens, he never realized. He pointed up, and everyone who had heard what he said looked up just as Uraraka released her quirk. Everyone watched in awe as hundreds of chunks of rocks came flying down towards the stage. Why, it's a meteor shower. Good job, Uraraka, you used your opponent's quirk to your advantage. Izuku watched as Kaken braced himself, lifting his arm up to the falling debris. The explosion that came next shocked everyone. Izuku could feel the heat of it burning his face. He saw Uraraka get blasted back, almost out of bounds. Why, what an explosion! Uraraka's secret plan just went up in smoke. Part of Izuku wished that Uraraka would just stay down, but as she lifted herself on unsteady feet, he felt a rush of pride go through him for her. She had done so well throughout this entire battle, and she wasn't going to give up now. Kaken braced himself again as Uraraka took a step forward, and he paused as her legs gave out. She tried to pull herself forward with her arms before those gave out too, and then she just laid there for a moment. The entire crowd was silent as Namuri walked over to Uraraka. Uraraka is unable to continue. Bakugo moves on to the second round. We'll move on to the second round after a quick break. Izuku stood in the middle of the hallway, eyes narrowed at the pro-hero blocking his path. Endeavor, why were you back here? I saw what you did out there. You're pretty impressive even without a quirk. What are you getting at? I have to get going. My boy Shoto. He has a duty to surpass All Might. Even though you don't have a quirk, make sure you push him. So give it your all, put up a good fight against him. It will be a good test to see what he can really do. He remembered what Todoroki said to him earlier, about rejecting his father's quirk, rising to the top without ever using it. He stared at the number 2 hero in front of him. Not All Might. Well, of course you're no Dash. Right? Of course I'm not. And Todoroki isn't you. You can't control him and force him to be someone he isn't. Don't use your grudge against All Might and your bitterness to try to shape his future. He deserves better than that. Izuku didn't care that he was practically spitting the words at the hero as he walked past. He didn't give Endeavor a chance to respond as he walked out into the light, seeing Todoroki standing on the stage already. He walked up to the stage, not looking away from the other boy. I have to do this. Even if that means I don't continue on. Why, this is the first match of the second round. Both of these competitors have won top marks in this festival so far. But there's only room for one of these greats in the ring. It's Midoriya versus Todoroki. Start. Check out this meme about the fight between Izuku and Uraraka from the last chapter. Here's a meme my brother made chapter text. Okay guys. I know a lot of you were looking forward to part 2 of the sports festival, and I'm sorry to say that I just can't bring myself to finish it. I hope you guys aren't too mad, but I'm not going to finish writing the sports festival. The only part that's really left is the battle between Todoroki and Izuku, and really nothing is going to change, so here's a brief summary. Izuku uses the energy stored up in his suit and his little grenade things to dodge Todoroki's ice attacks. He doesn't want to win, just wants to get Todoroki to get his sheet together and use his fire, and the arena still blows up because of the effect from the air being so cold from Todoroki's ice then heating up so fast from the fire. Izuku gets burned pretty bad along with another concussion and messed up from being thrown into the wall. He'll end up with a good amount of injuries and will wake up in the nurse's office, which is where the story will pick up again. I'm really sorry I'm not uploading a chapter this week, guys. Things have been insane for me and I'm currently spiraling in an existential crisis, so please just give me another week so I can get my sheet together t.t. I know you guys were looking forward to another chapter and I'm so glad you all have supported me so much. I've just been having some trouble with actually writing stuff down and going through with my ideas. I promise I'll upload another chapter next week. Y'all are going to get a surprise in the next chapter, and I'm sure all of you will love to hate it. Then after the surprise, we're going to get Izuku's analysis teaching. I'm not sure if that will be in the next chapter or the one after that. I'm only like a third of the way finished with my analysis of the class, so it will depend on whether I can finish everyone before next week. But it will be actual analysis. Similar to the analysis for Aizawa I did before, but for all of Class 1A. I hope you guys understand and will be patient with me as I work to finish this story for you guys. Also, Y'all better start getting FNG stoked for the overhaul arc because I am giddy with anticipation already and I haven't even started writing it yet. I have so many ideas now thanks to Tashiwoshi. Can I tag people? How? And I cannot wait for you all to read them. I plan on finishing this FIC no matter what, so I hope you guys can handle any minuscule breaks I need to take throughout the duration of this FIC. Love y'all. Izuku opened his eyes to find familiar bright lights staring back at him. He closed his eyes again, sighing as he remembered the events that had landed him here. It's probably not a good thing that I can recognize Recovery Girl's office just by the lights. He heard people shuffling around, but he was just too tired and too sore to open his eyes again. Did I really need to stick my nose in Todoroki's business? I should have just told Zawa and let the teachers handle it. I probably just made things worse. Recovery Girl's voice broke through his thoughts, and he focused on them. Izuku, glad you're awake again. Rest for a bit, then you can head out to watch the rest of the tournament if you don't want to stay here. We can go over your extensive list of injuries later. You have a visitor. How are you feeling, young Midoriya? Izuku could have groaned. This was the last person he wanted to talk to right now. He opened his eyes to find All Might sitting next to his bed. He didn't even have the energy to glare at the man, and he wasn't going to reply. He just sat there staring at him. Right. Well, I'll make this quick then. I just wanted to tell you that. I'm sorry. I told you that you couldn't be a hero without a quirk, and I didn't know anything about you. I was out of place. You did really good in the festival, better than all those other students who do have a quirk. I can see how much you really want to be a hero, and how dedicated and capable you are. I'm not asking for your forgiveness, because I do not think I deserve it. But I just wanted to let you know that I regret what I said to you, and if I could take it back then I would. Izuku was floored. He forgot about his anger for a minute, and he just stared at the man in front of him. He was apologizing? Izuku took in all of his words as he stared, and his lack of a response was obviously making the hero a little uncomfortable. Why did you say that? If All Might looked uncomfortable before, it was nothing compared to how he looked now. Izuku continued staring even as the hero looked away, fiddling with his hands in his lap. It's kind of hard to explain, and it probably will sound a lot worse than I intend it to, but being a hero is dangerous. And being a hero without a quirk is even more dangerous. When you asked me if you could be a hero, I thought to myself, this kid is going to die. I know that sounds terrible, but that's really what I thought. I honestly saw pieces of myself in you when I met you. I could tell it was your dream, and I could tell just from looking at you that you would fight until your last breath. And I couldn't do it. I thought that, if I stopped your dream, you wouldn't want to be a hero anymore. That maybe, just maybe, you would go on and pick a different career and live a long, happy life. I know that you hate me for what I said to you. But I just couldn't stand feeling like I was sending you into a path that would just hurt you or kill you. Izuku nodded slowly, still processing the words. He didn't like them at all, but he understood them. If their positions had been switched, he probably would have felt something similar. He definitely liked to think that he would have at least worded it different, but he had just finished fighting a villain. His adrenaline was probably spiked. Who knows? If that had been me, maybe I would have said the same thing? You don't have the same kind of control over yourself after dealing with a lot of stress like that. Your mouth speaks before you have a chance to think about it. Your body moves before you register it. Maybe it was that. Why do you want to be a hero, Midoriya? Izuku glanced up at All Might, the voice shaking him from his thoughts. I want to give people hope. When I was younger and everyone was against me, I didn't have anyone there to help. My only friend was Kaken, and he had his own problems to deal with. And then once I started school, I learned about heroes, and I finally had some kind of hope. There are people out there who help people and save them, that's what I always thought. You told me before that I was helpless, and you really don't know how true that was. For all of my life, I was helpless against everyone and everything. I know what it's like to have everyone against you, to be afraid for your life. And that's why I want to be a hero. I want people who have been in my situation to have hope. I want people to see me and think, if he can do something like that, then I can get through what's happening to me. I want to use my experiences to help people. As the #1 hero, do you know what it's like to be told to kill yourself? To feel those kinds of emotions. Izuku saw All Might open his mouth to respond, but he continued on, not allowing the man to speak. He was starting to get heated, and he felt the tears start to gather in his eyes. Most heroes have no idea what that's like. Most people have no clue what that's like. So they really don't know what to do when they encounter that in the world. Like when we met that day. I had been told to kill myself earlier that day. And you didn't know that, how could you? But what you said to me, that hope had been one of the last things holding me to this world, and you crushed it without a thought. I don't blame you for it, now that I understand why you did it. But that's why I want to become a hero. I want to make sure nobody has to go through what I went through. That nobody has to feel what I've felt. He finally took a deep breath as he finished, closing his eyes as a sharp pain shot through his side. He was starting to get a headache from the bright lights and from talking so much, and he hoped this conversation wouldn't last much longer. He felt a tear finally escape his eye and roll down his cheek, and he closed his eyes for a moment, trying to brace himself against the waterworks that threatened to spill. What if you could have a quirk? Izuku's eyes flew open and he stared at All Might in surprise. What is he talking about? Obviously I can't have a quirk. What if someone had the ability to give you their quirk? Is he crazy? What is he talking about? That's not possible. Quirks can't just be given and taken. If they could, then there would be a huge rise in human trafficking and people would be selling quirks on the black market. It's not something that could be kept a secret. All Might looked like he was starting to get a little frustrated as he leaned forward, talking a little more forcefully. But what if they could? But they can't. All Might sat back in his chair and Izuku saw his smile slip the smallest amount. Jesus kid, anyone tell you you're just like Aizawa? Everything has to be logical for you too. Okay, I'm just going to say it, and I need you to listen, and I need you to promise not to go telling anyone. Can you do that? Izuku nodded, still confused with the way the conversation had shifted. What did this have to do with why he wanted to be a hero? After watching you in the sports festival and throughout classes, and hearing about the events that led to your acceptance into UA, I've come to realize how incredible you actually are. I still have my doubts about you being able to be a successful hero without a quirk, but I think that if anyone could do it, it would be you. But there is a way you wouldn't have to do it without a quirk. My quirk is called One for All. It has been passed down through generations and I am looking for a successor. I won't be able to be a hero for much longer. I think that you would make a good successor, should you choose to accept. Izuku felt like he just got punched, which was really saying something considering all of the injuries he already had. He wants to give me his quirk? He wants me to be his successor? This can't be real. Izuku laid there in the bed, staring at All Might with wide eyes as his mind raced. I could have a quirk? But after everything, Izuku thought back to his childhood. Every time those kids at school would push him around, and hit him, and call him names. Every time his mom would pin him to the ground and scream at him and hurt him. He thought about each and every scar that adorned his skin. About all of the pain in his heart, and the determination to use that pain to change the way the world worked. He thought about Aizawa. About Yamada and Nemuri and Kaken and Dabi and Toga. He had people who cared about him now, who believed he could become a hero. They all believed in him and his dream. He looked up at All Might, the #1 hero who was sitting right in front of him, offering the opportunity of his life. The one thing Izuku had always wished he could have. All he had to do was accept. He just had to say yes. And his life would be so much easier. There would be no question of whether or not he would become a hero. But as he sat there, he realized that he didn't want it. I'm sorry, All Might, but I can't accept it. My dream is to become a hero that will provide hope for people who don't have it. I want to show the world that anyone can do anything, that people can have dreams. If I accept your quirk, I will be just like every other hero, and nothing will ever change. That's not what I want. I'm sorry, but you need to find someone else to be your successor. I will become the first quirkless hero, and I will change the way people view each other. You are known as the symbol of peace. Well, I will become the symbol of hope. Izuku had tears in his eyes as he finished talking, and he didn't know how much of it was from the passion in his voice from sharing his dream, or from the small amount of sadness he felt at rejecting the one thing he'd always wanted. He pushed all those feelings back as he stared at All Might, waiting for him to talk. He seemed to be slightly taken aback, staring at Izuku with his mouth slightly ajar. I'm not going to lie, young Midoriya. That was not the answer I was expecting. All Might's face turned to a small smile as he continued. I had really thought that you would accept it, or that you would reject it because you hated me. But your reasons, well, I won't say that I'm not a tad disappointed in your answer. But I understand. I look forward to seeing your future play out. I believe that you can become what you say you want to. Well, I suppose I should leave you be then. Again, I am sorry about before, and I hope this can stay between us. Izuku nodded and All Might stood from his chair, and Izuku was caught off guard by how big he was. His head almost touched the ceiling, and Izuku had to crane his neck to maintain eye contact. I will take my leave now, and I believe that you have people waiting to talk to you. Izuku watched as the hero ducked out of the room and his friends pushed their way in. He was slightly surprised to see Kaken walk into the room with Uraraka and Ida. How long was I out? Shouldn't he be out there for his fights? Kaken saw his confusion and spoke up. They're taking a break until the final match. We have about 15 minutes left. Midoriya, how are you feeling? We were so worried about you. Izuku turned his attention to a blushing Uraraka fussing around him, and he sighed at the attention. I'm fine, Uraraka. Just a bit tired. What the hell were you doing? Izuku sighed as Kaken glared at him, making Uraraka and Ida both stare at him in shock. Bakugo, that's no way to talk to your classmate. It's alright, Ida. Kaken, I know you're mad at me, but I had to. I'll tell you everything later, okay? Let's go back to our seats. I want to watch the rest of the tournament. Uraraka continued fussing over him as he sat up, wincing slightly as he took in the extent of his injuries. Both his arms were in casts, and he could feel a handful of broken ribs. Everything ached when he shifted, and he knew he would be covered in bruises the next day. Are you sure you're okay to move around, Midoriya? It's fine, Uraraka. Recovery girl said I could go and watch the rest of the tournament as long as I come back later. Kaken didn't say anything, but grabbed his shirt from the chair and slung it over his torso. There was no way he could fit the casts through the sleeves, so he just settled on letting it rest over his shoulders. Thanks, Kaken. Okay, let's go. Good luck, Kaken. I know you'll win. Izuku gave his best friend a huge grin, which made the other boy roll his eyes and ruffle his hair as he walked by. Thanks, nerd. Guys, did you see that? How does Midoriya get away with that? Bakugo would kill me if I ever smiled at him like that. Izuku ignored his classmates' comments, even if they made him smile slightly. He should be analyzing right now. These were the two strongest people in their class, maybe even their whole year. But Izuku was having trouble concentrating on the fight. His eyes kept focusing on Todoroki, trying to see anything wrong. He noticed that the boy wouldn't activate his fire again no matter how much Kaken yelled at him to use it. His gaze traveled up to the announcer's booth, where he knew Yamada and Aizawa were both sitting. I need to talk to Zawa. He needs to know about what happened with Endeavor. He wasn't surprised that Kaken won the tournament. He also wasn't surprised that Kaken was upset with the way he won it. Izuku could have laughed at the show his best friend was putting on. Did they really have to muzzle him? Geez, Kaken, we're still on TV, you know? Everyone is watching you freak out right now. His mood shifted as his thoughts went back to Todoroki and to Ida. He was worried, both for Ida and for his brother. But for right now, he had to focus on the things he could do. His eyes traveled around the stadium, finding Aizawa still up in the commentator's booth. He made sure the other man was looking at him as he tapped his casts with his fingers and tilted his head. He saw the man nod his head and lean over to talk to Yamada. Izuku turned away and started making his way back to Recovery Girl's office, sending another amused look at his best friend, which just caused the other boy to start yelling again. Izuku smiled softly as he headed through the empty hallways. When he reached the office, he knocked on the door with his foot, stepping back as it slid open. Hello, Izuku. Thank you for coming back. Come take a seat so I can go over your injuries more. I can heal your arms up fully now that it's been a while. Izuku walked into the office, taking a seat on the same bed he had been on earlier. He didn't talk much, listening as she went over his injuries. He felt tired again as she healed his broken arms and his concussion. She couldn't heal his ribs just yet, so he made sure to take shallow breaths. But make sure you take a deep breath at least once an hour or you'll get pneumonia. Even if it hurts, you need to make sure you do it. Izuku nodded as he heard a knock on the door. He grabbed his shirt and started putting it back on as Recovery Girl went to open the door, allowing Aizawa in. "Hey kid, how are you feeling?" "I'm fine, Zawa. Tired. But I need to talk to you about something." Izuku felt Aizawa's eyes on him as he finished getting ready and stood up, and when he met the man's gaze, he could see the man's tired calculations behind them, trying to figure out what was wrong. "Okay kid, let's go. We can talk on the way back to the dorms." Izuku said goodbye to Recovery Girl, thanking her for healing him. He winced when she called back, "See you soon, Izuku." Aizawa noticed his reaction and smirked at him. "Don't like being on such close terms with the nurse, huh? Stop getting hurt then." Izuku rolled his eyes. "Shut up, Zawa." Izuku took a deep breath as they started walking, wincing slightly at the pain that shot through his side. He was barely able to stop himself from clutching his side. He hated having broken ribs. "What did you need to talk about?" "It's about Todoroki. I can't be sure, but I think he's having some family problems. Or at least he has had them in the past." He quickly went through his encounter with Endeavor and the things his classmate had said to him during their fight. He shared his concerns about their family situation, and when he finished, Aizawa sighed. So that's why you didn't try to win your fight with him? You were trying to help him?" Izuku just nodded, looking down at the floor. "I see. I'll look into it. And I can tell you're beating yourself up over getting involved. Knock it off." Izuku glanced up to find Aizawa staring straight ahead, not meeting his gaze. "We've talked about this kid. You can't keep beating yourself up every time you get involved in something. Don't hold yourself back like that." Izuku pretended to not notice as Aizawa's fingers brushed against the wrist where his bracelet was, even as he felt the tears well up at the meaning behind the words. "Besides, don't you have more pressing things to be worrying about?" He looked back to the man's face to find him smirking at him. "You're teaching that class soon, right? Got everything prepared yet?" Izuku groaned, knocking into Aizawa with his shoulder. "Ugh, you're so annoying, Zawa. I haven't even agreed to do it yet." "Yeah, but you were going to." Izuku rolled his eyes. He was starting to pick up some bad habits from his teacher. "Whatever. Fine, I'll do it. Can I look at the specs you have on the class? I haven't seen everyone in action yet, so I don't know much about them or their quirks." "I can't just give them to you, but you can look at them. We can stop by your room and grab your notebooks and whatever else you need, then you can work on preparing your lesson in my room. I have an office you can use." Izuku nodded, his mind already racing through everything he would need to grab once they got to his room. When they got there, he left Aizawa in the hallway so he could quickly change out of his uniform, throwing on some sweats and a loose shirt. He quickly grabbed the notebooks he would need, a few pens, his phone, some headphones, and threw all of them into his bag. His eyes scanned the rest of his room, trying to see if he was missing anything. Once he decided he had everything he needed, he carefully threw his bag over his shoulder and left his room. He found Aizawa leaning against the wall opposite his door with his eyes shut. Izuku smirked as he walked right up to him, knocking him with his shoulder again. He caught his balance immediately and glared at Izuku, who was already laughing as he walked away. "Let's go, Slowpoke. I've got work to do." Izuku shifted in his chair, finding a more comfortable position as he studied the information the school had on his classmates. Most of it aligned with what he already knew about them all, but there was some new information there. What he had told Aizawa was true. There were a few students who he didn't really know much about. Like Koda. He hasn't really used his quirk at all since I started, and he doesn't really talk much. I knew it had something to do with animals, but that was about it. He flipped through his notebook, finding the right page before jotting down some notes. He had everyone organized by their seat numbers, so it was pretty simple to find the right ones. He was keeping up with his normal way of analyzing, organizing all the information into facts, strengths, weaknesses, advice, and questions. He usually didn't have many questions, but he wrote down any that he had at the bottom of the page. As much as he didn't really want to talk in front of everyone, he was looking forward to learning more about them and their quirks. He jumped slightly as a knock interrupted the silence. "Sorry to startle you, kid. I brought you some coffee and another speck. You're the first to know, so don't go blabbing, but that Mineta kid is getting transferred out. This is his replacement. I'm going to order some takeout. Do you want anything?" Izuku took the paper and the coffee from Aizawa with a smile. "Sure, I'll eat whatever. Thanks, Zawa. I'm about halfway through right now, so I shouldn't be too much longer. How long until the food gets here?" "Probably around 30 minutes from when I order it." Izuku gave a sigh of contentment as he sipped at the coffee. "Alright. I'm not sure if I'll be done by then, so I might need to keep working after we eat. You're getting better at making coffee, by the way." Izuku laughed as Aizawa rolled his eyes. Yeah, whatever, kid. I'm going to order the food now, then take a shower. Listen for the doorbell if they come before I'm out. It will already be paid for, so just take it from them." "Will do. Now go shower. You stink." Izuku laughed as he pinched his nose and pretended to wave away the stench. Aizawa rolled his eyes again, but a small smile flickered across his face. "You're such a dork. Make sure you're listening for the door." Izuku kept laughing as Aizawa turned and left the room. He put the new paper down on the desk and was slightly surprised to find a picture of the boy he fought earlier staring back at him. Shinsoha? Interesting. He leaned back in his chair, cradling his coffee as he slowly sipped at it, enjoying the taste. He really is getting better at making coffee. I wonder if he's been practicing? Izuku smiled to himself as he looked around the office again. This was the first time he had ever been inside Aizawa's dorm before. Aizawa had told him that he only stayed here when school was in, then for the breaks he would go back to staying at his apartment. He enjoyed the simple decorations that the man had around both places, and he liked how clean it always was. Since Izuku had always been forced to keep his house and the shop clean, being in a messy place tended to make him a little uncomfortable. He was glad he didn't feel uncomfortable here. He sighed as he turned his attention back to the papers scattered over the desk, flipping his notebook back open and grabbing his pen. He set his coffee down as he continued going through the information and taking notes. Izuku jumped again when he heard a knock on the front door. He laughed at himself as he stood from the desk and left the office. After looking through the peephole to confirm it was the food, he quickly opened the door and took the 2 bags from the man, thanking him before closing the door with his foot. He headed into the kitchen and put the bags down on the table, untying them and taking the boxes out. He laid everything out on the table before folding the backs and grabbing some plates and silverware. Once the table was set, Izuku tilted his head, trying to listen to see if Aizawa was still in the shower or not. When he didn't hear the water running, he assumed he was out and yelled toward his room. "Dinner's here, Za. Come on, I want to eat." The door to Aizawa's room opened as the man stepped out, still drying his hair with a towel, and he scowled at Izuku. Yeah, stop yelling. Just eat. I wasn't going to start without you. Now come on, I already got everything set up. They both sat at the small table, dishing their food and passing each other different boxes until their plates were full. They ate in silence, Aizawa looking through his phone and Izuku reading the specs on his classmates. Izuku looked up after a few minutes and smiled. Aizawa glanced up from his phone and raised an eyebrow. "What are you smiling about, kid?" "This is just nice. I like that I can relax and actually do stuff now. I can eat good food like this. I can actually make friends and talk to them. I can actually enjoy things. It's peaceful." Aizawa had a small smile on his face as he finished talking. "I'm glad. You deserve to feel that way. I hope you never have to feel like you did before again." "Me too. So how's the studying going?" Izuku glanced back at the papers that rested on the table as he responded. "It's good. I only have a handful left to go over and take notes on, then I'll be done." "When did you want me to teach?" Well, if you finish by tonight, you could teach tomorrow morning. At the beginning of class. Do you have any teaching plans ready yet?" "Yeah, they're still in the office though." Aizawa had a slight glint in his eyes as he responded. "Good. I want to look over them when we're done eating. Since tomorrow is Friday, I won't assign any extra homework. but I want to put together a quiz based on what you teach them so I can make sure they listen. Izuku laughed. Ruthless Zawa. Izuku, you have to be more careful. We were both really worried about you during the festival. How are you feeling now? I'm fine, Mom. I'm just getting ready for school. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to worry you guys. I'll try to be more careful in the future, I promise. I have to go now, okay? Love you guys. Love you too, Aizu. See you later. Good luck with your class today. Yeah, thanks. Bye. Izuku sighed as he ended the call and slipped his phone into his pocket. He looked into his backpack, checking again to make sure all the right notebooks were packed up before finally zipping it shut and heading downstairs. He went through his new morning routine quickly before heading to school. He set a thermos of coffee down on Aizawa's desk before settling into his own. He pulled out his thermos and his notebook and studied it over again before class started. He glanced up every time one of his classmates filed into the classroom and gave each of them a small smile. He was glad that they didn't try to start a conversation with him so he could continue looking over his notes. He decided to call it quits for the moment when Shinso walked through the door and the rest of the class stilled. Oh yeah, they don't know about the transfer yet. This is awkward. Is he just going to stand there? Hey Shinso, you sit behind me. Izuku ignored all the heads that swung in his direction as he called out to their newest classmate. He offered the other boy a small smile as he headed towards his desk, and was about to congratulate him on the transfer when Aizawa walked in. Okay, stop talking. As you may have noticed, we have a new student. Hitoshi Shinso. You may remember him from the sports festival. He has replaced Mineta. Now, we're having a special class today. Midoriya, get up here. Izuku almost spilled his coffee as he scrambled to gather his notebook and walked to the front of the class. He stood awkwardly next to Aizawa as his classmates stared at him. He felt a blush start to creep across his face at all of the attention. You can do this, Izuku. Just stay focused on the analyzing. Midoriya will be teaching the class about analysis today. He has gathered his own analysis of all of you to help you. Pay attention. Go for it, kid. Izuku swallowed as Aizawa left to sit in the corner, grabbing his thermos on the way. He turned back to the rest of the class and cleared his throat. Okay, so I've never done anything like this before. So, I'm just going to start with talking about how to analyze a person and their quirk. It's actually really easy, and you just need to think about things as simply as you possibly can. Overthinking something you're analyzing will likely only cause you more problems. If you're looking at someone who seems to have more muscle mass than a normal person, they might work out a lot, or they might have a strength-related quirk. Either way, they're probably going to be pretty strong and you don't want to get hit by them. Most people show some kind of physical characteristics that pertain to their quirk. Take Azui and Ojiro for instance. Both have animal-related characteristics that can give you an idea of what their quirks might be. As for strengths and weaknesses, keep it simple. Sorry, Azui. I'm going to use you as an example again. Kolbitsu. Alright, sorry. Now, we already know what her quirk is, so can anybody tell me what some of her strengths and weaknesses might be? Try to think of something you haven't already learned. Something you could learn just from looking at her in her hero costume. Izuku looked around the class as they all studied Tsu. He was glad he chose her as his example. Anyone else would probably be embarrassed by the attention. Izuku smiled as Yairo's hand came up slowly. He nodded at her and she glanced at Tsu again before talking. Well, we already know that her quirk is frog and she can pretty much do anything a frog can do. So as for strengths, she can jump far and kick hard. And weaknesses? Well, wouldn't she have similar weaknesses as a frog? Like, maybe her skin would dry out faster? Izuku was smiling as she finished talking and he looked at Tsu, who nodded. That's right. Good job. This is what I'm talking about. Just keep it simple. You can learn a lot just from looking at someone. Any questions so far? He smiled and pointed to Uraraka as she raised her hand. So how can you tell a person's quirk if they don't have those physical characteristics? They seem like they're interested. Good question. You need to remember that you won't always be able to tell what a person's quirk is, and your guess might be wrong, so you need to make sure you're prepared no matter what the case. But to answer, you can also use other things from their appearance as well as the way they might act or talk. Remember that when you'll be analyzing people, it will likely be as a hero. You will be in your hero costumes, and so will other heroes. So when you're analyzing another hero, you'll be able to use their costumes as well. Take Yaoyorozu for example. She doesn't show any physical characteristics of what her quirk might be, but then look at her costume. Since her costume exposes so much of her skin, you can probably assume that her skin has some type of producing capabilities, maybe something similar to Midnight's quirk. Obviously, you won't know for sure until she activates her quirk, but you can be ready for that. And when you look at the other side of the spectrum, you have the villains, who, most of the time, aren't in any type of costume. They might be in totally normal clothes. So you can't use that. But a lot of criminals have reasons for what they're doing or trying to do, and they want people to know them. Listen to what they're saying and use that. Think back to the attack at USJ. That guy would not shut up with his reasons for being there, and it actually gave away a lot. We learned that their goal was to kill All Might, so just from that, we could assume that they had someone there who could at least match the power of the #1 hero. So we were able to watch for that. I think that's good for right now. We'll practice this more a bit later, but for right now, I'm going to share my analysis of all of you. Just so you all are prepared, the categories I'm using are facts, strengths, weaknesses, advice, and questions. Not everyone has a question, but the other categories apply to everyone. Now, knowing this, is anyone opposed to me reading their analysis to the class? Alright. So I'm just going to read these straight from my notebook by seat number. I apologize in advance if anything sounds mean or is incorrect. Since I'm still fairly new to the class, and haven't seen everyone in action yet, I also used the specs on your quirks to write these. I hope that these will help you guys learn and will open your minds to new possibilities, so I encourage you to take notes. I'll answer questions at the end, so if you think of something, write it down so you don't forget. Try to pay attention to everyone's analysis. You never know when it could come in handy to know your teammates' strengths and weaknesses. Izuku took a deep breath as he opened his notebook. He rested his back against the board behind him as he flipped to the right page. Quirk, naval laser. Facts. Aoyama can shoot a laser cannon from his navel. It can be used offensively or defensively, and he is able to increase his mobility by using the recoil of the laser to propel himself through the air. His laser seems to be very powerful, seeing as he was able to use it to take down the robots from the entrance exam in the sports festival. He can control the size of the laser beam, making it smaller or larger. Strengths. Since his quirk can be used for offense, defense, and mobility, Aoyama theoretically has the advantage in most fights. Weaknesses. If he fires his laser for more than 1 second at a time, he will get sick. Since he has to pause between each use, that will leave an opening where he is vulnerable to enemy attacks. He doesn't have much combat skills, so he has to rely on his quirk and other people to protect him. Advice. He needs to force his body to further adapt to his quirk. By continuously firing off lasers, his body will eventually build up an endurance to the quirk and its side effects. He also should work on combat training so he doesn't just rely on his quirk or others to protect him. Questions. Can he control the potency of his laser? Make it stronger or weaker? Is his quirk affected by things he eats? If he ate more spicy foods, could that help his body build up a tolerance to the negative effects of using his laser? Ashido. Quirk, acid. Facts. She can produce acid from her body that can be used for offense, defense, and mobility. She can create long-range attacks by collecting acid in her palm and throwing it at an opponent. She seems to be able to control the amount produced, as well as the solubility and viscosity of the acid. Her skin has likely taken on a pink hue due to the exposure to the acid and not from a mutation or genetics. Strengths. Ashido has good athletic ability and reflexes, as seen in the sports festival when she dodged Aoyama's laser. She seems to have a really good handle on her quirk by being able to control how strong the acid is. Weaknesses. She doesn't seem to have a lot of combat experience and relies heavily on sheer reflexes in a fight. If the acid she produces is too strong, or if she uses her quirk for too long, it could probably break down her skin's natural resistance to it. Advice. She needs to improve her fighting ability with and without her quirk. She should also try to increase her skin's durability by releasing acid consistently. She should practice controlling the solubility and viscosity of the acid until she can quickly produce acid that won't hurt other people and acid that can melt through steel. Preparing to change the potency of her acid will be important in the future. Azui. Quirk, frog. Facts. She can pretty much do anything a frog can do, and excels in both long-range and close-range combat. She's one of the most level-headed students in the class, and can usually think of a solution to any problem. She is good at support combat, and can usually find a way to enhance her teammates' ability with her own strengths. She has really good agility, and can use her powerful legs to leap, allowing her to evade, surprise, and confuse opponents, as well as provide powerful kicks and enhance speed. She can use her tongue to grapple or attack an opponent. She is good at analysis and can use her mind to think of a way to overcome an opponent. Weaknesses. She really doesn't seem to show many weaknesses, but since she is so similar to a frog, she likely has some of their weaknesses, like hibernating when exposed to cold temperatures, or her skin drying out faster than normal in high temperatures. Advice. She should try to increase her overall body strength, along with increasing the strength of her individual muscles in order to increase the number of options she would have in a fight. She should also try to increase her stamina and endurance. Rock climbing would be good for this. She should also research different types of frogs as well as other people with similar quirks. This will help her to explore more options for what her quirk might be capable of. Ida. Quirk, engine. Facts. He has engines in his calves which allow him to run faster and kick harder than most people. He was born into a family of heroes, which has caused him to become a person who focuses on duty and responsibility above all else. He is extremely focused and dedicated to everything he does. He has strong leadership skills and works well with others. Strengths. His legs are his strongest attribute, allowing his both speed and power. He is also very intelligent, both in his school work and in his fighting ability. He is good at observing someone's fighting techniques and taking advantage of them, like during the sports festival when he didn't give Shiozaki enough time to react. Weaknesses. Since his quirk is focused in his legs, he doesn't have much use for the rest of his body in a fight. If an opponent were to attack even one of his legs, he would likely be out of commission. He can only use his quirk in a lower setting, since it would overheat much faster if he used a higher gear. Advice. He should work on advancing his fighting skills without relying so heavily on his quirk, since his engines could burn out during a fight or he might find himself in a situation where he can't use it. He should also work on strengthening his quirk by keeping it active while running long distances to prevent burnout. Uraraka. Quirk, zero gravity. Facts. She can make anything she touches weightless by nullifying the effects of gravity. This causes them to float away until she releases the effects of her quirk. Her quirk would likely be most useful as a rescue hero, since she would be able to move people and objects that other heroes would struggle with. Strengths. She has a strong hold on her quirk and understands where her limits and weaknesses are. She is able to make up for her weaknesses in other ways, like in the sports festival. She knew her opponent was much stronger, so she relied more on speed and stealth to outsmart her opponent. She can make herself and her clothes weightless, which increases her speed. Weaknesses. She is lacking in close combat skills and isn't particularly strong. If she uses her quirk to lift something that is too heavy, or uses it on herself for too long, she will get sick. Advice. She should work on close combat training and increase her reflexes and strength. Like Aoyama, she also should work on building up her body's endurance to the side effects of her quirk by continuously using her quirk on herself or to lift heavy objects. She should update her costume with something that will help her create her own weapons in any environment, like steel-toed boots or small explosive devices. Bujiro. Facts. He has a tail that he can control in the same way as his other limbs. He can use it for offense, defense, and mobility. He is able to give himself a speed boost by slapping his tail against the ground. He is also skilled in martial arts, and uses those techniques along with his tail when he fights. Strengths. He is skilled in close combat fighting, and has excellent reflexes and instincts when it comes to battle. He can stay calm in dangerous or stressful situations, and he works well with others. Weaknesses. Since he really only uses his tail to fight, his moves become predictable. He also risks damaging the muscles in his tail since he uses it so much. Advice: he should work on strengthening his tail to make it less susceptible to taking damage in a fight. This will also help him increase the power and speed of his attacks. He should also practice fighting and maneuvering without his tail. If he ever came across a villain with abilities similar to Eraserhead, he would have full control over his tail and would be at a disadvantage. Kaminari. Quirk, electrification. Facts: he can create electricity and discharge it from his body, although he can't control it once it's been discharged. His quirk makes him less susceptible to take damage from outside electricity. He has an earpiece that he can use to communicate with radio channels remotely by creating electrical communication signals. Strengths: his quirk would be very good at dealing with multiple opponents at once, and would be good for both close-range and long-range combat. Weaknesses: since he can't control his electricity once it's been discharged, it's hard for him to work with others on a team without hunting them with his quirk. If he uses too much energy for his quirk, he will short-circuit himself, leaving him completely vulnerable. Advice: he needs to make it so that his body can handle larger amounts of his electricity. Maybe if he was in an insulated room or ran it through a battery, he could constantly activate his quirk while keeping the electricity contained. He should practice more with covering his body in electricity. If he can fight with the electricity running over him, he would be able to take down opponents without hurting allies. He should try to come up with a way to control his electricity once it's discharged, like a wire it can shoot down similar to a taser. Kirishima. Quirk, hardening. Facts: he can harden any part of his body. This is good for both offense and defense, as well as providing a shield for himself and others. When he uses his quirk, his physical strength is increased. He works well with others and pushes himself past his limits in order to accomplish a goal. Strengths: his quirk increases his physical strength to the point that he can break through most obstacles, like the villain bots in the sports festival. He excels in close-range combat, with the ability to defend as well as attack. Weaknesses: he can only take so much damage before his quirk's effects start to diminish. Since his fighting style is so straightforward and reckless, he is more prone to taking damage from an opponent. His fighting style is also fairly predictable, so if he ever comes across an opponent who can withstand his strength, he could find himself at a disadvantage. Advice: he should work on increasing his quirk's strength and durability, as well as his fighting style. He could spar with Ojiro, which would benefit both of their quirks as well as help him learn new fighting techniques. Questions: Tetsu mentioned that he can strengthen his quirk by upping his iron intake. Does Kirishima's work in a similar way? Coda. Quirk, voice. Facts: he has the ability to command any creature in the animal kingdom by speaking to them. He can also exchange information with the animals, which can help in a rescue mission and to find enemies faster. Strengths: since his quirk is not limited to specific animals, he can use it for stealth, offense, defense, and mobility. The only real limit on his quirk would be the types of animals in the area, their abilities, and his own mind. Theoretically, he would be at an advantage in almost any scenario. Weaknesses: he seems to be fairly soft-spoken, so when he uses his quirk, it might be difficult to project his voice very far. He doesn't seem to have a lot of combat training and relies on his quirk a lot. Advice: he should look into getting a speaker built into his costume, so he can project his voice further like present mic. He should also practice vocal exercises so he can increase his range and confidence in himself and his quirk. Since he doesn't always know what animals will be in the area, he should look into the possibility of getting an animal companion for future hero work. Quirk, sugar rush. Facts: when he consumes a certain amount of sugar, his strength is increased for a few minutes. He can increase the length of time his strength is heightened by consuming more sugar, but his strength levels stay at the same level. Strengths: he is physically stronger than most opponents when his quirk is active, and can do things most others can't, like lifting heavy objects. This is good for both close combat fighting as well as rescue work. Weaknesses: when his quirk is active, he is using his body's energy faster, which makes him crash afterwards, so there is a time limit for how long he would be able to use his quirk before he collapsed. If a fight lasted longer than his quirk's time limit, he would be completely vulnerable. Since his quirk only lasts for a few minutes at a time, he would need to find a way to consume more sugar in order to continue a fight, which would leave him vulnerable. Advice: since his quirk only increases the strength his body already possesses, he should work on increasing his physical strength by working out. He could also work out with his quirk active, which would help build more strength and endurance. He should look into getting some kind of sugar dispenser installed into his mask, so he wouldn't have to stop the fight to consume more. Quirk, dupli arms. Facts: he can duplicate parts of his body onto the ends of his tentacle, such as extra eyes, ears, mouths, and hands. His senses are increased through the duplicates, which means he can hear better, see better, and has increased strength. His senses are better than most others, which put him at an advantage when it comes to things like stealth, reflexes, and brute strength. He has a good handle on his quirk and can use it for both offense and defense. If one of his duplicates gets damaged, he can grow another to replace it. Weaknesses: since his quirk creates duplicates of his body parts, if the original body part became damaged, the duplicates would likely take on that form as well. Advice: he should practice heightening all of his senses to help increase his stealth and reflexive skills. He could spar with Hagakure, which would force him to rely on his hearing more to pinpoint her, and by dodging her attacks, he could work on his reflexes. Questions: how many duplicates can he create at once? If he makes too many, does he get overwhelmed by the onslaught of information? Quirk, earphone jack. Facts: she can channel the sound of her heartbeat into the form of a violent vibration when her earphone jacks are plugged into something. She can also use her quirk to hear minuscule sounds and vibrations around her once they're plugged in. Strengths: since her quirk allows her to hear where people are, she would excel at stealth and rescue missions. Her quirk is also good for both close-range and long-range combat, since she can stun enemies or even take them out when her quirk is amplified through the speakers on her boots. She can also use her earphone jacks as weapons, giving her an extra advantage in close-range combat. Weaknesses: similar to Present Mike and Kaminari, her quirk is indiscriminate and can hurt teammates as well as opponents. It's easy for her to damage her hearing when she's listening for sounds if something is too loud. Advice: she should try to strengthen her earphone jacks and work on increasing her physical combat skills. She could play hide and seek with different classmates while blindfolded to increase her hearing capabilities. Facts: he can shoot strong, tape-like strips from the dispensers on his elbows. He can use this tape to capture people, swing from objects, and create traps. Strengths: he can be very fast and has really good control over his quirk. In the sports festival, he was able to evade the robots, and later was able to act quickly and bind Todoroki before he could react. His quirk helps him excel in mobility and long-range combat, and could provide useful in many combat and rescue situations. Weaknesses: his quirk isn't very useful in close-range situations, since he would need more space to move around in order to fully utilize his quirk. Although he could use his tape to create mace-like weapons with things around him. Advice: he should practice his mobility and his close-range combat skills. He could talk to Eraserhead about how to use his quirk to strike quickly and dodge attack, since his capture weapon is similar to the tape. Questions: what are the limits to his quirk? Is there a certain amount of tape his body can produce at once? Does it run out? Or is it similar to Mineta's, where his skin bleeds if he uses too much? Tokoyami. Quirk, Dark Shadow. Facts: he can manifest a sentient shadow monster from his body. Called Dark Shadow, it can be materialized and contracted seemingly instantaneously and can be used for both offense and defense. Strengths: since Dark Shadow is a sentient being, it can learn new things and communicate with Tokoyami. This makes it possible for Tokoyami to cover all of his blind spots as well as perform offensive and defensive moves at the same time. He is able to keep opponents away from his own body by using his quirk, which makes staying safe easier for him during combat situations. Weaknesses: in bright light, Dark Shadow is weaker, but easier to control. This makes Tokoyami more vulnerable to light-based quirks. In darkness, Dark Shadow is much more powerful, but becomes harder for Tokoyami to control. Advice: He should practice controlling dark shadow in total darkness, as well as work on improving his strength and endurance in bright lights. He should probably look into carrying around a flashlight or something. Todoroki. Quirk, half cold, half hot. Facts. His quirk allows him to produce ice from the right side of his body and fire from his left. His hair reflects both quirks, with white on the right side for ice, and red on the left side for fire. Strengths. He seems to have fully mastered his ice quirk, and can use it for mobility, defense, and offense in both close-range and long-range combat. He is quick in battle and easily took down low-ranking villains at the UFA. Weaknesses. His body has a limit to how much he can use his quirk. When he uses his ice side too much, he will start to get frostbite, and he'd probably get heatstroke when he overuses his fire side. This can be countered by utilizing both his quirks to cancel out the negative effects of both sides and regulate his body temperature. He seems to have a lot of internal conflicts about using the fire aspect of his quirk, so he doesn't use it. Advice. He should practice using his fire side. No matter what issues he has with using it, it can help him and others, and he needs to utilize that. Hagakure. Quirk, invisibility. Facts. Her entire body is invisible. This doesn't transfer over to her clothes or other objects. Strengths. Since she's completely invisible, she excels at anything stealth-related. She would be good at sneak attacks and could use her advantage to gain control of a hostage or villain situation. Weaknesses. Since she's invisible, it's hard to tell where she really stands with fighting. However, she wouldn't really be much good in any long-range combat. Since her invisibility doesn't affect things other than her body, she couldn't really have any gear or support items to help her without revealing herself, so she has to fully rely on herself. This also goes for any type of communication devices to talk to teammates. Advice. Since she needs to rely so much on her own body, she should definitely train hard in sneak attacks and how to take out a group of people without revealing herself to them. She should also continue advancing her sneak skills. She could train with Shoji, who relies on his senses. She should look into smaller support items, like a tiny earpiece that she could use to communicate with teammates, but others might just view as a bug. She could also look into weapons with different types of cloaking or camouflage capabilities. Bakugo. Quirk, explosion. Facts. He can secrete nitroglycerin-like sweat from the palms of his hands, which can ignite on command, creating powerful explosions. Strengths. He has a really good handle on his quirk and can use it for mobility, defense, and offense. He's quick-witted and good at hand-to-hand combat. Since his quirk is powered by his sweat, his explosions get more powerful the longer he fights, where opponents will usually face the opposite effect. His drive to succeed overpowers any other emotions, allowing him to push himself constantly and grow. Weaknesses. Since he needs to sweat in order to activate his quirk, he would be more vulnerable to the cold and any cold-based quirks. If he creates explosions that are too strong, he has a higher chance of backlash from the muscles in his arms. His pride can impede many teammate opportunities and get in the way of heroes looking for a sidekick or apprentice, since it makes him take on more villain-like traits. Advice. He should look into a way to store his sweat for later explosions so he doesn't overuse his quirk or become faced with a situation where it becomes harder to sweat. He should try to expand his sweat glands so he can produce more sweat. He needs to calm down a bit. Izuku glanced up from his book when he heard some of the students gasp. He smirked as he looked over to Kaken, who just rolled his eyes and motioned for him to get on with it. Shinso. Quirk, brainwashing. Facts. His quirk allows him to put someone in a state where they are forced to obey whatever he commands. People must verbally respond to him for him to be able to activate his quirk. He can have multiple people under his quirk at once, but can only control one person's actions at a time. Strengths. He is very intelligent, being able to understand what to say to get a response out of different people, even if they already know about their quirk. He understands what it's like to have a non-hero quirk, which makes him even more motivated to grow and become a hero. Weaknesses. He isn't good at hand-to-hand combat and relies on his quirk to win a battle. He can get very frustrated when someone doesn't respond to him and he can't activate his quirk, causing him to lose the upper hand. His control over a person can be interrupted if the person gets jostled or hurt, making it difficult for him to fight in a group of people. Advice: he should work on his combat skills and try to strengthen his quirk by making others follow more elaborate commands. Questions: what would happen if he commanded someone to do something they physically couldn't do? Yaoyorozu. Quirk: creation. Facts: she has the ability to create any non-living object by transforming the lipids in her body. In order to create something, she needs to have a basic understanding of the molecular structure of the object. Strengths: since she can create anything non-living that she has an understanding of, her quirk is useful in almost any situation. She has a good combat mindset, being able to create something for different situations quickly. She's good at hand-to-hand combat, which showed at the USJ when she used Bojutsu to attack low-ranking villains. Weaknesses: since she has to use her body's own lipids to create things, she needs to make sure she replaces those calories or she may become anemic and vulnerable to attack. Advice: she should work on increasing the amount of things she can create and the speed she can create by constantly eating and creating objects. She should carry high-calorie food items with her in case she overuses her quirk. Questions: could she make herself food with her quirk if she needs to consume calories? Then she wouldn't have to worry about overusing her quirk. Izuku shut his notebook, closing his eyes for a moment before glancing up to the class. Any questions? He felt the shock on his face as every single hand lifted into the air. He felt a smile tug at his lips as he looked around, taking in the earnest expressions on his classmates' faces and the proud look Aizawa sent him. That wasn't so bad. Hey guys. Sorry I've been gone for a while. I've been overwhelmed with home renovations and repairs after a large earthquake we had in my state a few months ago where some piping got damaged. I'm hoping to be back to writing soon, so please be patient with me. Thank you for reading and for all of your support. 3-chapter text. Izuku, that lesson was so awesome. Yes, seriously. You did really good. How did you know all that stuff about me? Did you teach yourself how to analyze like that, or did someone teach you? Izuku was quickly reminded of his first day of school as all of his classmates badgered him with questions. He felt his face flush as he stared down at his desk. Okay, that's enough. You can all harass him another time. Izuku sent a glare towards Aizawa, not appreciating his phrasing, but glad to have the attention away from him. He saw the man hide his smirk in his scarf before continuing. For the rest of class you will be coming up with your hero names. We will also be talking about internship options. The sports festival was your chance to show the world and the pro heroes who you are and what you can do. A lot of heroes have already sent in requests for some of you. Here's the list. Typically the results are more spread out. But our top 2 stole most of the spotlight. Izuku glanced up at the board and was unsurprised to see Kaken and Todoroki at the top of the list, the amount of requests for their names staggering compared to the rest of the list. He found his eyes scanning through the list, a small smile appearing when he saw Uraraka had gotten a good amount of attention thanks to her efforts. He felt his smile falter when he made it to the end of the list and didn't see his name among the others. His eyes fell to his desk, and he cursed himself for the moisture he felt well up in them. Was I not good enough? Did I miss out on my chance because I basically threw the fight with Todoroki? Could I have done something better? Now listen up. Whether or not you were picked, you will all still have a chance to work with the pros. There are a number of heroes who are willing to accept student requests after the sports festival. Ida, come hand these out to everyone. This list contains 40 agencies from all over the country willing to accept interns. You will choose one from that list. Each one has a different specialty and region, so make sure you give your choice some real thought. Submit your decisions by tomorrow after school. Izuku looked down at the list in his hand, reading over every choice before thinking of each individual choice. I would want to choose someone who would be able to help me grow and learn more as a hero. I need to make sure whoever I choose will be okay with me being quirkless and won't just make me sit off to the side and not do anything. This might be my one chance to start making connections in the hero world. Okay, everyone settle down. You can make your choices later. Like I said before, today you will be coming up with your hero names. Make sure you all pick something appropriate. That's right. Because the name you pick now may be what the world ends up calling you. That's happened to plenty of pros out there. Izuku smiled as his class excitedly welcomed their new guest. He returned his new mom's smile before she turned to Aizawa. That's true. And Midnight here will be assessing the sensibility of the names you pick. I'm no good at that. What future do you see for yourself? The name you choose will bring you ever closer to cementing a certain image, because names are capable of reflecting one's true character. Like with All Might. Now I'm just going to be over here. Izuku watched as Aizawa wrapped himself in his sleeping bag and sat against the wall. He stared at the man for a bit longer while the rest of his class exploded into excited chatter, discussing their ideas with each other. What future do I see for myself? What kind of hero do I want to be? He remembered the discussion he had with All Might after the sports festival, about the type of hero he envisioned himself to be. The symbol of hope. I want to be someone that gives people hope. He closed his eyes as he pictured himself. In his mind, he had his hero costume on, and he was out on the streets. He was helping people. What did he want people to know him as? He opened his eyes as people started presenting their names to the class, not really listening. He knew he would need to go up soon, and he let his eyes wander around the class before they landed on this teacher again. Aizawa's eyes were open this time, and Izuku tried to convey all of his frustrations and confusion into his gaze. He saw Aizawa roll his eyes once before he slowly lifted one finger to his temple, tapping his head softly. Stop thinking too much. Izuku knew he was right. He knew he had a tendency to overthink things and make more problems for himself. But that didn't really help him come up with a name for himself. What kind of name could convey the things he wanted to do? The hope he wanted people to feel? He felt his thoughts freeze as that word was repeated again in his head. Of course. He uncapped his marker and stared down at the whiteboard on his desk. He took a few deep breaths before finally bringing the tip of the marker down. When he finished writing, he capped the marker again and stared at his board. He slowly rose his hand into the air. Midoriya, have you picked your name? He nodded slowly as he stood, gripping the whiteboard tightly as he walked to the front of the room. When he stood in front of his class, he finally looked up and felt a strange sort of confidence fill him. He knew he had made the right choice. I want to be the kind of hero who gives people hope, who can show them that anything is possible. I am the powerless hero, Kibu. The class was silent for a moment, and he saw Uraraka and Kaken both send him small smiles. He looked up at Namuri when she spoke, and he was glad to see the small smile on her face as well. Kibu? As in hope? I think that's a good name. He smiled as he walked back to his seat, sending Aizawa an eye roll when he raised an eyebrow. The rest of class went by quickly, everyone picking some kind of name for themselves. Izuku spent most of the time staring at the list of hero agencies for his internship. He knew almost all of the names on the list, but none of them really fit the requirements he was looking for. None of them could give him the help he needed. Midoriya, do you know who you want to pick yet? Izuku jumped slightly, glancing up to see Uraraka smiling down at him and the rest of the class packing up to leave. Oh, I'm not really. I was just looking over the list again. What about you, Uraraka? Who will you pick? I'm going to pick the battle hero gunhead. I've been thinking about that advice you gave me when we were training, and fighting with Bakugo really made me realize I needed to get stronger. He smiled up at her, happy that she had made a decision and that he had been able to help her out with something. That's great, Uraraka. I think it will be good for you to get that kind of experience. Midoriya. Izuku glanced up to find Aizawa staring at him. Stay after class. Izuku tilted his head slightly, wondering what it could be about before nodding to his teacher. His eyes trailed past Uraraka to find Ida still sitting quietly in his chair. He motioned for Uraraka to look, and stood from his chair. They smiled softly at each other before heading over to their classmate. Ida, how are you doing? How's your brother? I saw on the news that he survived. Izuku watched as Ida looked up at them, saw the fake smile that plastered itself over his face as the boy responded. You don't need to worry about my brother. I apologize if he or I caused you any undue concern. He's still recovering in the hospital, but he will live. Izuku let Uraraka carry the conversation with Ida while he just watched. He was worried about his classmate. He knew what it was like to have something taken away from you like that. Hey Ida, if it ever gets to be too much and you need to talk, just say something. We're your friends. Izuku watched as Ida looked up to him and offered him a small smile. Sure, Midoriya. So what did you need, Zawa? Izuku was currently packing up his notebooks and other school supplies in his bag, and he felt his teacher's eyes on him as he packed up. He didn't feel the need to call his teacher by his proper name, since it was just the two of them left in the class. He pulled his bag over his shoulder before turning to face the man, tilting his head as he waited for an answer. You didn't get drafted for the internship. Izuku rolled his eyes. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. I know someone who would be willing to take you on as an intern, but they don't belong to an agency. Izuku's brain immediately began filing through a list of every hero he could think of who didn't work with an agency. Seriously? Who is it? Izuku waited impatiently for an answer, feeling like the silence that followed his question was endless. Me. Izuku's mind went blank, his mouth hanging open slightly before he felt color rush into his face as his brain processed what he was hearing. Wait, seriously? You'd be willing to let me work with you? Wouldn't I get in your way? Aizawa rolled his eyes. The whole point of this is to make sure you learn how to not get in my way. You need more experience before being thrown into the hero world, and I know how to help you most. You don't have to accept, of course, but just know that I won't make it easy for you if you do. Quite the opposite, in fact. Izuku felt a huge grin break out on his face, and he couldn't help but radiate the joy he felt at this opportunity. Yes, of course I'll accept. Thank you so much, Zawa. Aizawa rolled his eyes again. Whatever, kid. Now go and make sure your costume is all good to go. The internships will start later this week, so if you have any changes you need to make, they need to be done now. Izuku couldn't help but give Aizawa a quick hug before practically running from the room, smile still stuck on his face. Handsome. Izuku made sure to yell through the door for the support class before opening, hoping that announcing his presence would prevent something from blowing up in his face this time. He was almost right, jumping back out into the hallway as something came flying through the air, barely avoiding getting hit in the face. Sorry, Midoriya. I lost my grip on it when you came in. What's up? I guess distracting her wasn't the best choice either. I need to make some updates to my costume before my internship. Izuku smiled as he settled down into his usual spot on the countertop. He liked being around Hatsum. He could tell she had no ill intentions. She just liked to work. He found it surprisingly easy to talk to her, never finding himself worried or anxious around her. Okay, what do you have in mind? Well, I was thinking at least some extra grenades, especially the smoke and slime ones, and just a few more actual ones. I need enough to last me throughout the whole work internship, during practice and patrols if we go on any. And I was thinking about some kind of knife as well. When I was training with the capture weapon you made for me, I had to have Aizawa cut the extra fabric. And can I get more of that too? Just in case I have to use it? And my arm. The left one. I need more reinforcement around it because of what happened at USJ. Is there any way you could make it really strong? So I could use it like a shield if I had to? And I was wondering if maybe you could make the shirt darker? If we go on patrols, it will probably be at night, so I don't want to stick out. Maybe the shoes too. That's all I can think of right now. Sorry, it's kind of a lot. Hatsum looked up from her notepad where she had been jotting things down as he spoke. Oh, this is nothing. Do you want to hang out here or do you want me to call you when everything is done? I think I'll just stay here if that's okay. Izuku watched as Hatsum nodded and started walking around the room, pulling different parts and pieces and basically throwing them onto her workstation. Izuku watched for a while as she started working, fascinated by the way her hands moved, at how focused and happy she seemed. Normally all of the loud noises would scare him, make him jump a bit. But even with how crazy Hatsum seemed at times, he couldn't bring himself to be afraid of her. He could tell that she didn't hold any grudges, didn't make any enemies. She just wanted to build things. Izuku knew how rare it was to meet someone who was so pure. As far as he could tell, Hatsum had never lied to him and had always done whatever she could to help him, always thinking ahead to what could be beneficial for him. And she never pried into him, wasn't constantly asking him questions like everyone else. She didn't care about his past because it didn't affect her present. And Izuku really appreciated that. He smiled to himself as he pulled out his phone, content to play some games while he waited. He found himself getting lost in one of his escape room games while he waited, and he jumped a bit when his phone vibrated. He opened his notifications to see a message from Aizawa. 3:24 p.m. Hey kid. Are you still at the support class? 3:25 p.m. Yeah, what's up? Did I forget something in class? 3:25 p.m. No. Stay there for a bit. I want them to add something else to your costume. I'll be there in a few minutes. Hey Hatsum. Izuku watched as the girl glanced up from her workstation, and he took that as a sign to continue. Mr. Aizawa is going to be coming here to add something else to my costume. I don't know what yet, but just a heads up. She gave him a big smile and a quick thumbs up. No worries. Izuku decided to put his phone away for now, content on watching Hatsum work again until Aizawa showed up. He thought about what the man could possibly want to add to his costume, and why couldn't. He just texted for Izuku to ask? But Izuku trusted the man, so he didn't worry about it. He has his reasons, I'm sure. He probably wants to add something that will help with the internship. He knows what we're going to be doing, so he'll know what things will help me. Izuku's mind compiled a list of possible trainings he would be going through, knowing that Aizawa would be true to his word that this would not be easy. He appreciated the fact that the man didn't treat him as if he was broken or fragile, pushing him past his limits in order to reach his dreams. His thoughts were interrupted when the door to the room opened and Aizawa walked in. Hatsum stopped working as he came in and smiled up at him. What's up, Teach? I heard you wanting me to add something else. Izuku watched as Aizawa nodded, sending him a quick glance before replying. I want you to add a tracking device and link it up to 3 phones. Mine, Present Mix and Midnight's. And a panic button that sends out his location to us 3 plus the rest of his classmates. Hatsum nodded while Izuku sat there, shocked. Tracking device? Panic button? Is that really necessary? Okay, Teach. That won't take me long. If you can get me a list of everyone's numbers, then I can set up the panic button first. And you and the other 2 will have to download and set up an app that I can link to his costume. I'll get all the information down for you if you want to hang out for a bit. Aizawa nodded, handing her a list of phone numbers before walking over to Izuku, leaning against the counter next to him. Is that really necessary, Zawa? Izuku watched as Aizawa stared at him for a moment. No, it's not necessary. But it is a good idea. I told Yamada and Nemuri that you were going to intern with me, and while they were relieved that it would be me looking out for you, they're still worried about you. You haven't been in class as long as the others, and haven't received the training they all have. And now you're being thrown out into the hero world without that necessary training. We don't know if you're completely ready for this yet. It's dangerous out there. Especially for a hero. And especially for a hero in training. This is just a precaution. If something happens, this could prevent you from dying. You don't have to like it, but this is how it's going to be. Izuku nodded, pouting slightly. I get it. I wish it didn't have to be like this. I don't want to have to rely on someone else all the time. Izuku looked down, his chest tight at the thought about never fully being able to protect himself, always having to rely on someone stranger to save him. He thought back to what All Might had said to him that day. This world needs people like me, who can stand up for people like you. Izuku startled out of his thoughts as he felt a sharp flick to his forehead. He looked up to see Aizawa staring at him, lowering his hand. I know. But this is just for now. You will be able to rely on yourself. You're just not ready yet, and you know that. You're trying to catch up on training that everyone else has been doing their entire life. You need to be patient, kid. Rushing into things will only get you hurt. Izuku smiled slightly. He really did understand. But Aizawa was right. He took a deep breath, pushing his feelings down before offering the man a full smile. Want to see this cool game I've been playing? It's actually a whole series of games called Cube Escape. They're so much fun. It's a bunch of escape room games, but they're totally different from all the other games. These ones actually make you think, and you have to remember so many different things, and you really have to think outside of the box in order to win. One of the games you get to play as Vincent van Gogh, and you actually have to cut off your own ear in order to get the next clue. It's insane, Zawa. They're so fun. And they're kind of creepy too. But they have a crazy storyline and all of the games link up, and sometimes you have to use clues from the last game in the next one. Izuku could feel himself getting excited as he opened his bag and pulled out a series of papers, all with various notes and drawings from his time spent playing the games. He showed them all to Aizawa, who looked over them with a raised eyebrow. "Okay kid, let's see this game then." "All done." Both Izuku and Aizawa jumped slightly as they looked up from his phone, having been so immersed in the game that they had forgotten all about his costume. Izuku laughed slightly as he put his phone away and slid off the counter. "Okay, come here and I'll show you what I did. You should pay attention to Teach. Since he'll be working with you, it's good that you're here." "Okay Midoriya, so I ended up making the whole costume a bit looser. You're a pretty small kid, so people will naturally underestimate you, right? So I figure we can help them with that and not show them all the goods." Izuku blushed slightly as she winked at him before continuing. "So I made the shirt darker like you said. It's still green but it will look black at night. I also totally changed your shoes, so these are called jungle boots. They're super comfortable and really durable. They'll offer really good support and you can easily run in them. You won't have to wear them in or anything. I totally took care of that for you. I also altered your mask a bit so that the sides cover more of your head. I heard you keep getting concussions, so this should help with that. Okay, so this bag here is filled with the extra grenades you wanted. Don't worry though, they won't activate until you put them in your utility belt, so the whole bag won't explode or anything. Just make sure you keep track of how many you have. All the colors are still the same, so the pink ones are the slime, blue are smoke, and green explode. I've extended the compartment for your capture weapon so it will be able to hold more, and I put more in this bag too, so if you run out you'll have some extra. The knife is a bit longer than your average knife, but other than that it's just like any typical diving knife, so it has a serrated edge and a smooth one. The holster will be on your leg, opposite from your staff to help with balance. And I've added that support to your arm like you wanted. I actually added it to both arms, again for balance. The reinforcement should be enough to protect you from any knife and most blows. Since there's a bit more support there now, it will be able to hold a lot more power when you absorb any blows, so make sure you practice with that. Now, as far as the whole GPS thing goes, I've put the transmitter into the fabric on your inner thigh, which is hopefully one of the last places that would get damaged. The panic button is right here on your sleeve next to the button for your capture weapon. I made it red so you didn't confuse the two. I've already programmed it to contact all of the numbers you gave me. Izuku listened as she rambled on about his costume, making sure to take mental notes on all of the new additions to his suit. He was still going over everything in his head as she turned to Aizawa, talking mostly to him now as she handed him some papers. "This is all the information you'll need to get that app one was talking about earlier for the GPS. It has detailed instructions on how to set up your profile and link it to Midoriya's costume. I trust you to give it to the other two. Make sure you guys don't lose it, and I would suggest getting rid of the papers when you're done with them so no one else could possibly get the info. Anyone else could use this information to find out where he is at any time, so be careful with it." Aizawa took the papers from her, nodding as he briefly looked through them. Izuku ran his fingers over the costume, admiring the new color and all of the additions. "Thank you so much, Hatsum. You always go above and beyond whenever I come down here, and your stuff is always so awesome. I can't wait to try everything out." Izuku smiled up at her as she laughed. "No worries. Let me know how everything works out for you." Izuku felt his smile widen as he nodded, taking the costume and folding it before putting it in the duffel bag full of grenades and capture weapon, throwing his knife on top of it before he zipped it up and slung it over his shoulder. He waved to Hatsum as he walked out of the room with Aizawa following behind him. He paused in the hallway, looking back at his teacher, unsure of what to do now. "Do I just keep all of this in my dorm? What am I supposed to do with a bunch of grenades?" Aizawa rolled his eyes slightly, hiding his smirk in his scarf. "Up to you. You can keep them there or I can take it all back to my place, since that's where you'll be staying during the internship. I would recommend not leaving it the classroom though. Who knows what kind of trouble your classmates will get themselves into with a bag of grenades." Izuku snorted as he imagined one of his classmates somehow activating the slime grenades. "I guess your place would probably be best then, since the same risk would apply to keeping it in the dorms." He handed the bag off to Aizawa before the man's words caught up to him. "Wait, I'm staying at your place?" Aizawa looked at him strangely before replying. Where else would you be staying, kid? All of the heroes who take in interns are responsible for lodgings. Did you think I'd make you sleep on the street? Izuku blushed. No, I guess I just didn't think about that. Are you sure that's okay? I don't want to impose. Aizawa rolled his eyes again. It's not like you haven't stayed there before. Anyway, I'm the one who offered in the first place, right? Izuku nodded, smiling slightly. You're right. So besides what's all in that bag, what else should I bring? What kind of training are we going to be doing? How long does the internship last? Aizawa started walking back to the dorms, and Izuku could tell that the man was holding back an eye roll at the barrage of questions. The internships last for a week. Pack enough clothes for that time, normal attire and things you can train and work out in. Then just other essentials, I guess. Toothbrush, toothpaste, stuff like that. I would say hairbrush, but I'm not convinced you brush your hair. Izuku laughed at that, sticking his tongue out at the older man. You should be talking. You look like you just rolled out of your cardboard box on the street. Izuku laughed again as Aizawa snorted. They continued throwing little insults at each other until they reached the dorms, where they broke apart. Izuku gave the other man a small wave and stuck his tongue out again as he walked up to his room, causing Aizawa to roll his eyes again. Izuku was still smiling softly as he reached his room, thinking about how far he's come and everything that he'll be able to learn at this internship. He couldn't wait for it to start.